Sasa sitaki kelele. And people already getting into the studio.
Bakisha simama nini tokeni nje. Endeni huko kwa bedroom mwanamke nje. Bakisha na
It's only 2 p.m. That's around. You come out of the bed at exactly 2.
It's 3:04 here.
It's already 4.
3:04.
Oh.
Hello.
Yes, Mr. Matthew Cruz. How are you?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. All right, that's better.
Yes. Just it's well, it's good. Now, I'm glad that you are already in. However, I think we should be started in the next hour.
Hello.
We're expecting it in the next 1 hour. In the next hour.
Next hour?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have some work I have to do. It looks pink to me. The picture looks pink.
My picture?
My picture. You look fine.
Well, I think you're okay.
Huh? Okay. I can't stop this thing. All right. I'm getting feedback. Let me cut this phone.
I really don't know why that is happening. It shouldn't be happening so.
What did you say again?
No, well, now it's good. No, you're not getting the feedback, right?
No.
Wonderful. So we're expecting you to join in the next hour.
Okay. No
when
problem.
all the people will be here. You're 1 hour late. You're 1 hour early.
Can I go back out because my name is spelled wrong?
Yeah, you can go back out.
Okay. I'm almost afraid to go out. Let's see. All right.
So, ladies and gentlemen, our viewers who are already tuned in, I'm glad that today is the day, as we promised, that we're going to have the greatest Pan-African agribusiness conversation between us and us. In the next 1 hour, we'll be joined by our guests, and I believe that all of us, each and every one of us, is going to benefit out of the conversation that we're going to have here. As you are all aware,
Okay.
Joblessness is an issue in our generation. And good. So I think that is perfectly okay. That is fine.
You're breaking up.
I'm saying we'll be expecting you in the next 1 hour. But meanwhile, you can relax around because you are 1 hour early.
Well, I was told 3 o'clock. No problem. I'll go and get some coffee and I'll come back.
All right. All
Okay?
right. Thank you.
All right. Take care.
That
Talk
is fine.
to you soon.
Take
All
care.
right. All right. Can I just go out now and come back in?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I will be back.
All right. Hii computer ndio saa ndani, at a critical moment ndio sasa inaleta kichwa. Very slow, very focused. Things loading. Things. Sijamuona, simu yake pia imeenda off.
Morning, Josephat. I'm good. How are
Good
you?
morning, how are you?
I'm trying to check my screen.
I'm good.
Hmm.
Yeah, you and everything is okay,
I
right?
think so. Can you hear me just fine?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly
How is the
well.
lighting?
Can you adjust? If you can adjust it, it will be better. Then
Wait,
adjust your camera. You are
the camera
a
down
little below. Yeah, there
here?
are a little up. Just a little up, a little. No. Adjust up. No, yes. Again, up,
Here?
up. It's in the same position you are. No, not perfect.
I don't know how to do it. No?
No, you did it low. That is no. That's perfect.
Right here?
But if you adjust a little bit again,
Up or down?
up. Okay. When you do up, you're going down. So that, well, that's okay.
Right there?
We can still down. It's still down.
I don't know how to fix it.
No. You already did it. Can you take it up? Because when you do up, you're going down. When you do down, you're going up.
Right there?
A little more. Just what you did, a little more. There, perfect.
Okay.
Yes, that is okay. So,
And what about the lighting?
I think we.
Okay,
Pardon?
Josephat, check the lighting. This one, look at the lighting.
Uh-huh.
This one?
No, not that. That is good.
This one?
That is very brown, so bright.
This
No.
one? I don't know. This one?
No, not that. We rule out that. Next. That is better. That is okay. That is okay. That is perfectly well.
Okay.
That's perfect.
Okay.
Good. Wonderful. So,
How do I
according to
get
the
my name
program,
on the
I
screen?
think we have.
Okay, Josephat, first of all,
How do
this
you?
is live. I think you need to turn off the live feature. People shouldn't be seeing this part, and it says we're live.
Yeah, we are live. But in the setup, we also confirming with the audience if they are able to hear us. So it's perfectly okay.
Okay. How do I get my name on
Yeah.
the screen? Because it's on my screen, but it's not on
No.
yours.
Okay, just a moment. Let me just have that done. We remove this, and it's there.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Let me.
Oh yes. So mm, we have like 40 minutes to get started.
So, Josephat, when I introduce Professor Lumumba and Mr. Munya, I'm going to give just a little brief introduction from their bio. Is that okay? Josephat.
Yes, that is fine. You got to agree from the buyers. Yeah. Hello. Hello, Ambassador. Are you there? Can you confirm if you can hear me? All right. I think I need to put my sound right. Not able to hear anyone. Can you speak out just to confirm if we're together?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Unfortunately, I can't hear anybody. Let me try.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, my audio is on. I can hear you, Josephat. Can you hear me, Ambassador? Can you hear me, Queen?
Yes.
Josephat, we can also hear you. Can you hear us?
I'm sorry, guys. I'm just getting up. It's so early in the morning here. Not even 5. Our sun is not up yet.
What time is it there? Which day of the week is it?
4:45 in the morning. It's 4:45 a.m.
Ooh, 4:45 on Saturday or Sunday?
Saturday morning.
Hello? Get to studio. Yes. Unfortunately, I don't know if everybody else can hear me because I cannot hear any of us. I don't know what it is sound. Let me see. Okay, let me figure out this. A little setting.
Josephat, I don't see any of the panelists in here. Are they coming later? Cynthia, Mr. Boyd, Mr. Safak, Giagu.
Just bear with me for a moment. Good. I believe now I can hear everybody and everybody can hear me. Is that right? If you can confirm?
Yes.
Ambassador, are you there?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Now, without much ado, I think we have a few minutes to go as per the schedule. We have exactly 14 minutes to get started. And as we are waiting to get started officially, maybe I should take the opportunity to take us through the program. We are going to have 4 sessions in this program. The first session.
I'm sorry, Josephat, on my end, you're cutting in and out, and I can only hear like every third word. It's not clear.
Yeah, I can't hear you as well. You're breaking.
Okay. Let me try something else. Perhaps I come closer. Is that better now?
Say a few more words and let's check it out.
How about that?
It sounds a little better, but if you keep talking, we'll be able to tell.
Okay. Now, as I was saying, the session that we're going to have today is all about agribusiness, and we have 4 sessions this morning or this afternoon, depending on the place where you are. In the first session, we're going just to have a brief of the situation of agribusiness in the continent and in relation to the rest of the world, which Ambassador Andrew is going to moderate for us. And thereafter, we're going to have the second session, which is going to be moderated by Queen Ameenata. Then we're also going to have the third session that will be moderated by Linda. And the last session is going to be a wrap-up of the whole event. Now, our audience and the essence of all this is to gear us and to set us to action. Of course, we have people who are already involved in the international trade. We have people who are yearning to join the international trade in terms of agribusiness, and a lot of people from different countries. And so, at this point in time, as we have 12 minutes, perhaps I will give the chance to Ambassador Williams to just give us a brief and to give our audience a brief of what to expect moving forward.
Well, thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, and I'm so glad and pleased to be here among you. As I understand it, it's going to be very simple. I'm going to briefly give an overview of the agribusiness from a general standpoint, and then simply take about 2 minutes to introduce myself and do the interview, or do the overview, and then introduce our main speaker. As I understand it, Josephat will then allow me to move to the second, after I give my introduction, then I'll bring it back to Josephat to introduce the main speaker. Is that correct, Josephat?
Yeah, that is perfectly fine. Now, perhaps as a means of introduction to all of us who are already in the panel, I'll give each and everyone the opportunity just to mention your name, where you are coming from, or the organization you are representing, as we are waiting for other people to join in the conversation. So perhaps I would start with Queen Ameenata. Just an introduction of who you are.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to wherever everybody is at today. My name is Ameenata Koyita. I reside in Arizona, which is located in the United States of America. I'm representing Black Wall Street, Arizona.
Thank you so much. And also we have Mr. Edwin. Unmute yourself.
Okay. Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure meeting you and joining up in this meeting and conference. My name is Edwin Otieno Diege. I come from Kenya. I work at the University of Egerton, and I'm also an experiential learning and community engagement expert. So it's a pleasure to join you, and I hope that we're going to have a productive session.
Wonderful. Then we have our angel here, Angel Karen. Karen, just give a brief introduction of who you are and what you're representing as we are waiting for the rest to be part of this.
Hello everyone, hope everybody is fine, and my name is Karen and Dulu, working for a company called ATHIFARMEXPORERS. We are Kenyan based growers and exporters of vegetables to the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I believe that from the experiences of Karen, we are both going to learn much on how to get engaged in this process, the opportunities, the challenges that are there in the panel discussion that is going to come in the second session that perhaps is coming soon. Then we have also here present with us, we have Mr. Vincent. Perhaps, Mr. Vincent, could you just introduce yourself, whom you are, what you represent?
Thank you so very much, Mr. Josephat. Hi, everyone. So my name is Vincent Koko from Kenya, and I'm an administrator for CAV Africa, and I'm so happy and delighted to join you in this platform. I hope that we're going to have a productive session, and I'm really looking forward to learn a lot from each and every one of you. And I am very optimistic that at the end of the day, we're going to come up with solutions that will going to help us make our various countries that we're representing and Africa in general great again. So I'm really optimistic that we're going to achieve the objective of this meeting, and I'm happy to be one of the panelists. Having gone through the CVs at each and every one of you, I'm very humble. I'm seeing men and women who are knowledgeable, and men and women who have a lot of experience in this line. So I'm really happy to join you guys. Thank you.
Wonderful. Then we have Mr. Oenga. Mr. Oenga Rogers, would you kindly just introduce yourself?
Yes, sir. Hello, sir. Good afternoon. Good morning. My name is Roger Soenga. I'm the director and the founder of Pillars Care Foundation from Kenya, and I'm very much honored to be in this conference today. Thank you very much. I know as we are moving on, we are going to find good time to share when time comes. Thank you.
Now, at this point, without much ado, we have 4 minutes to the hour. And I believe we can still go to everybody can just mute your microphones because I'm getting some. Yes, at this hour, I would love to bring to us and introduce to us Ambassador or His Royal Highness Prince Andrew Williams Jr. To just take us through the first session by just giving a brief overview of the program, and thereafter he will introduce to us the first speaker of the day, Mr. Edwin Ongege. So welcome, sir.
Sir, could you pronounce your name for me one more time? Edwin, your last name. How's it pronounced best?
My name is Edwin Otieno Ondiege.
Ondiege. Okay, thank you very much.
Ondiege. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Josephat. Josephat.
Yes, I'm here.
This is Ameenata. Are the other panelists on the call, or are they joining later?
They'll be joining in the next, I think 40 minutes or so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Diane. Welcome.
Good morning, Josephat.
Hey, good morning. Would you just introduce yourself as we are waiting for Ambassador Andrew Williams to do his setup?
Sure. I'm Diane, and my last name is Morse, M-O-R-S-E. I'm with A&M Bio Global. I'm the founder. And it's been my dream since I was a little kid to have an orphanage. So lo and behold, I'm working with orphanages. I want to open an orphanage, another orphanage. But my company has a product that's created by one man, and it's a biostimulant with 9 biostimulants in it. So it's very, very powerful. We see extreme results, not just a little bit of results, but extreme. Actually, it's called Symbiosis AGX, and it stands for Advanced Growth Extremes. And it really has extreme yield increases. And not only that, it's organic.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're going to come to that. So I believe Ambassador Williams is ready on board. Welcome, sir.
All right.
Your mic is off, Ambassador.
I think he's tuning twice.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Good morning, everyone.
Hi.
Hi there, Diane. So, Josephat, are we broadcasting? Are we ready? And that
Your mic is off, sir. Your microphone is off. Nice. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Yes, good morning, everyone, and thanks for joining us. This is His Highness Andrew Williams Jr., and I'm ecstatic to be here this morning, broadcasting from Los Angeles, California, to bring you this event that the world is in fact waiting for. Today's webinar is a program hosted by the Center for African Volunteers, CAV, and partners. We're broadcasting from the Ojojo Road, PB Train, PS Train, the Global Citizenship and Economic Development on Agribusiness Commodity Exchange Forum. Today is November the 21st, 2020. We'll be broadcasting from 3 o'clock to 7 o'clock p.m. The goal of this forum is to set the stage and facilitate agribusiness
We can't hear you. You can't hear you.
At all.
Oh. How about now?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Today's event will be started by Josephat Moses Oching, the CEO of CAV, the Center of African Volunteers. So, Mr. Josephat, please take the floor.
I'll be very brief with this. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are all aware, Center for Africa Volunteers is an organization that promotes peace, sustainable development, and African unity, with special reference to putting people back to work, giving people the capacity to engage productively in the economy in any area they are in. And so, looking at the history as it has been from independence to date, since 1963, in reference to Kenya, or from the first time the first country gained its high independence in Africa, we've been defined as a third world country. 50 years or 60 years or so, the same story still continues to plague us. When we talk about joblessness, Africa ranks the best. When we talk about poor infrastructure, Africa ranks the best. When we talk about issues, governance and leadership, Africa ranks the best. When we talk about political stability or instability, ethnic wrangles, Africa still ranks as a leader in the same. And so as a people of the African descent worldwide and friends, we are confronted with a question to answer, that what can we do as a people to ensure that we walk in the world with our heads high? We can do as a people to be in the negotiation table with world powers. And so when we are looking at a number of issues that surrounds us, for example, when it comes to trade and trading with the world, Africa doesn't know how to price her commodities, neither does Africa know how to present herself to the world as a market. And so this informs the theme of our conversation, the global citizenship and economic development in agribusiness. This forum is meant not only to be a forum where we are going to speak and leave it at that point. People who are coming together in this forum are people who have interest in agribusiness, supply chain from the grassroots level, from the local levels in our communities in Africa to the international globe and the international arena. And therefore, in this forum and in this function, we are coming here to provide answers to what ails our continent, what ails our countries, and how can we strengthen the diasporians through the continent and the continent through the diaspora. And so I will not, as I said, I'm not going to take much time with that small brief. I know there are powerful speakers who are coming after me with great presentation. And I believe at the end of the day, we are going to have a workable formula that is going to guide our movement or our move as we are going to advance the conversation and follow every conversation with action, post this 21st conference. Otherwise, I'm grateful for everybody who is on board. I'm grateful for all the guests that have honored our invitation. I'm grateful for all the panelists that are going to share their experiences in this. And I believe that from here, we are going to have partnerships, we are going to have collaborations, we are going to have business models through which we are going to sail in together. So at this juncture, let me take it back again to His Highness Prince Andrew Williams to welcome the first presenter of the day.
Well, thank you so very much, Josephat. It is my pleasure and honor to introduce to you Mr. Edwin Antiege, Chair for Community Studies and Extension, Nakuru, Kenya. Thank you for joining us, sir.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Your Highness, Prince Andrew Williams, the moderators, distinguished guests, listeners, viewers, and the whole world. My name is Edwin Otieno Diege, as you've been told. I work for Egerton University. My interests are in community engagement and experiential learning, as well as project management and strategy. But again, I'm a youth advocate. I work with young people in the university to train young people on experiential learning approaches, and also as well as imparting agribusiness skills at grassroots levels. On the side, I also run a small consultancy firm, Capact Consult. And Capact Consult, our main mandate or our main focus is on capacity, action, and empowerment. And our drive is to work with as many young people as possible to be able to empower them in regards to soft skills, in regards to soft business skills, leadership and management, and of course, life skills. I'm glad to be here. It's a pleasure that we're joining in this auspicious occasion. And before I start off my brief presentation, then I would like to acknowledge and appreciate the role that CAV has and its partners have made towards making this a success. I know it doesn't come easy. It's taken lots of planning and long nights and days, and of course, as well as resources. So we appreciate you and don't take it for granted that you've been able to invite us for this session. To all the panelists again, welcome to this presentation. I know you're joining us from different parts of the country. So for those who are joining us from the United States of America, good morning. Those who are joining us from Kenya, good evening. It's 3:08 p.m. in Kenya. I guess it's early in the morning in those parts of the world. Well, I think like Josephat said, that Africa has great potential. And as young people growing up, raised and growing up in Africa, then we have a large task and we have a huge task to get. So I'll just take us through a brief, allow me to share my screen. Allow me to share a brief section. I don't know if I'm able to see it. All right, here it is. Are we able to see my screen, Josephat? Please confirm. Your Highness, are you able to see my screen? Is everyone able to see my screen?
No, I still see you, but
not the screen. Are you able to see it now? Anybody out there able to see my screen? Okay,
not yet.
Not yet. What could be happening? Let me stop again and start it again over. Can I try again? Josephat, kindly confirm that you've given me rights to share my screen. Josephat, are you there?
Yeah, you can share your screen. Share it, then we add it. Just go ahead and share.
Please go ahead, I've shared.
There it is.
We are all able to see my screen.
Yes, I can see it.
Good, perfect. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, my name is Edwin, and my work is cut out. Basically, I'll be just giving us perspectives on agribusiness as it is, and just giving an overview of the situational analysis of what is happening in Kenya. And of course, also a case study of a bit of Barbados and just what they share in common. But most importantly, at this point, is that mine is just to bring out a conversation about young people in agribusiness and young people and agribusiness. I think over the years, we've focused more on young people and agribusiness, and that's why I did it there intentionally, than young people in agribusiness. Our focus again will be looking at the challenges and opportunities, and to just be able to demystify, to look at the perspectives, to look at the potential, and of course also the gaps, policy gaps that we have in Africa, and that also is shared amongst our peers like Barbados. So just a brief, a cover up of what we have and an outlook of the young population. And this is very critical because in Africa and at African level, we have the highest young population in the world. And this is both positive, this is both an opportunity, and this is both a potential that then young people and policymakers and the global policymakers and decision makers should be able to take. We have more educated, inexperienced with skills mismatch. One of the things that I've been doing over the last 2-3 years is on skills development.
We are already in.
Pardon? So, looking at this is that 10 to 12 million young workers seek employment every year. Why do they have to seek employment? Those are the questions that we need to ask ourselves. Why do young people need to seek employment instead of creating employment? If you look down to Kenya, we have 16 million, just above 17 million of young people aged between 15 and 34. Considering that these are people who, have the potential of going through the education system and trained, then the question is, how best can we be able to impart on these skills? How best can we be able to tap onto those particular skills to be able to have young people, not just as consumers, not just as consumers of agri enterprises and agri ecological perspectives, but also as producers. But then Barbados has just a small population, but funnily enough, 60% under 30 years and 32% of them are unemployed. So these dynamics really give us a preview of what really then can be done to be able to keep these young people busy, to be able to tap onto the potential and the opportunities that this kind of populational statistics provide. Looking at this, youth and agribusiness, looking at the strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities, and of course the threats, and I focus more on the threats. That is exactly what most of policymakers focus on while they're introducing agribusiness initiatives. Climate change. One of the easiest way of complaining that we've had in African setup is the issue of climate change that has discouraged young people from getting into business. We have high population growth, the youth bulge, and of course we're having small land, etc. The question should be, then how do we have young people take charge of the factors of production? And in this case, we're talking about land. In this case, we're talking about capital, the accessibility to capital. Are they able to, with a rising population, then does it mean that the opportunities to access credit, the opportunities to own land, that are factors of production in agriculture is dwindling? But then looking at the strength on the other side is that we have a huge natural resource base. We have large domestic demand, both for food and of course, both for export business. And then we have the ability to export. Our systems are flexible enough. We have all the policies, we have all the systems and setups that enable people or enable business-oriented minds to be able to engage. And of course, now we're talking about a global village, and the whole world is under one umbrella. Then that's a very strong strength. Then we have strong traditional knowledge onto the systems and a comprehensive systems of incentives. But then we also, in Kenya, for example, we have the Kenya Youth in Agribusiness Strategy. Of course, better said than done, easier said than done. The implementation of these strategies and policies that have been introduced by most of our systems and governments have left a lot to be desired. So those are questions that then again we need to see how best we can be able to strengthen them. But then more critically, what are some of the opportunities then that we have as young people, that young people have? One, we have funds. For example, we have the Youth Enterprise Fund in the case of Kenya that enable, Kenyan youth and young brains to be able to access low interest funds and sometimes a free interest grants, to be able to start up small businesses and grow. You have, Youth Employment and Opportunities Project in partnership with Kenya Private Sector Alliance. Those are just some of the opportunities that we have. But of course, also in Barbados, they have what we call the Regional Enterprise and Agricultural Program. I wish you had somebody from there, then they're able to explain further how then this has been able to work in the countries. But something else that we cannot avoid and that cannot ignore is the availability of donor fundings and the ability of donor opportunities. But today, as we finish this presentation, I'll be finishing off with promotion of sharing against, aid. And that was one of the that was one of the things that struck my mind when I looked at the headline of this particular conference. But then you also have the private sector. Different banks, different entities, the private sector, businesses are offering youth with opportunities to partner. They're offering youth the opportunity for low interest rates. So these are just things that are able to accentuate then again the young people to implement their bright business-related ideas. But then some of the examples of existing opportunities, if you look at it from the academia, then as a university, for example, I'm in the Department of Applied Community Development Studies, and one of the things that we are seriously focusing on is imparting soft business skills on communities, but we are taking a student-driven approach. So then the question is, are we able to impart enough skills to these young people so they are able to pass the same skills to their communities? But at the long set then, is that we are creating an environment where young people can think. They can think beyond their careers. They can think beyond community work. They can think beyond engineering. They can think beyond book agriculture. Then they can start thinking about the practical aspects, the practical business models that can easily be adopted, off there. Because as you're saying from the beginning, is that we have a youth bulge, an increasing population of young people, but of course with very dwindling job opportunities in what we call the white collar jobs. So then our intention then is that these students, by the time they finish their universities, then they can be able to engage into diverse kind of agribusiness related ideas. And several universities have the same approach. They have adopted the same approach. So these are just some of the opportunities that then again, young people can tap onto. But then why youth and trade? In my country, we have had situations where the place of the youth has been questionable in terms of agribusiness and in terms of trade. The question we're asking ourselves is, and I'm going to ask ourselves this question at some point, is that then what is the position of the youth? Do the youth have a place in international trade? Do the youth have a place in decision making in terms of trade policies? Do the youth have the capacity, once we've asked ourselves those questions, do they have the necessary capacity to be able then to compete with their international peers? And in this respect is in respect with Africa. And I picked this out from the National Trade Center. Youth in the informal sector in the Middle East and North Africa is 80%. Of young people, 40% work in sub-Saharan Africa as unpaid. So looking at these dynamics, then where do the youth fall? In my country, Kenya, the youth have been, always been placed at the production level. They are confined in the rural areas to produce. But then, are we able to have youth involvement along the value chain? Are we able to have young people competitively competing with their peers at the international level? So those are the questions we need to ask ourselves. But then secondly, we're talking about youth entrepreneurship. Youth as job creators. And when I started then, the question was, how then can we open the platforms and opportunities for young people to create employment? And as you can see from the statistics, 44% of the world entrepreneurs are between 18 and 35. But the question is, what is the situation of the food security in our country? What is the situation of the food security at the global level? Are we looking in which angles or in which sectors are the young people investing? Are they investing in the small and light industries, or are they investing in agriculture? And when they're investing in agriculture, at what level are they investing? Do they have the factors of production? And that leads them into what we're calling financial independence. But then what are the drivers of innovation? What is the light that provides these young people? So again, youth are 1.6 times more likely to start a business than those above 35 years old. But then the question is, and the catch is, who benefits? Who benefits from young business-oriented entrepreneurs who are coming up with innovative agricultural models, with innovative, environmentally friendly and energy-related models and innovations? Who is benefiting at the end of the day? Then now we have the role of the SMEs. What role does this play? Small and micro enterprises. What does it play in the young people, and the economy in general, and income distribution, employment, economic empowerment? And I'm talking about economic empowerment strongly because the strategies that are used by our leadership, the strategies that are used by our politicians, and the strategies that are used by the decision makers and policy implementers is that is not able to sustainably empower our young people economically. So then we get to this. What are the challenges and the bottlenecks? What are the areas that are affecting young people from engaging in agri-enterprises? Limited access to finance. And in limited access to finance, I'm also talking about limited access to factors of production in terms of land, in terms of opportunities, in terms of credit opportunities. Then, of course, we have limited business networks. And I'm happy that this is coming at the right time, when business is down, when the global economy has been receding and just recovering from the pandemic. Then the question is, are we able to have young people cushion the shocks that come with such kind of pandemics or such shocks that we experience? Limited access to market information. This is very important because when we have such kind of platforms, when we have such kind of conferences, then we are having need-based action plans where young people have a platform through which they can interact, through which they can partner, through which they can, build partnerships and to be able to have business partners from globally. And I'm happy that we are having these sessions. Then, of course, we have limited trade-related skills. We have young people imparted with skills in production, but have they been imparted with skills in trade at the international level? Can they brand appropriately? Are they able to negotiate deals? Are they able to have multinational, deals coming their way and competing with their peers from all over the world? Yet most of our young people then are just trained, given the basic training, for production. It's high time then that we moved young people, not just from production, but also in the process across the value chain. What are some of the interventions offered by stakeholders? We have capacity building, and we have farming skills. We need to have more trading skills. We need to have more international relations skills. And when I'm talking about these skills, I'm talking about, practical skills, being able to offer such platforms that CAV and its partners are doing, and then being able to, initiate these kind of processes. But then something else that is very important that we have not done a lot of work on, and I believe that that's one of the outcomes of this particular conference, is that incubation and acceleration. What are the partners doing? Are they having business incubation models that then can be accelerated to the international level? Like I said before, are our young people engaging in business able to compete at the international level? Do they have mentors? Do they have partners who are willing to invest in their business, who are willing to take the risk in their business? But then with that then comes access to resources, access to infrastructure, and access to information. These are some of the things that I believe CAV and its partners are doing. But then the interventions offered by stakeholders, some networking, and of course, peer-to-peer learning. I'm happy that this particular conference, Josephat, you have chosen to mix a blend of experience and young people. And I must say I'm privileged because I fall in that bracket. I'm privileged to be part of this forum. And that is what we call peer-to-peer learning, that we are able to learn and listen to our peers who've done so well in business, that we're able to get attached to our peers for mentorship. And then we're able to accelerate our business ideas. Just some of the interventions that I believe that if well taken in, then we are going to accelerate this particular project to the next level and have young people who are then competing. What are some of the recommendations that we have? And we have some very interesting projects across the globe and Africa in general. For example, K-Lab in Rwanda, having ICT-based agricultural solutions. Can we get partners who are able to build onto these capacities? We have facilitation of broad coverage of ICT services. We have platforms, Mukulima Young Online. These are channels that are there for young people. But then the question is, are they able to access the necessary infrastructure to be able to access such online services? Like I said at the beginning, is that the situation in Africa and partly Asia and Southern America is that young people have been reduced to production. They're the ones who produce at the rural setups, and then they are at the mercy of the middlemen. The middlemen then reap the maximum benefits. They are able to access ICT infrastructure. The young people is, the young people are refined, are confined at the production level. Then are we able to scale up? Are we able to talk to young people, on issues of economies of scale? Moving from small scale to economies of scale. Are we able to empower young people to be able to have a concerted effort towards not only production, but also influencing market prices, both locally and of course regionally? But then, as governance and civil society institutions, then we need to advocate for laws and regulations granting youth access. But it goes beyond just advocating. It goes beyond just proposing, to the point where then we are supposed to advocate for the implementation. That is one thing that has bedeviled our economies, that have bedeviled our young people in business. So the factors of production, like we talked about, we need to create rigorous awareness campaigns, just like what we are doing right now. We have lots of that happening in Rwanda and Ethiopia, and of course parts of the Philippines, and just encouraging young people to start owning the factors of production, taking charge of agriculture from the grassroots, but of course across the value chain. Then we have such recommendations that then we can also have. But something else that is important to us, and this should go into our international partners, is the facilitation of agricultural insurance for young people. With the shocks that we're experiencing in the world now, in the global markets, both caused by natural factors and human-made, both human and natural, then we need to have young people cushioned. We need to enable young people to access insurance for their businesses. We have young people willing to engage in corn production. We have young people willing to engage in vegetable and horticulture. Are they able to take the shocks that come with such risks? Then something serious that I think it's a conversation that then Josephat and the key partners need to pick out is that then how do we ensure that young people with ideas, with inspirational ideas, with agribusiness ideas, with potential in their various fields of specialization, how then do we provide finance and mentorship? How can Edwin in Kenya engaging in poultry production have a direct connection with Queen in the US? How can they move through this cycle together? Are they then able to develop working relationships where then we have provision of market, where we have access to credit facilities, where then we have, in absence of the financial material resources, then we're able to provide mentorship, that we're able to provide networks, and then we're able to link young people with ideas to markets at the global level. Then we need to look at ourselves in terms of the strengthening of public-private investment funds, not just the establishment, but the strengthening. Then we have, of course, development of specific tax laws, establishment of youth resource centers. Are we able to have global partners willing, to establish, youth-led resource centers. I know we have a big question in terms of how our resource centers or youth-oriented resource centers are governed and, of course, are run. But the question is, are they youth-led? Are those resource centers developed from a need-based perspective, or they're developed just to, dispense donor funds? So then, are we able to access partners who are then willing to have youth resource centers where young people can come and put their brains together, where young people can come and make decisions together, and of course, be able to enhance what we're calling the economies of scale? If they are producing poultry, then they're able to have, young poultry farmers in a region, and they're able to competitively engage in international trade. But also development of installation aid programs. But again, this is a challenge because then we're talking about donor dependency syndrome. Young people need to be trained on how to, develop their businesses from the focus of depending fully on donors to the focus where the business are self-sustaining, and then they're then able to mentor some of the young people also in businesses like them. The big question then is, and I think as I started, I said, my session is just to arouse a conversation that is going to guide us throughout this particular 3 or 4 hour session that we have today. What is the position of youth in the value chain? Are they limited to brokers? Are they limited to provision of cheap or affordable labor, as people would like to coin it to make it look sound? What is the position of the youth in terms of the privileged versus underprivileged? In my country, sorry to say, we have my privileged young people who are associated or related to politicians who have an upper advantage than to rural-based young people who are also doing very good job. And what happens is then the young person with very brilliant brain, with very good ideas are confined into the production level. And something else that then we need to ask ourselves as we move throughout this session: charity versus charity. What do we want? Do we want to continue sending charity to Africa, or do we want to share responsibility with Africans? Do you want to share responsibilities with young entrepreneurs, other than pumping money onto business ideas, pumping money onto businesses and small entrepreneurship? At what level then are we sharing the responsibility of both success and failures? Because one of the reasons why young business entrepreneurs, especially in agribusiness, have gone down is because of over-dependency on charity. Are we able to impart the skills of trade? Are we able to impart the practical skills of international trade, where young people are accountable to their decisions, where young people in agribusiness then are able to understand the risks, the shocks, and of course, the threats that come with engaging in agribusiness? Then are we able to walk along with them? Are we able then to share in their journey? Are we able to mentor? Are we able to coach them through these business skills? Are we able to, appreciate them even in their failures? And that's what we're talking about: building partnerships, building networks, building long-term networks, trade networks, international bilateral networks. But lastly, again, policy and action. Kenya, and for those maybe who may not have read much about us, is renowned for one of the best policies, if not in Africa, maybe globally, of coming up with very creative, very nice, very proactive, very needs-based policies. But then the question is, what is the action? What action then are our policymakers? What action then are our international partners taking in terms of ensuring that then these policies are converted into action? Ladies and gentlemen, that opens up a discussion on young people in agribusiness, looking through the opportunities, looking through the threats, looking through what needs to be done, and looking through the potential and opportunities that this kind of engagement or this kind of sharing has. Without much ado, I wish to conclude at that and open the floor for questions and discussions. So thank you very much. I hope I've kept within the 30 minutes time. And of course, I know we still have a few more minutes for just a brief discussion before I finish up. Thank you. Back to you, Josephat.
Well, thank you. Yes, we're now open for any questions. We're in pretty good time, so we have just a few minutes. I'll give you about 15 seconds for anyone here to pose any questions. Well, in that case, I'll take this opportunity. I have about 5 minutes left, and then I'll introduce our second moderator. I want to take this opportunity to first thank Josephat so much for this opportunity. I'm humbled to come before you, my brothers and sisters from throughout Kenya and the African continent, with all the tools, resources, contacts, and insights available through my own global network of contacts that I've been gathering and attracting for the sole purpose of reconnecting with you on the continent, our motherland, and the cradle of humanity. During this first 10-year implementation plan of the African Union Agenda 2063. This is also the decade of action on the Sustainable Development Goals and the fourth industrial revolution. But we're in the midst of a global pandemic. So the webinar today is very timely, both as a prelude to the January 1st, 2021 launch of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, and as it relates to the ongoing negotiations between Kenya and the United States to establish a bilateral trade agreement. But it also has worldwide significance as a post-COVID-19 pandemic, increasing climate chaos, and continuing regional conflicts threaten to lead us to a hunger pandemic of epic proportions. Nevertheless, I must ask all of you to put all of those fears and uncertainties aside. Also put aside your reliance or dependence upon the current worldwide agribusiness supply chain to keep you enslaved to the colonialist and neo-colonialist worldview, contributing to your and our destruction and genocide. Instead, work in the spirit of Ubuntu to ensure the health, safety, and survival of yourselves, your family, and your community so that we can all thrive together. I'm 100% sure that today's panelists will address those issues. As for me, I will be working as chairperson of the International Advisory Board of the Center for African Volunteers and other organizations on the continent to provide support services available through my own companies, the PARXTC Export Trading Company and Andrew Networks, as well as our global network providers, whose descriptions and websites I will post in the chat. Please feel free to join our Facebook group, Facebook group's Encounter Think Tank, to keep in touch or contact Josephat, or to WhatsApp me directly at +1 213 274 3675. With that, I have the honor and opportunity to present to you our next moderator. Please welcome Her Royal Majesty, Queen Ameenata of Black Wall Street, Arizona District. She's the CEO and founder. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, His Highness Prince Andrew William Jr. Greetings, everyone. My name is Queen Ameenata Koyita, and I would like to welcome everyone to the forum today. We have a great lineup of panelists consisting of experts in the field of agriculture, as well as government officials and professors here to share their knowledge of the industry and share information on how you can get involved in the vast opportunities in the fields of agribusiness and commodities exchange. The subject for today is the Global Citizenship and Economic Development on Agribusiness and Commodities Exchange Forum. Our aim is to enhance agricultural development in Africa, as well as give small-scale farmers in rural Africa the opportunity to take part in the export market as well as international trade. Our objectives for today are twofold. When you leave this forum, you should be able to have a clear understanding of the local and international policies governing agribusiness, and you should be able to explore policies governing international trade and the place in agribusiness in Africa. Right now, I'd like to transition into our panel discussion. We have 6 panelists today who will be joining us. At this time, we will give each panelist 2 minutes to introduce themselves, their organization, and why they find this subject relevant as an economic stimulus to the continent. We'll start with Mrs. Cynthia Ta. Mrs. Cynthia Ta is the CEO of the African Chamber of Commerce in Scandinavia. Welcome, Mrs. Cynthia Tai. You have 2 minutes. Is Cynthia with us? No, and we'll move on to the next person. Mr. Matthew Cruz, the managing partner of Bakersfield Family Island. Welcome, Mr. Cruz. You have 2 minutes. You're on mute, sir. Can you unmute your mic? Mr. Cruz, can you unmute your mic? Josephat, are you able to help him unmute his mic?
Yeah, I'm trying to do that.
Bear with us, folks. We're having a few technical difficulties. We'll be right with you.
He has to unmute himself. He's
Mr. Cruz,
himself.
There you go.
Yes,
He's open now.
Thank you for having me. We want to send you greetings from the Central Valley of California in a city called Bakersfield. I apologize, but I am an 85-year-old technological dummy. I have no idea what's going on technologically. And so that being said, I'd like to pay honor to Prince Williams and the rest of the panelists. I represent an organization. I'm the founder and president of an organization called the Bakersfield Families Island. We are known as the Bethia family. We are a family of people without regard to race, creed, culture, or national origin. We play on the promise made by Abraham Lincoln during the Civil War regarding every man having the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And searching for my ancestors, I found that my ancestors, 4 generations removed, came from Kenya. And when I learned that, I immediately got on an airplane and went to Kenya and began with Eric Ungish, who is the president of Pull Up from Poverty Kenya, to develop a strategy that would allow us to be what families are supposed to be, and that is helping each other do what others cannot do. We are an organization that is built upon the premise that if you have one thing and another needs it, there's no question as to whether you will provide it or not. So as a 5th generation Kenyan, I feel at home. I've been to Kenya twice, I believe, maybe 3 times. And it seems every time I come, I have to pinch myself to believe that a little country boy like me, a man who served the American country for 20 years in the military, and having to get over the idea that I am a blue-eyed Kenyan sometimes befuddles me. I'd also like to thank Josephat, who has brought much knowledge to me with regard to what is really happening with boots on the ground when you leave the highway and go into the villages, and that is where we do our best work. A woman, when she wakes up in Kenya, has 2 things on her mind. Where am I going to get water, and where am I going to get food for my children? And the third thing is, how am I going to educate them? So in short, we have decided to participate without regard to race, religion, or national origin with the people in the family that we call the Bethias. We are prepared to work with men like Rogers, who has Pillars Care, and we are satisfied that together we can make tremendous changes. And the people in America don't believe that this can happen. So I wrote a book about my connection to Kenya. And now I'm writing a book entitled Redistribution of Wealth in America and yea, even the World, the New Civil War. So we are working together. We intend to do our part, and we praise and thank God if it is allowed to happen. So I don't want to take a lot of time because you will see some of the mechanisms that we're using to, in fact, make this change. So I'm reminded as I was going up the Rift Valley of seeing a family on the side of the road who were literally breaking up rocks. And because of the job that they were doing, all of them had marks on their face. And I asked them how much they made a day, and they said about 50 cents. So we have to change that. There's an old saying in the ghettos of America that money talks and the rest of it is just something else. So we're here, we are working with and have started to work with in a way that capital is available to people. We will, again, and I would just add that communicating in whatever mechanism that is available, we try to not only learn what the conditions are, but we try to learn and put a name to the faces of the people that we're trying to help. And Eric Ungich in Sega is doing just that.
Yes, Mr. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. We now have Honorable Dewey Boyd, who's the advocate for agricultural development and international trade with a special focus to the DRC Congo. Welcome, Honorable Boyd. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you. It's a pleasure and an honor to be part of this panel this morning. Yes, my name is Dewey Boyd. I'm the Minister of Agriculture for the 6th region of the African diaspora, for the state of the African diaspora. As you mentioned, I also reside, and in that capacity, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and I'm president, or vice president, of Copagel DRC, which is a women and youth-based agricultural cooperative there in DRC.
Thank you, Mr. Boyd. We now have Mr. John Safek-Giagu, CEO of Future Agribusiness. Welcome, Mr. Safek-Giagu. You have 2 minutes. Is Mr. Safek-Giagu here? No? Okay. We'll move on to Mrs. Karen Ndulu, Director of ATHIFARMEXPORERS Limited in Kenya. Welcome, Mrs. Ndulu. You have 2 minutes. Your microphone is on mute, ma'am. There you go. Your microphone is on mute. There you go.
I'm okay now.
Yes, thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hope everybody is fine and doing well during these COVID times. I directed a company called ATHIFARMEXPORERS Limited, based in Kenya. We have been growers and exporters of horticultural produce to the world. I say the world is it's a global village. So I'm here to share my insights on the same and the position of agribusiness and the youth industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Ndulu. We'll now ask our panelists specific questions based on their areas of involvement, career, and engagements. We're going to start with Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, what prospects and opportunities does Bakerfield Family Island offer to the economic stability of the continent?
Basically, we offer hope, but in not just hope, not just blind hope, but real hope, by providing capital and ideas and technology to those who are working to better their lives. And we want to participate actively with that process. We simply want to be a player in the game and not try to run the game.
Thank you. Honorable Boyd, as an agricultural expert, especially from the DRC, Bearing in mind the vast arable land of the country has not been explored, what are some of the reasons as to why this is so?
Lack of resources, lack of resources, principally financing, lack of outreach as it relates to agricultural extension, and I would say because of the gap between current farmers, their age and youth, it just has not been a central focus previously to engage in agriculture as a main economic foundation. But in DRC, that's changing, and there is a focus now to put more emphasis from the government to developing the agricultural sector outside of the main economic leaders, being mining and so forth there in the country.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Ndulu, would you please share with us your experience in the export business of agricultural produce from Kenya? What are the requirements and procedures?
All right, thank you for the question. Actually, the export industry in Kenya, it's a whole chain it's a whole chain from the growing small scale farmers to getting the licenses to also the packaging and then the further to the freight rates and everything like then that main buyer who can be based in any country can be UAE can also be in Africa. So I think it's a whole process from getting the produce until to the putting the food on the fork for the buyer. So I can say it's a whole actually it's a whole process actually, and you must work very hard to be able to manage from that to the fork because of chemicals, especially as young regional farmers, they are not organically certified. So you must have a very good system of controlling what is put on the food, what is fed, the growing, and the MRL analysis and everything, so that you also you keep your market safe so that they don't block it for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ndulu. This question is for Mr. Cruz. How best can the diaspora work with the continent to ensure economic stability through agribusiness?
First of all, by willing partners, I believe. Again, thank you for the question. One of the problems and one of the reasons that we often talk about family. If I had a little more time, I would discuss what our goal is and the way we get to where we're trying to go. Simply put, we believe that families have to identify with each other, both in their victories and their defeats. We have to handle some of the areas that personally bother me. When I went to Kenya, it occurred to me that when the sun goes down, and if you're off the power grid, there's really nothing to do but go to bed or have a candle. So we're not only trying to help in the area of capital, we're also looking at ways to help with technology. And Diane Morris will tell a little about that when she has an opportunity. So we have to stay a family. We have to work together. We have to get over the things that can so easily beset us and divide us and work together with a common goal in mind, regardless of who we are or where we come from.
Thank you. And one more question for you, Mr. Cruz. Do you have any helpful tips to advise those who are just starting out and looking to break into the sector?
Well, first of all, you have to find someone who is willing to mentor. We are working with Pillar's Care as we speak, that the Bakersfield Family Island, the Bafia family, is preparing to send 12 interns to Magori to help the youth there learn from students, interns who are in our major agricultural universities. We shall pay for all of the costs to include shots, passports, and all the things that you have to do that these kids might not be able to afford. And we want to make this an annual thing. In addition to that, we will send sociology experts, young people, to identify not only with young people, but to help them see their way clear.
Thank you. Honorable Boyd, given that there's so much arable land in the Congo and on the continent, how can this be changed, and what does the future look like for the agricultural sector in Congo as well as other African countries?
Well, the potential is sky's the limit for putting the land to use. It's policies of the various governments that will basically make that effective in utilizing this tremendous resource that the continent has. You have to look at it in the context that currently there's a world population of 7 billion people. By the year 2050, it's going to be 9 billion. Who's going to feed these people? Where is the production going to come from? And as everyone knows, the world is looking to Africa because of this huge reserve of arable land that's available. China, for instance, has a population of 1 billion. It has to feed its people off of degraded land. What are they doing? They're looking to Africa. As many of the former colonial powers are doing the same. And this certainly should be an area of the highest priority for Africa, Africa's government, Africa's presidents, the African Union, to utilize this as an economic foundation to lift Africa up out of poverty, to feed the world population, to which agriculture is the #1 industry in the world. So it is imperative that our leadership looks to addressing, engaging the youth at this time, bringing them into agriculture, to have them be the agribusinessmen of the future, and now is the time to do it.
Thank you. Mrs. Ndulu, can anyone get involved with your organization and doing business on the continent?
Can the question?
Can anyone get involved in doing business with your company and on the continent?
Yes, definitely. Everybody is welcome to work with us, yes.
And how would they get involved in the foreign markets?
In the marketing, it depends on which area and what angle you're looking from. Is it on the marketing side? Because mostly maybe it could be on the marketing side where we can do a partnership on the marketing part. Also find the capital. Yes, and also anything that can support small scale farmers as well, because we work with a group of them, very many of them, as well as us ourselves farming by ourselves. So it depends on which part we shall agree on and work and to discuss about it.
Okay, thank you. I do see that Mrs. Cynthia Ta has joined us. Welcome, Mrs. Ta.
Thank you very much.
Would you please tell us a little bit about your company again? Ms. Cynthia Ta is the CEO of the African Chamber of Commerce in Scandinavia.
Yes, of course. My name is Cynthia Thompson, and I'm the CEO of the African Chamber of Commerce. The African Chamber of Commerce is an organization that was created in 2008 with a mandate and a mission to promote business and investment opportunity between Africa and the Scandinavia. I would now say probably now between Africa and the region, the Nordic region.
Thank you. What is the mandate of the African Chamber of Commerce?
Just as I said, basically to promote business and investment opportunity between the two regions. And the reason why we started with this mandate, it's because back in the old days, 20 years ago, I would say 15 years ago, the Nordic countries were very limited in terms of doing business in Africa, simply because they were not aware of the culture, they were not aware of the business environment, and they were not even aware of the possibility, the business and investment opportunity that was existed in Africa. This was due to the language barrier. So when we start the African Chamber of Commerce, the purpose was actually to bridge the gaps between this region, the Nordic countries, and Africa, and bring what the Nordic countries were specializing in, as well as also presenting or exposing the potential of what Africa has to offer to this region.
Thank you. What are the challenges Africa is facing regarding international trade, and what are the mechanisms to overcome those challenges?
The challenges are numerous. Some of them that I will just mention right now in terms of trade. When we look at, especially when we look at the Nordic country, I would like to be very specific because the Nordic countries is my expertise. It is the language barrier. For the Anglophone countries, it was impossible for them to deal with Africa, to deal with the Nordic countries, basically because there was no link. That was one thing. The second thing is the quality of the product that was trade, and I would probably say the subsidies that was giving to the European farmers, for instance. So you will see in Africa that some countries will import tomatoes, which could be actually produced in Africa, and other products that could actually be produced in Africa, but Africa was importing those products. Why? Simply because the European countries have actually given subsidies to the farmers to produce in huge quantity and actually to export it at a very cheap price. So that was one of the challenge, the biggest challenge that Africa is facing right now in terms of trade. The second thing is the transaction in terms of how do we pay, how do you build that trust between the buyers and the sellers. The third thing is the transportation. Transport is a big issue also in terms of trade and in terms of in terms of trade. We also have, last but not least, we have the legal system. What do farmers or what do producers in Africa could do to get in touch with legal advisors in terms of how do we build that trust between the buyers and the sellers? The mechanisms are quite straightforward. I would probably say that what we need to do right now is to have a trading house, and that's what the African Chamber is actually working strongly to establish. That trading house will be the platform where both the buyers and the producers can meet and exchange. A platform that can create both trust between the two, but also can provide services such as transport, such as in terms of not in terms of investment, but in terms of the financial transaction. Thank you very much. That's the words that I was looking at. So these services should have been provided by the trading house and will be provided by the trading house when this will be put in place. Just as Japan's did, after the Second World War, and now we see now what has been done through this trading house, and that's what is probably needed now for Africa in terms of developing and expanding or helping our farmers and producers in Africa.
Thank you. Now, what do you think about the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, and what will it take for this agreement to work?
Well, first, infrastructure, I would say. What we have actually found out is that people who are producing in Africa cannot even export in the neighboring countries simply because infrastructure is a big issue right now. We have transport trucks from one country to another could also be a hindrance. So I believe that this institution should really focusing on building roads and building infrastructure that will allow this product and this trade to actually taking place.
Thank you. At this time, we'd like to welcome Dr. Eileen Zuberi to the platform and to the panel. Is Dr. Eileen here? Dr. Eileen, are you here? No? Okay, we'll turn it back over to Josephat for the time being. Josephat? Josephat?
Yeah, Dr. Eileen is
Is she
Dr.
here?
Ellen, if
Hello.
yeah, she's here. If she could
Oh,
put her
I'm
video
very sorry
on,
about that
we would
reception.
appreciate.
Yes, I'm eating.
But she's busy.
hi, Dr. Arlene. Welcome to the
Dr.
panel.
Ellen, are you there?
My
Looks like she's having some technical difficulties.
I can put my mic on. I turn her on. As is, the reception is able to hear me. Hello.
Okay, well,
How are you?
welcome to the panel, Dr. Eileen. Dr. Eileen does
Can you
business
hear me?
incubation in Africa. Yes.
Okay, hi.
Dr. Eileen, would you please tell us about your company and opportunities for job creation on the continent?
Sure. I'm going to just, Josephat has asked me to introduce the incubator program, the Pan-Africa University Incubator Expo program. So I'm going to talk a little bit about, allow me to introduce myself. Before I do so, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Hello. Hello?
Eileen, we can hear you just fine. You're welcome to start.
Let me log out and log back in. Okay, now you can hear me. Okay, that's good. I introduce myself really quickly. Okay, greeting, honorable panelists, and okay, this is Australia and Hawaii, USA, and I am the founder of African Youth Diaspora Organization as well as AFCFTA Youth Council. My other positions are the Royal Chancellor of the Paramount Chief of Africa, King Francis Kalichi Nawari II, Director of African Diaspora, as well as Chairperson of Board of Director for Afro Science Foundation. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about the University Incubator Expo program that we have. And let me, so the vision is in order to cultivate the African leaders of tomorrow, we recognize the importance of educating African youth leaders and governance as well as policy making. So in addition to working with continental agencies and governments to develop leadership training agenda, we have started the University Incubator Expo. So the project vision is initially it was in order to address youth unemployment issues in Africa. We know 60 to 80% in Africa, and because of the population of African population is 60 to 80% youth in terms of developing the continent. So we set out to create opportunities by providing a platform for university students to translate their ideas into marketable products and services, and locally and globally by utilizing the model of university incubator. Basically, what the program does is we plant a seed of awareness for the regional universities to create incubators on their own. The first pilot projects are set in Ghana, Nigeria, and Kenya, as well as participants to identify needs in their respective communities and come up with sustainable solutions. And we asked them to bring that to the platform. First, to introduce to the the public, as well as for exchanging ideas. And then we follow through with a 3-day event, and the last day accumulated into a competition. And the winner of the competition will become the first cohort for the university incubator. After that, they will proceed. And for the program, we insist on following through the implementation process, action plans, and we engage local governments, NGOs, community, global trainers, experts to support our project. So some of the partners we have is the Climate Kick and Climathon from Netherlands. And we have also a partner from the Global Startup, as well as Southern African Startup Award, along with other organizations. So that's, do you have any questions about the University Incubator Expo? I can answer those questions now. And thank you.
So Eileen, can you tell us how can anybody get involved with your incubator if they're on the continent? And what countries are you in?
Hello?
Yes, Dr. Eileen. What countries is your incubator located in, and how can people get involved with it?
Join, yes, they have to okay, initially the expo was scheduled to happen in March and May, as well as July, and then October for 4 countries. But because of COVID, we basically have to move everything into one. So we make it into a Western Incubator program. So in order to join the incubator program, please subscribe to the Lon Langin. There's we have a page. We have a University Incubator Expo page.
Can you tell the people what the address to that page is? Did we lose her? It looks like she's having technical difficulties. I think she dropped off the call. So moving right along, are there any panelists that have any special advice or tips that they can give to our listening audience on how they can get involved in trade or with their personal organizations? We'll start with you, Mrs. Todd. Do you have anything extra to add to the discussion? No.
Hello.
Mr. Cruz, go ahead.
Yes. One of the basic tenets of prosperity is education. All members of the Bakersfield family group, the Bethia family, we have a fund with a leading brokerage house where all children in the family that are members of the family, we will pay for the education of every child. Our goal is the first year ending in 2021 that we will have available $70 billion in that, $70 million in that fund in less than 9 months, really. So all they have to do really to become a Bethia family member is to either find, my job is for the children in Africa, especially Kenya, we will find sponsors to pay $25 for 24 months, and the children will be able to go to any university anywhere in the world at the expense of the family.
That's nice. Thank you for that. Honorable Boyd, do you have anything to add to the discussion? Any further comments?
Can you pose the question again so I could answer it? directly.
I just wanted to know if you had any helpful tips or advice to people trying to get into the agriculture field and international trade, if there's anything that you can tell them that would help them out, or how they can get involved with you personally.
Well, in one respect, it's having the knowledge of how international trade works, and then particularly becoming familiar with how Africa works in relation to international trade and engaging oneself in that respect. International trade is a language all of its own, and to be effective in anything, you have to know the language. As with myself, from the Democratic Republic of Congo, I host trade delegate. Well, up until COVID this year, I host trade delegations between the DRC and the state of Florida. I've been engaged in that for 5 years now, in which we primarily promote trade between the state of Florida, and the broader expanse, the United States, with the Democratic Republic of Congo. My focus is particularly on agricultural commodities, to which our women's cooperative are the primary producers of foodstuffs that, in order to economically empower that group, we expose them to international trade, such as what I'm doing with the Florida International Trade and Cultural Expo. I would say for anyone that wants to engage in trade or international trade, go to websites. Go to our website there with the Florida International Trade and Cultural Expo. We host because of COVID now, we're hosting virtual meetings on how to do business with Africa, how to do business with the state of Florida in all aspects. And in that regard, that would be what I would say is the best advice right now. Educate yourself on international trade and doing business with Africa. And I think that would be a first step for anyone wanting to enter into that. But for those that are already engaged, they know these things. And those are the ones that are basically taking the advantage of the immense opportunities that exist for doing business with Africa, as much as the rest of the world
Thank
already
you.
knows.
Mrs. Ndulu, do you have any final comments? Any advice to give our listeners?
Well, I have something to say, if I may.
Okay, Mrs. Ta.
Well, in regards to trade between Africa and the rest of the world, I believe also that for anyone who wants to engage in trade when it comes to Africa, it's important to find out where do you get your clients, where do you get your suppliers. And it's very important to know that most of the information can be also found, through the different national chambers of commerce, but also the different associations. We talked about today the commodity exchange. Now we know that there has been, or there is, what we call the commodity exchange for the West African countries. It's a new platform that has been established, where you have millions of farmers with different products. There is also what we call the certificate. So when a person in the diaspora want to export in Africa, or maybe importing from Africa, they need to know that we need to have this certificate in place. And those certificates very often are put in place by the European or the international community, meaning that an African person who wants to export or to do trade outside of Africa needs to have this certificate in place. Now, all these things are very important for a person who wants to do trade between continents or between a region. Very important. Last but not least, I advise everyone to check our website, because very soon we will also put in place what we call, I mentioned that, the trading house, which will help each of them to understand, first of all, to have exposure and to be registered both as suppliers, producer, or client, or distributor, or even clients. That will help them to create exposure, but also to get direct contact with the counterparts. So please visit our website, www.accs.dk, and get more information about the house, the trading house.
Thank you. Mrs. Ndulu, do you have any closing remarks? No.
Could we get the address, the website address again?
Mrs. Ta, would you repeat the website address, please? Mrs. Ta, would you repeat the website address to your...
Oh, yes. Okay. Thank you very much. www.accs.dk or www.africanchamberofcommerce.dk. And the third one is www.accs.international. So you have 3 different websites.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Josephat?
Yes, Queen Ameenata.
Do you know if Linda is here?
No, Linda is not yet in, but she will be joining us shortly. However, I think I can pick it from, I can stand in for her as we are transitioning to the next bit. I would apologize.
Prince Williams has his hand up.
Prince William, go ahead.
Yes. Yes, please, if all of the guests that are in front of computers could type your website and contact information in the chat, it will show on the screen so that our audience will be able to perhaps read, or when it's replayed, they may be able to stop and freeze it so they can capture it.
That's great. Thank you. And Josephat, do you have a list of everybody's contact information as well, correct?
Hello. Yeah, sorry about that. Thank you so much, panelists, those who joined to this session. Allow me to express sincere apologies for a mix-up that has occurred here. We were expecting guests from the PL Lumumba Foundation, that is Professor Lumumba, was to be with us here. However, they sent an apology that they have is meeting Minister, the High Commission for Tanzania right now. He indicated that he could join us for a few minutes. However, the PA has just texted me that he's unable to join. We were also to have a guest of honor from the office of the Minister's Office, Kenya. That is Honorable Munya, who was to be present with us here. However, I've not had any communication from them at all, despite the confirmation that we've had up to yesterday that we will be in this forum. So accept my apologies, and that is to say that this session is going to be cut short because Queen Ameenata has done her part, and the presentations that were to be made, the inaugural addresses that were to be made, unfortunately has not been made. This, I would say, is due to the unavoidable circumstances beyond. Having said that, I know from the panel discussions that we are having here, we are getting insights, we are getting great insights on how we can collaborate and work together as a people in terms of advancing, advancing and changing the conversation to trade. The whole essence of what we are doing is to the whole essence of what we are doing is to bring our people into agribusiness. As I know and as I say, so many people have been affected by the COVID situation across the world. Africa hasn't been hit much with the situation, but the rate of joblessness across the continent, and looking at all of African countries, joblessness is a real thing that we are all struggling with. It is in our indelible belief. It is in our indelible belief that it is only through agribusiness and agriculture that a sure means of employment can be created. Food security can be realized. Job security can be realized. From the ground, as somebody said yesterday, from the ground we get the real currency. Every product that comes from the ground is money in itself. Everything that comes from the ground is money in itself. And so the essence of this forum, and I'm grateful for everyone that has joined this forum, that when we gear ourselves towards agribusiness, we are sure that our people will never go hungry. We are sure that our people will have money in their pockets. We are sure that we are going to be economically stable. However, there are a number of things that hinder us from getting into the export business. I don't know if our good lady is still here. I think she's dropped off. There are a number of things that hinder our people from trading internationally. For example, here in Kenya, we've had a number of farmers claiming that they are unable to sell their produce in the international markets. The reason being, what they are producing cannot meet the international standards. While they are using fertilizers, which is a big hit in this part of the world, that are harmful to human life. We are using, as well, we are using what we call, how do I put it? Chemicals or sprays that are also harmful to human health. Now, how do we overcome this as a people? How do we ensure that we produce food that is secure and safe for human consumption? Now, it is saddening that from the governance structure that looks at the quality controls in Kenya allows such products to be sold in our local markets, but they cannot be sold into the internet. In essence, what we are saying is that we are killing our own people. We are killing our own selves. And from such a conversation, I believe that we should have a good model. We should have a clear outlook of the policies that governs food production and food security. Now, let me pose question to Cynthia, who is the CEO of the African Chamber of Commerce. Now, Cynthia, looking at the nature of business between Africa generally and the rest of the world, as per your experience, how would you categorize us, like people in the continent? Are we really effectively trading with the rest of the world as it should be? And as well, we have policies that are not very friendly across the continent. How can we galvanize our efforts to ensure that we have policies that are of advantage to us, people on the continent who love to be engaged into export business?
Well, I think that you said some very interesting point there when you were speaking. We have to understand that Africa has not come to that level where we can actually trade products, finished products. Africa is on the level where we trade, I would say, raw material products, and that's one of the biggest issue that Africa has. So I think that the policies that we should look at right now is to be able to transform at least our own products, whether semi-finished or totally finished, and that should be used for our own consumption because we are about 1 billion, if I may, if I stand to be corrected, but I think the population of Africa is about 1 billion. And we have arable land that will allow us to produce for our own population. You talk about food security, which is quite important. There is no reason why Africa has to import food. The reason why we're doing that is what I mentioned, subsidies that are being given to European farmers. So I believe that one of the policies that African countries have to start to looking at is actually to give also subsidies, which some of the countries have already started already, to give subsidies to the producers and the farmers so that those people can produce, but not only that, but also establish or build transforming units for our products. That's very important, and it's a point to be mentioned. The second part is actually educating. I think one of our panelists mentioned that educating our people, train them, how do you produce, how do you transform, how do you preserve the food, how do you store it. All these education in terms of agribusiness has to also take place in Africa. And I believe that the diaspora is a really important element, I would say, or entity to engage into I would say this process. We do have, I think that the diaspora also have established what we call the agricultural corridor, which also include training the farmers, helping them to move from the raw material, I mean the production, the raw production that they're doing, up to now the semi-finished product.
Thank you so much. And I know you mentioned about this. As the CEO of the International Chambers of Commerce, what are some of the practical means that we can people on the continent, farmers on the continent, can engage with your entity directly to improve business between the continent and the rest of the world, especially the Scandinavia, where I believe you have your major operations in?
Well, the Nordic countries, especially Denmark, Sweden, are very agricultural countries, and they have expertise for many years. They have experience in how do you deal with these agricultural the sector. So one of our area was actually to do what we call the transfer of technology or know-how, meaning that we are willing and we are ready to engage and connect both farmers in Africa and farmers also in the Nordic countries. We have association, we have government institutions that are focusing on agribusiness in terms of even mechanization. You know, where do you get, for instance, all the equipment to train? Where do you get the fertilizers? How do you do fertilizers with what you have already in Africa? We do have a lot of technical process to produce fertilizers. Africa do not need to import fertilizer. We can produce it locally. We can use it locally with waste of different products. So all these things, will be one of the things that the African Chamber of Commerce will do, meaning that we will do this transfer of know-how, train the people. How do you use the waste of your own agriculture to produce fertilizers? Second, how do you mechanize agriculture? Because right now it is done probably, I think that Mr. Boyd will tell us a lot about that. It is done informal. It is done manually. Now we need to bring those equipment so we will be able to produce it in high quantity. And this also needs to be called for training and education. So all these things will be very soon put in place so that there will be these linkages between African farmers and the Nordic farmers. And I think we really look forward to see what the result will come out. I hope great result will come out.
Oh, thank you so much. Very inspiring, and very visionary. And your speech gives me hope that our continent, with people like you, we are going to rise above political stability that everybody else is looking for here in Africa. Talking about that, I believe you're going to still have a moment, but let me go to Honorable Dwayne Boyd. The China is really getting its foot into the continent. Chinese is really taking every possible business from us, and now we've seen in our supermarkets, local supermarkets, for example, here in Kenya, I saw a clip of rice and spaghetti from a supermarket in South Africa and in Ghana that is plastic. Um, Africa produces, I think a decade ago, Africa was producing rice in excess. What has happened that we are importing to the continent rice that is plastic, including fish that we can produce in the continent here, comfortable. What is the problem? I would want to get the reaction, Honorable Boyd, and at the same time, as Ms. Cynthia did allude about farm mechanization. Every year, we are producing graduates, engineers in their numbers, agricultural graduates in their numbers. What is happening that even with such advanced educational system, we are still unable to solve these problems? And the farming methods that we are using are the methods that were used by our ancestors centuries ago. Over to you, Honorable.
Wow. Thank you, Josephat. Wow, where do I begin? And speaking to that, let's talk about that issue with China and the importation of analog foods, particularly plastic, rice, and so forth to the continent. All of that is by design. As you know, China has been on record with importing tons of plastic rice to the continent, to which is detrimental and deadly to our people. But at the same time, China, in its land grabs in Africa, produces one of the top quality rice varieties that they ship back to China to feed its 1 billion people. That's criminal. How could the premier of China allow or not know that this practice is going on? They clearly know. And as I said, and that goes across the board for everything that principally comes into Africa, is to our detriment. Medicines, pharmaceuticals, food products, and so forth. It should not be the case. As you mentioned, Africa imports some $35 billion of food products to the continent. As the president of the African Development Bank says, that's to balloon to $110 billion by 2025. Why is that the case? When Africa has all of this arable land, it has the human capital, it has the resources, but yet at this time it's unable to feed itself, but it's being fed from outside. Again, all of that's by design. Because that $35 billion doesn't empower Africa, it empowers those farmers from the former colonial powers, and principally the West, and from my perspective, America, who this enriches them year in and year out. Now, if Africa produced, and I have to say, it goes to what Professor P.L.O. Lumumba from Kenya has said. Africa produces what it does not consume and consumes what it does not produce. And that's retarded. So again, it's on our leadership to recognize the huge opportunity that Africa has right now by engaging in I would say, the increase of production of its soils and bringing the youth in to be the vanguard of the future production of agriculture to feed not only just the respective countries, but the continent and the rest of the world. Africa has that power right now, but it is not recognized as an organized approach to which we can lift ourselves up out of poverty and engage in what they're terming now the fourth industrial revolution. Africa must have an agricultural revolution, not only in the respect of engaging and changing the mindset of our youth towards its attitude to agriculture, but also it must have a agricultural or a revolution in the change of consciousness of how we approach this. As again, I said, agriculture is the #1 industry in the world. And why should we as people of African descent who, and I'm speaking from the African-American perspective right now, it was through our people that built the U.S. agricultural industry into what it is today, a $1 trillion a year industry. And we're basically, not basically, we are excluded from that economy. We can't let that same thing happen to us, particularly continental Africans, occur again. We must not allow for that to happen, because that would afford that we're basically slaves in our own countries that can't feed ourselves, but are being fed and enriching others. And that economic policy and view has to change.
Amen.
Josephat, can I just chip in?
Yes, please, Cynthia, go ahead.
Well, it was such an inspiring, a comment that Mr. Boyd just made, because what I wanted to chip in is that, and I say that a lot, and that also goes for me also as a daughter of the African continent. What I say to people very often in the Scandinavian countries, I said, whatever Africans that you will see walking in the street here, in the street of the Nordic countries, each of them has, from his father's side and his mother's side, lands. That's how rich each Africans are. We all have lands from our fathers and mothers' families, all of them, all of us. And some of the things that I also mentioned very often is that if we decide to go back in Africa, if we wanted to invest, why can't we just start it with our own? Because each African actually have a land, and we can actually start it. We can lead that process that is starting. We can actually start to produce ourselves with all the knowledge that we have got it here in the Nordic, or even in the Western world. Why can't we just lead this agricultural process? We have the land. We own lands in Africa. Josephat, maybe you will not say, you will probably back me up when I'm talking about each African youth has a family who owns land. Why can't we just start it? Why can't we just be the one leading that? Very often it's because we have, studied and we wanted to operate in our own branch where we are going. But it is now time to look at how do we really go into this agricultural sector and develop that area, because Africa needs us.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Oh, yes. We have, yes, Mr. Matthew, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Matthew.
Yes, I can't wait really to hear Diane and Dan Pavich, and I know they will be coming on. One of the reasons to answer the question, the rhetorical question of why we can't do this, is because we can't seem to understand that the power is in numbers. We often say to people, when I used to be on the lecturing tour, that you don't have to be a big shot. You don't have to own yourself 50,000 acres of land. What you have to understand is together, you can have 1 billion acres of land. We used to tell people, you don't have to be a big shot, but what you have to do is keep on shooting. So how can we do this? We've talked about it, but it really all boils down to capital. When we ask people in our incubation process, if money was the object, what would you do to learn how to earn a living? And then all of a sudden they start thinking, many of them say, I don't know. But in the back of the system, there is a technology on the way that will take care of or solve the issues of transportation and in-country technology that will enhance the yield. And no one's talked about that yet because Dan and Diane hasn't come on yet. If you have an acre of land and you can increase that by, let's say, 26%, then you have 1.26 acres of land because that's the yield that you get. If I sound passionate, I am.
A little bit. Now, I think we're going to transition to the next bit of this. But before I just do that, we have two panelists who are going to be in the next panel, but they're already here with us. One of them is Mr. Rogers Oenga. Mr. Rogers Oenga is a young person that I met some times back, I think 3 years ago. We've worked together for all this while. Mr. Rogers Oenga is working, is running an organization, Villa Cares Foundation in Kenya, working with farmers. There are aspects, there are situations when we produce something, microphone. Ms. Oenga sometimes shares with me that the effects of the middlemen in the agricultural sector, then we also have post-harvest losses. Farmers produce in bulk, and the market gets flooded because we produce in excess. And I'm referring to what Ms. Cynthia referred to, that we don't have the capacity to produce machines that can help us in preserving this. Now, I want Mr. Oenga to take maybe 2 minutes because I know he's going to speak in the next panel discussion. Your experience, especially in working with farmers, and as we know that farming is the sure way of getting out of poverty. What are the challenges that farmers are experiencing in return in the ground in Africa?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Josephat. I'm honored for this opportunity. First of all, allow me to register my sincere concern of the young people, particularly from Migori County and Kenya as a whole, because I believe the problem that we are undergoing in Migori County and covers across Kenya. I've been in the agriculture sector for the last 3 years now, and I've been working with the young people and youths at large and women at large. One of the key areas that I've been seeing that is affecting the young people and women, let me be specific, is that when it comes to the harvesting and market strategy. I realized, like for example, where I come from, in one of the regions that we are focused much in, it's a potato belt. And you realize that this month, it's a month of harvesting, and all farmers have to harvest their potatoes. But what happens? Because now the farmers don't have proper preservation methods, they have to land into wrong hands, like the middlemen who exploit them. Imagine a sack of 90 kg is being sold at $15, and now when I try to calculate the cost of producing a sack of 90 kg of potatoes is beyond that $15. So this one has always been a problem to people, to young people and women in Kenya as a whole, because we produce in bulk. When we are bringing our products to the market, For example, when we are bringing our maize to the market, you find that a farmer A comes from village A, another farmer comes from village B, and they meet in the market, and that is probably Nairobi. And when they reach Nairobi, they realize that they have already ferried their product to the city, and no one is there to buy. And now the middleman now takes advantage of them by buying with a low money and in a cheap way, so that they can go and resell, because they have the capacity to now preserve and wait when the market is good, is paying. So this is what has encouraged continuous food insecurity in Kenya, because the government and maybe the private sector are not focusing on the proper storage methods. Secondly, another thing that I've seen from this field is the inputs that we are using. We are using, most of the inputs that we are using in the farm are harmful to human health. And when we produce our produce and are taken to the market, now they want to get into the international market level. They realize that they don't meet the standards, and what my brother Josephat was talking about, he understands this better. Basically, we have seen in the national television and together with the media around, products being rejected in the airports, and the farmers get into a loss. So these are some of the things that have made the young people and women to get to fear. The government is encouraging women and youths to embrace agriculture as a source of their earning livelihood. But the same government is doing completely nothing to make the agriculture profitable for the young people and women at whole. Secondly, I heard my brother Edwin talking about some of the new avenues for the young people, more particularly in the government, in the Kenyan government. Let me speak for the Kenyan government. I don't want to speak about the other countries in Africa because I don't understand how they are working. In the Kenyan setup, you realize that we have the Youth Fund and the Uwezo Fund and Women Enterprise Fund. When we go to look for this Uwezo Fund, Youth Fund, and maybe Women Enterprise Fund, you find that the criteria number one, they need you to have at least a 6 months bank statement that shows how the cash flow is flowing from you people you are transacting money. And imagine these are the young people who just came from university the other day. They have the desire to get into agriculture and as a business, into agribusiness, but they end up failing of getting the startup capital, which to establish their projects, because of they don't meet the criteria that the government wants them to meet. Yeah. Thirdly, another thing that we have found a challenge as the young people and women as a whole is when we don't have your person who speaks for you. You don't have someone who speaks on your behalf. We have seen people being, particularly in the Ministry of Agriculture and the department in the devolution level at the county level. We have seen people awarding agricultural tenders to people like those who are not youth, and those are the tenders that are particularly positions for the young people. And this one has been discouraging to the young people, that has resulted to them not to embrace agriculture. But with the new invention of AGX, I believe, I don't know whether when we get time we shall try to play the clip, the one that we have tried to employ in Kenya here in Migori County on bananas, pepper, and cabbages.
Yes, that is going to.
Yeah, we are going to find.
That is going to come in the next.
Yeah, we are going to share about that one.
Yeah. So, would you just summarize? Thank you for sharing that, the experiences of farmers that you've been working with.
Okay, thank you very much, Josephat. One of the experiences that we have, one of the things that I have experienced in this field is one that all our parents, I must start from that point. All the parents in Kenya, they want to hear one story that my son or my daughter is a graduate in doctorate, and that is what they feel like their children are educated. a father will not speak about the daughter if the daughter is not a graduate with a degree in law, and that is what the parents hear that is good, but they forget about, after I have sold land, I have sold all the animals at home, and I have sent my son or my daughter to the university in Nairobi, and he has come back with a degree or a diploma in education or in a medicine. Where am I going to take this child to? So this is the same thing that has been a challenge. So to Pillars Care Foundation, we are not doing career guidance for the children or for the students, but we are doing career guidance for the parents, so that they can understand better that within the setup that they find themselves, this is best for their children. Because maybe I've seen this thing just for just a minute. I know you are almost hanging me up, but let me allow me to record this one. I have seen a situation whereby a mother has a sister in Mombasa, and a sister resides in Mombasa, so that's where she is. And the sister's child, maybe he's doing something like music production in Mombasa. So because the sister's child, she's doing good in Mombasa with the music production, the sister also thinks that who resides in the village wants a daughter also to become to go and study more about music. Now I was asking some parents, you are telling your daughter to go and study music production, and you come from the village where we don't have even one studio around. So are we trying to be realistic? So these are some of the things that have been have brought us behind, and I think we are going to work together as partners to ensure that we continue to have this campaign. Thank you very much. I know I'm going to find more time to talk. Thank you.
Yes, let me just clap for you for that wonderful presentation. Somebody needs the microphones. Yeah, that is indeed it's a wonderful presentation. He's touched to the gist of what is happening on the ground. He's spoken to an issue that I would wish all of us just to have 1 minute to react to, or 1.5 minutes. He's spoken to the issue of governance. The agricultural policies that we have in the continent, and especially in our country, are not pro us. They are informed by either the United Nations, which department, blah, 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 foreign entities and foreign organizations. And I can see in the chat, somebody is saying that foreign companies come to the Africa not to the benefit of the continent, but for their own benefits. There are now you people out of the continent. I think this is a question that you have to grapple with, and you got to show us, right, really, that you mean good for the continent. Now, let me give a brief story. When we were in primary school and high school, when a child makes a mistake, they are taken to the shamba or to the garden to till the garden or to slash the garden as a form of a punishment. In most debates that we always have, you would have a motion like a teacher is better than a farmer, or a doctor is better than a farmer. And this is a mentality that is instilled in us, that our young people and all people equally in the continent do not value culture. This has been perpetuated by undesirable policies that we have here in the continent. He talked about maize, for example. Our government, through the Ministry of Agriculture, frankly speaking, they can afford to buy maize, which is a staple food, from Mexico or from wherever through tenders. People who are involved, the big fish who are involved in this, are going to benefit from it, and ignoring what has been produced here at home. Where does that leave us? Where does that leave the farmers? And now, as a people, how do we galvanize ourselves to protect ourselves against the predators in the government that we elect as a people? You also mentioned something about education, the education system that we have. Is it really helping us? Is it really solving our problems? Is it really solving the problem of agriculture or our business? I want to give each and every one of us, maybe I know you have something to say to this effect. 1 minute or 2 minutes, you react to this as we are coming to a close of this session. Thank you so much. And I think I will start with our Queen Ameenata. She was our host and moderator for today. And now you co-moderated with her. And I know she's working in this field and she has something to share with us. Welcome. Unmute yourself.
Please unmute yourself.
Unmute yourself.
We can't hear you.
In that session. Oh, hello, can you guys hear me? Actually, my company is presenting in the next section, so I don't want to take away from the presentation that he has prepared. Brother Levi will be presenting for Black Wall Street, Arizona District. We're excited to share with you some of the things that we're doing. We also have one of the gentlemen mentioned a food preservation is an issue on the continent. We do have a solution to that. So if you guys are interested in that, you guys can reach out to me. We'd be more than happy to share that with anybody that's interested in it. Thank you.
Ameenata is one lady that we've worked with for a short period of time, but with great impact. You know, she impacts us with great knowledge, inspiration. Things are down, she makes them high and high. Thank you so much. And let me bring Mr. Matthew. I know Rogers is your son, and you can hear how your son is talking. Indeed, you have a leader in the making. So would you just share with us about governance and education system just as he has shared with us?
Can you hear me? I'm trying to unmute.
You are unmuted. We can hear you. You are unmuted. You are perfectly okay, sir.
Okay, fine. I'm not sure if I understand your question. I couldn't understand what you were asking.
No, as we are rounding off this session, the session is coming to an end, and with the powerful sentiments that have been shared with Mr. Rogers, perhaps you can give your closing remarks as maybe you react to what he has just mentioned. He has talked about a number of issues. Otherwise, if you don't have any, you can give us your closing remarks.
Okay, one of the things that we came into this with is an expectation of sharing what our issues are, and then together forming or having already started forming the answers to the problems. So I am, as I said, I'm 85 and I've been up for 5 hours, and it's only, I don't know what time it is, doesn't matter. But I'm excited that we can begin to talk and develop strategies that will solve the problems both in Kenya and all the other areas where there's soil. Because we mentioned briefly about the environment. All of the things that we do at the Bakersfield Family Island, at AGX and AM Bio Global has a part in increasing the profitability of investing in the environment as we invest in things that will help us as we live in the future. Because the way things are now, it's not going to last. And we have to do something to repair the soil, have the seed, and have the determination to have the patience and the capital to make it happen.
Wow. Thank you so very much for that great message. Indeed, the essence of this conference is to create a leverage for collaboration and working together as a people to our interest and interest of all humanity world over. Every human being deserves to live a dignified life, and that is the essence of this. And I would say, as we are seeking to collaborate and work together, let me quote what former President, the great Nelson Mandela, once said in the interview. He said, in response to a question that was asked, that why are you relating to this nation and this country, yet they've been doing X, Y, and Z. In his response, he said that it is unfortunate that most of the time people would wish that when I am an enemy of X, then all of us, we got to be an enemy of X. I'm saying that purposefully to prepare our psychology, to prepare us psychologically. I know this is a Pan-African daily TV that we are in, and sometimes we become a little bit, ourselves. And I'm telling you, Madam Diane, it is not about the skin color. You're here with us. You're our sister. So don't feel out of place. I believe I'm not irrelevant as per the sentiment that I've made. Now, let me come to my great sister, a sister that I respect so much. I would call her my twin sister. Oh, yeah, my twin sister. Yes, Cynthia. You just give us your closing remark as we.
Yeah, when Matthew was speaking, I was reminded of one of the greatest command that I think the source of our life said. He said he was talking about multiplying, but also cultivating the earth, and that is the greatest. That is the greatest, because without cultivating, there is no food. Without food, there is no life. And the whole concept about sowing and harvest is also including in it. So I would say my clarion call would be, let's go back to the soil. Let's go back to cultivate it, what we have in Africa, and let's feed our people.
Thank you. We have to feed our people, and that is the bottom line of it. And just to make a comment again, to all our viewers and all the panelists who are coming, who are yet to come, we are forming a platform. We are making a platform of partnership and trade working together. And the theme of this conference, we said, is moving from aid to trade. In Africa, we are tired of begging. We are tired of begging. One time when I was talking to His Highness Prince Andrew Williams. I think he's the one, or I think he's the one. That most of the time, you people in the diaspora, when you receive mails from the continent, all you receive is people asking you for money. We would not wish that to continue for a long time. It's time that our muscles to become strong, right? And after we become donors, we've received donations for a long time, and we would not wish to go to that direction ever and ever again. Let me bring Diane. Diane, you've been in this conversation, you've listened to the presentations that are here. I know you are coming later for a presentation. Perhaps we'll just react to the first session and the second session briefly, as you will be transitioning to the next session where you are going to participate.
I didn't hear the last part.
I'm saying just give your brief comment, being that you've been in the first session and the second session. Give your closing remarks. You've not spoken, but be brief, because in the next session you are going to be a panelist there.
Okay, well, hi, I'm Diane Morse with A&M BioGlobal. I just wanted to finish up with this session with the hopes of international trade with A&M BioGlobal as a whole, because it is going to heal this earth as it's been doing since its inception. Looking forward to my little presentation later on. Do you need anything else from me?
I think that is it for now. That is it for now.
Okay.
Yeah. Then quickly, let me move to Honorable Dewey. Give us your closing remarks. Being that this is a field that you've been in for a very long time. Can you just give us your closing remarks and a projection forward? Where are we moving to from here?
Well, from our perspective, again, it's imperative that Africa seizes this opportunity with the fourth industrial revolution, to which our youth must be engaged to take advantage of the Internet of Things, digitalization. One of the speakers spoke in regards to this middleman situation. I want to say, as part of the state of the African diaspora, we have what's called the West African Commodity Exchange. And in that exchange, they're using the best of technology of today. Everyone has a cell phone. And that middleman situation, exploiting the farmer at the field level, getting his commodity, then taking it and receiving 10 times, let's say, what he's paid that farmer, we can eliminate that with the commodity. We have eliminated that aspect with the commodity exchange, in respect that through the cell phone and the technology, that same farmer in the field can check prices in real time as it relates to the commercial end users of a particular product, and get paid much more than what that middleman was paying. So therefore, we effectively eliminating the middleman and receiving a higher price to the farmer at the field. So that's one thing we want to say in respect to what SWAD has done to assist farmers at the field level and to increasing their profit levels and what they're paid. Secondly, as I'm speaking, I cannot emphasize enough that African governments and policies must engage the youth at this time to incorporate their involvement in agribusiness and agricultural production, because it's the youth who are the ones who's going to feed the nations or the continent. And if they are not equipped with the best of information, knowledge, education, and so forth, where will Africa be? And I believe someone was from South Africa, and we could look at that scenario. I'm sure many know the situation with South Africa and Zimbabwe as well, where 80% of the land in South Africa is controlled by whites. And the majority population is fed by that minority. And I have to say, I'm going to give a scenario real quick as to me being in the Democratic Republic of Congo. In one of our grocery chains there, South African potatoes are exported to Congo. And then contrast to that with me being from the United States in America, that 2 kilo sack of potatoes exported from South Africa, we know who's controlling that industry, cost $32 US in Congo, where the people make less than $1 a day. And yet, who is that enriching? You see, and then the whole issue of land control. Are the African youth going to allow, just say like in Sudan, for instance, where you have Arab countries farming the vast majority of land in Sudan to feed its people and so forth? We cannot allow, again, back to China, which is coming into Africa using African soil to feed its people. So our youth must be educated to realize the value and importance of the land. Land is everything. You can't do anything without it. And we must make the best of this opportunity right now for our youth to be engaged in controlling African agribusiness, its lands and resources. That's what I would add to this in closing.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Dewing, for that wonderful presentation that you've made. However, let me just make something very, very straight. You are the Minister for the State of the African Diaspora, which is a very great thing. However, in the presentation, we would not wish to bring the State of the African Diaspora to this, because we have people, and we have conflicts with the same State of the African Diaspora. There are things that I would not wish to express here, but you're here on board in your capacity as an international trade expert with reference to Congo. I just wish to respectfully mention that.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. Now, Ambassador Andrew Williams,
Williams. Yes, thank you. I've had some connectivity challenges,
yes,
but
we
I'm
just
here.
take a few minutes before we close all this session.
Thank you so very much. In the chat, I've been attempting to place a link to an organization that you met most recently, Josephat, called pyrapod.com and also solarroof.org. These are technologies that are intended to empower the individual farmer to have a self-contained zero carbon footprint solution for delivering food to the family and the wider community. And so I did want to make sure that you understand that we have solutions that have to address the needs of the individuals. I know we're talking about agribusiness, but at the end of the day, it's the people on the ground whose lives are at stake. And we have to take advantage of the fact that this fourth industrial revolution that Dewey mentioned earlier is very relevant to the Sustainable Development Goals. And it was in fact Africa and the Common African Position in 2012, as they were creating the African Agenda 2063, that is the great bulk of what they call the Sustainable Development Goals. But one thing is still consistent from the 2000 Millennium Development Goals, those 8 goals, and these 15 goals, and that's global partnerships for development. So I'm so glad that you brought this worldwide, team to address this problem. But what I'm suggesting is that we can't address agribusiness alone. And so we can't address hunger alone. We have to address poverty and good health. So there is a company in Kenya called Afya Record, AFYAREKOD, to whom I've introduced you, the founder, John Kamara. It's so important that we improve the lives and quality of lives of the farmers themselves by using the available technology. For example, it's so important that people in the rural communities are able to get their health care sovereignty of the data of their health care, what that means, so that then we can connect them together with people around the world through telemedicine and other solutions that are at our fingertips. So perhaps some later time, Josephat, we could address the issue of finding solutions that address the lives of the farmers as well as the agribusiness as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that great input. And I think at this point, I'm very glad for all the panelists, participants who've participated in this session. Indeed, I'm very, very glad, very overwhelmed. And again, during this session, we were expecting a representation from the Kenyan government, the Minister for Agriculture. Unfortunately, I don't have any feedback. I've tried reaching out to him, no response. So I apologize as an organizer for this function for his absence and receive sincere apologies from our patron, the patron to Center for Africa Volunteers. That's Professor Pino Lumumba. Is meeting the commissioner for the ambassador for Tanzania here in Nairobi. So because of that, he was not able to attend this session. However, he is part of us. He supports this cause, and I believe he's missing being here. So thank you so much. You'll allow me to now we say that guests can leave at their own leisure and pleasure. Now, in the third session, we are going to have Miss Linda Foinding moderating this session. Then we are going to have Dr. Tara Dr. Tata, who is a firebrand Pan-African, an inventor, an innovator, who is going to share with us insights. I know he wasn't in the program, Linda, in this program, in this session, but let's allow him, of course, after introducing you, to give his powerful presentation as other panelists are getting on board. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. With us today, we have a powerful lady, our partner, our sister, the daughter of the soil, the pride of Africa, Miss Linda Foinding. Now, who is this precious daughter of the soil? Linda Foinding is a multilinguist data engineer at Brown University, community leader. She's an effective communicator and master in the art of gathering. I believe you got me right. She is a master of, she's a master in the art of gathering. She is a community leader. She is the founding director of Amazingly Africa, the Pan-African Leadership Network, which is a platform dedicated to the next generation of leaders that provides tools and resources that excel, such as training programs, job opportunities, and access to the global pool of mentors. Her mission is to help develop visionary leaders who are committed to the exponential growth of Africa's economy in the service of the well-being of its people. The Presence Warrior Initiative is one of the programs offered by Amazingly Africa to empower women by providing them with a platform, resources, and foundational skills to compete in the 21st century changing world. Her work touches upon the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, that is Goal 1, 4, 5, and 8. And having mentioned that, I know His Highness Prince Williams can relate to that. Now, these are namely no poverty, quality education, gender equality, decent work, and economic growth respectfully. She has founded as well as presided over several boards, mainly US funds for UNICEF at Lynn University, where she received her Bachelor's of Science. She is a founding member of the Pan-African Diaspora Youth Association, PADIA, under the supervision of Her Excellency Ambassador Arikana Chihombori Kwao of the African Union. That is the former ambassador of the African Union to the US mission, to the US, where she was the chair of the sector of science and technology. This year, she serves as the reader committee of the Mandela Washington Fellowship for Young African Leaders and led. Current members of the African Studies, Rights and Reason Theatre, Diversity and Inclusion Committee at Brown's University. She is also the host of Umoja Station, a talk show podcast whose aim is to foster the dialogue between Africa and its diaspora by sharing creative and innovative stories of entrepreneurs, as well as roundtable discussions on socio-economic topics. That is the Queen that is going to oversee the next session. And at this juncture, allow me to welcome her to say a word before I introduce the mighty Dr. Tara, who is also a very effective son of the soil, to whom we are proud. Welcome, Linda Fine.
Thank you so much, Josephat, for this amazing introduction. I'm very humbled to be on this panel discussion and to be a host of this discussion. To me, to be amongst all of you is very humbling, and I am very proud to be an African. I'm an Afro-optimist, like Professor Lumumba likes to say. And I would like to say thank you again. So I will let Josephat introduce Mr. Tata. Unless you want me to introduce the panel first. We can go the way
Yeah,
you would like.
yeah, you can introduce a panel first, though most of them have not arrived yet. They have 25 minutes, 15 minutes to get in. So you
Okay.
can just mention their names. They come in.
So the panel discussion, first of all, objective number 3 is setting the stage for collaboration, partnerships, and business in the agricultural industry. How can we get started? What are the requirements? We will try to understand the supply chain in agriculture and also how to export and import in Kenya specifically, since this is where the conference is taking place. We will talk about everything that you need to know to do business in Kenya, the world, and the diaspora as a whole, as well as opportunities for business exports in Kenya. Thank you. Some
Thank
of
you
the
so much.
honorable
Thank you.
panelists that will be are Mr. Maurice Tanya from UPI, who's a business development officer from Cameroon. We hope to have Mr. A.G. Kawamura, which is the former secretary of the California Department of Food and Agriculture, as well as Mr. Trevor Fortune, GO, GAO, and Charters.
Oh, thank you so much. Now, at this point, let me appreciate this young man of the soil. We just met yesterday in the Pan African Daily TV, where he gave a powerful presentation. He's passionate about the economic independence of the continent, and he is bringing practical solutions to farm mechanization in the continent. This is indeed a great opportunity for all of us in the panel and the viewers at large that we are going to share into his wisdom. We are going to tap into his innovation. That after this 21st, we are going to move to practical solutions to African problems. He has innovations modeled to really respond to the least of the least amongst us in the rural villages of our communities and of our continent. So, sir, the pleasure is mine to introduce you to our great audience, to our great panelists. I know you've captured a little bit of the flow of the conversation, and now the floor is yours. Please share with us what you know how to do better for the sake of our people. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm very honored to be in your midst. I'm really very humbled by this opportunity to share my humble opinion and perspective on such important issue, such important topic that actually faces the population of Africa. As you've indicated, talking about this particular topic is something that I've been putting a lot of emphasis on because the possibilities are clear, the opportunities are enormous. So it is something we have to continue to reiterate. Like I indicated in my last outing on the Pan-African Daily TV, you see, one thing that our communities, we need to continue to emphasize and reiterate to our communities is that there are possibilities that they can use. There are little technologies that they can implement that can take them out of the current situation. When we talk of the current situation, we're talking about improving the state of the agriculture, or the state of agriculture in our communities, because we know that across Africa, in the recent African Union meeting in which the member states were supposed to report on the efforts that they've put in place to reduce post-harvest loss, but I think only 3, if I'm not mistaken, out of the whole lot of states in Africa were able to present, I think, a few efforts that have been made. What that tells us is that we still find ourselves in a situation where the local population will suffer to go to the farm, will suffer to raise a little bit of resources and do all that. And at the end of the day, there are no deliberate measures put in place to see that the food does not go wasted. So both at the level of post-harvest loss and at the level of food waste, we still have very high figures that are being recorded. So some of the efforts that AfroBrains has been putting forward in order to reduce some of these challenges is to develop. Of course, I am currently, as I speak, I'm currently in China. So I have been able to develop quite a lot of machines and contextualize these machines. It must be noted that most of the technologies, most of the machines that we've had been exported to Africa are not designed for Africa. A lot of these machines do not actually correspond to the physics of the materials in Africa. So after noticing that, I decided to work with a couple of friends, a couple of brothers around, to see that we begin to build those machines that are suited for the African context. Those machines that can be able to help the old mothers in the village to transform the cocoyams that they harvest from the farm, to transform the vegetables that they harvest from the farm, to transform the grains that they harvest. If you look at maize, for example, which has lots and lots of possibilities to transform and use in several areas, you realize that there are very few technologies. Of course, we're not just limiting ourselves with the production of these machines as a business, but we are also looking at designing, that is something we've done, designing a program so as to sustain, designing a university certificate program so as to train young people and sustain the idea, the sets of skills to make it possible that the skills can be spread out across Africa. So we have lots and lots of machines, as I indicated much earlier. We have lots and lots of machines that we've designed. We're currently setting up a food transformation unit in Yaoundé, Cameroon, where we're going to be producing 120 tons of food each week. We're going to be producing cooking oil. We're going to be producing, we're going to be transforming tubers. We're going to be transforming vegetables and tomatoes and all that, all the food stuff that's available, because it was studied that we had a study, we had a survey, we had a lot of things being done there to find out that Cameroon was having about 25% post-harvest, which is still going wasted. Across Africa, as a matter of fact, we still have this post-harvest issue. So the challenge is not actually at the level of farming. The challenge is not really at the level of the challenge is at the level of post-harvesting. If at this point there is clear evidence that across Africa we have lots of African countries that are able to produce a lot more and it goes wasted, I think the first step we should do is to see how we can manage the post-harvest losses. If we can manage the post-harvest losses, then we can now begin to look at other strategies which we could expand the farms, because expanding the farms now would only go to dramatically increase the post-harvest loss and so on. So we've designed some of these technologies, and the good thing about it is that most of the machines that we've designed do not really require lots of professional skills to manage them. There are machines that are designed with the users in mind, and there are machines that are designed with the environment in mind, in the sense that we know that a lot of Africans in the rural areas don't have electricity. They have challenges with respect to electricity. So we struggle as much as possible to innovate and make sure we can use alternatives like biogas and solar, biogas in most of the situations and stuff like that. So we begin to do this. Now we try as much as possible, as in the case of Cameroon, to collaborate with the local farmers. You see, we don't just go into the place and start implementing these things. We create chains. We create good relationships with the local farmers, making them know that if they can farm and send these products to us, we can process these products, and we can be able to do the marketing. So they can focus on what they do best. They do the farming, and they don't worry about the transformation. They don't worry about post-harvest losses. By the time the food is going to be harvested, when the harvest season, of course, we have that on the calendar. So the harvest seasons are approaching. We have a database of the farmers. We have a database of what they farm, and we have a database of their locations. We can be able to mobilize ourselves to see into it that we go into this, we go and we work with these farmers to absorb some of these excesses that could have gone wasted. So in doing that, in building this relationship with the farmers, we create a cycle, and together with the distributors in the market, we create a cycle that is sustainable for the communities. I believe that if the communities, if across Africa, we begin to set up food transformational units like the one we've done in Cameroon, we multiply such an effect. We multiply such thing, because most of the machines are actually designed from the local methods, that the farmers actually use to transform their products. All we do is automating these methods. So they are very conversant with them. So of course, in our project, we also work with the farmers and sensitize them, telling them how they can begin to create value and avoid money getting into their communities and getting out. Because the only way they can keep money in the community to improve their ability to provide other services for themselves is by making sure that they create value, by making sure that they get more value from the agricultural products that they farm. So these are some of the efforts that we put into the various communities. We don't only go and get the products and go out of there, but we create a good relationship with the communities, and we begin to see how these things. At the level of the distribution, one thing we've also, at the level of the marketing, one thing we've noticed is that the market is there. The market is always available. All it requires is for us to meet up with the standards and do that. And of course, we know that without the standard machines, we cannot meet up with those standards. So we actually, this brings a very positive impact on the marketing of the products from the local communities, because initially, without such machines, the communities will find it very difficult to use those local methods to transform these products or sell these products. But when we use some of these machines, these standard machines, and we're able to transform these products, we can easily meet up with some of the standards required by some of the markets. And this continues to encourage the farmers, because when the farmers know that whatever they are going to cultivate, they're going to have a factory to absorb it. It helps them to improve the farms, to increase the size. They invest more. The survey we carried out in Cameroon actually revealed that most of the farmers were getting ready to increase the size of their farms. Most of the people in the community were willing to work with the chain. Most of the people in the community were satisfied, and they were willing to continue to make sure that the Afrobrains initiative is very sustainable. And of course, in other communities that the Afrobrain was not carrying out because of the factory capacity, the members of those communities were willing to want to have something like that, to want to have an initiative like that. So because of that, we are also considering the possibility of looking at how we can also extend such an effect. So I believe that if we can continue to train other young people and expand such initiatives, then the communities, the local communities in Africa will begin to steal themselves off the effects of post-harvest loss, which is really devastating the African community. Because if we look at the statistics as reported by the World Food Programme on the severity of food security in most sub-Saharan African countries, we'll realize that most of these sub-Saharan African countries are described as being severe, as being that the situation is serious, and worst of all, especially those that are hit by socio-political crisis, and it's getting worse. And of course, there are populations that are displaced from where they were living, and stuff like that. They are in places that they cannot even do the farming, so it requires that food preserved from another location can be used to feed others in.
We lost him abruptly. Sorry, doctor. Technology is good when it works.
Was that just me?
Yeah, welcome back. Welcome back. Sorry.
Okay. Is that okay?
Yeah, that is fine.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So as I was saying, so basically these are some of the initiatives that AfroBrains has been struggling to implement in some of the communities in Cameroon to start with, and like I indicated earlier, it is our wish that we should be able to develop the capacity to do that, to repeat the same, and to continue to not just with the installation of the factory, but to also multiply the train, provide these sets of skills. Because you see, our young people are not actually able to convert the natural resources in their environment into things of value that can impact their lives. And the building of machines that can transform agricultural products is one of those things that is important for the African youth to begin to get into. Because once they can be able to build their own machines to transform their own agricultural products, then it gives them some degree of responsibility to themselves, so they can be able to kickstart the local economies. If they can create value in the local population, in the local communities, then it means that they can also improve their capacity and their ability to provide themselves with certain basic services and certain basic needs. So I think this is basically what we do, and as we go ahead, probably there are probably other things that we may have to talk about. So thank you very much, and it's an honor for me.
All right, thank you so much. And Linda, I think you can beat it from there, as we are inviting more people to get in. But just before then, let me introduce to us Mr. Richard Nixon, who has just joined us right now. Richard Nixon, kindly just have the pleasure to introduce yourself to the audience, what you do and what you represent.
Oh, well, yes, I'm very happy to join this very important consultation. Well, we're focused on the local. So our purpose is to see that we can grow local food and fresh food, because commodity products have at the root, they are responsible for the degradation of soils. So, because these commodity products like rice, corn, and wheat, these products are part of a Western food system that turns those materials into processed food. And processed food, the focus is on shelf life, right? So the shelf life of food lends itself to being a commodity. But unfortunately, this is not a good diet for people. So what I think is most important is that we bring people back to a focus on what is their original or indigenous food before we have this system of the agribusiness, which goes all the way back to empires that conquered nations and really compelled them to produce these crops under threat of their destruction if they did not. So you know, empires caused conquered nations to grow these wheat crops, grain crops, and pull them back, you know, to their own treasury. So that is an old, you know, mode of utilizing the land to create wealth and to concentrate wealth. But if we're really interested in nutrition and health in the community, then what we really want to do is grow our local food. So when we look, for example, at the situation of the farmer is growing a commodity, and oftentimes he's not growing food. He's going out to buy food. I've been around the world, and that's a common situation where everyone is importing actually food. Oftentimes it is the processed food we're talking about, which is not that you know good for our well-being. So we have the agricultural population growing commodities and buying food, and you have Africa growing commodities for export and importing food. So, you know, the export earnings are low on commodities. The cost of bringing food in is very high. So this is the dynamic which results in an impoverishment of the people because we're not growing food to eat. So the objective here, what we're doing is focusing on localization of food with 21st century technology. Refer to that as livingery, you know, to give people an idea that what we're interested in is increasing the quality of fresh food locally in the community. We have a technology for growing this food in a controlled environment. It's a closed, controlled environment system. And what it does is not only grows food, but it harvests water from air. So we have sort of the ultimate conservation of a water resource that's needed to produce food. You know, when we eat food, we're actually consuming water. And our bodies are, you know, of course, largely water, all of life. So what we're doing in a closed environment system, which is not in a field culture, but can be, you know, right in the community. So we look at that as also a vertical farming. It means that we produce more food value on a small space. And one of the issues in, I think, international agriculture is that people are forced off the land. So majority of people are unable to remain in their original locations and places. You know, sense of place is lost. And we know that as the population grows, about 2 billion more people, but 3 billion more people who will be in cities and will not have their own productive capacity. Yet, even within the cities, we find space to grow food. So, you know, we can also have urban agriculture with our controlled environment. So basically creating a structure, and this know-how, this technology is being developed across the world. We call it Agripod. It's a vertical farm. And, you know, we've started this originally in Norway, Iceland, Canada. And, you know, now we have a number of groups in America. We're anticipating working with the HBCUs in America. And this kind of food production is, of course, 21st century, and it offers an alternative to what we see as grain and commodities type of farming, focusing on fresh food.
Well, thank you so very much, Richard. We really do appreciate that. I did put into the chat the link to your technology. The next session deals with technology. So thank you so much for this introduction, and hopefully you'll stay around for the next session as well.
Thank you very much.
Back to you, Josephat.
Thank you so much, and over to you.
Hello.
Was there any question? Would you like me to, fill in some details or offer more information, or I'm not sure what the timing is here.
Oh, there's a following session after this that deals specifically with technology. So perhaps that would be a more appropriate time for a further discussion. But I'll turn it back again to Josephat for direction.
Let me just make, let me just make a clarification. Those who are getting into the next session, that you look in the studio, you can follow the charts on YouTube or on the Facebook pages. Then you get into the next session, which is coming in 1.5 hours time. Kindly mute yourself. I'm saying those who should be in the next session of technology, kindly leave room for people who should be on this panel. Yes, so that we can continue smoothly. So over to you, Linda. Carry on.
Thank you, Josephat. And also, thank you very much, Mr. Richard Nelson, for this presentation. We look forward to hearing more from you in the next panel. So we're going to move on. So like I said earlier, this panel's objective is setting the stage for collaboration, partnerships, and businesses in the agricultural industry. How do we get started? What are the requirements? And we also need to understand the supply chain. So here with us right now is Mr. Maurice Tanya from UPI Business Development. He's a business development officer from Cameroon. Mr. Maurice Tanya, thank you for
Thank you
being
so
with us
much.
today.
Further of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to Josephat for and his team for putting this together. It's an honor for me to be with you guys today to share our experiences on agribusiness in Africa. I'll be talking. I would just like to start by indicating that I'm here on behalf of Futures Agribusiness. It's a company, US-based company here in Maryland, and so it's just to indicate that I'm presently participating from Maryland, USA, and Futures Agribusiness is works exclusively, so to say, in Africa, and the main objective is to promote agribusiness. There's a lot that we can talk about, but maybe I could just share one or maybe talk on a few value chains. Yeah. So, looking at
Yes.
the topic for the day and the expectation, I will say that we started off. Linda, can you hear me? Okay, good. So,
Yes, we can hear you well.
just a little background. We started off with an understanding that we we have in Cameroon, we have grown up witnessing, experiencing poverty, and we see our parents who have spent all their life working in farms, and then they still always poor. And the question is, and beside the poverty, we still have witnessed a lot of food insufficiency, food shortages all the time. Yet we have 90%, or if not, let me just say about 60% of the population working in the farms. So we set up this company in the US to promote the agribusiness, and basically the idea is that how can we make agriculture not just a livelihood, but something that people can, depend on, and so on and so forth. So the so I will be. Is there any connection problem, Linda?
No, we can hear you very well. So, Mr. Maurice,
Yes.
before you start your presentation, could you tell us a little bit more about your project? And also, the question that we have and that the panel and the audience really wants to know is that we know that your company has interest in developing the Eastern African market to the world. So, how are you developing these markets, and how are they helping these farmers that you talked about?
Okay, thank you for the clarity. First and foremost, I think that I'll go straight to the point. The over time, we have always done things maybe in a reverse order, where we put a lot of effort in production, and when we produce, then we start thinking of what to do with it. And we have observed that this presents a very big challenge in in the supply chain, particularly for food commodities. So as a result, our strategy is very is focused on the market, so what you may call agricultural value chains. So we start by looking at the identifying the market potential. So which is not which of course which starts with market assessment, so that we identify and know identify the market needs for a commodity, be it vegetables or cash crop. I mean, this cash crop for in the case of cocoa in Cameroon, cocoa and coffee, or fruits and vegetable, or whatever. So we identify the market needs, and then we work backwards. So by working backward, it means that we know the market needs. Then you identify the what are the downstream. So instead of we work from the downstream to the midstream, and back to the upstream. So essentially, that is the approach that we use for every commodity. Let me take the case of cocoa, for instance, or coffee. Then we start by working with those who either those who are processors, or retailers, and then we identify their needs. They'll tell you in terms of the quantity that they need, and then the quality, with fine details. And based on this, then we work backward, back to distributors or processors, and finally to the upstream actors, who are farmers. So I just want to highlight that the problem that African producers experience, that most of us are aware of, is that the no producers or processors down in the at the downstream are not interested to to work with, say, 10,000 farmers or 5,000 farmers, say in Cameroon or in Kenya or wherever in Africa. So there's a need for a facilitator, someone to come together and mobilize, organize the producers, and then for us to be able to be competitive. So once we have a very clear-cut understanding of the market needs, then we mobilize. We work backward by mobilizing, at the upstream, in order to, for instance, to aggregate the commodities in question, and of course, and process for export. So I might just have to. I see Josephat wants to say something. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
actually, I wanted to say
Yeah.
something about what you just said. So you mentioned developing the value chain
Yeah.
and all of these other things, but a lot of people in the chat, as well as in the diaspora in general, are really wondering, um, what are the answers for the local people who want to get involved on the international level? What can they do? What are the steps that they need to take? How can they go about it?
Okay, I think it would be good for me to just take a case by
Sure,
case basis.
can do
Okay,
that.
take the case of shea butter, the shea butter producers in Chad, and we know the value of shea butter in the United States. So we start off by working with those who process shea butter, and they will clearly tell you how the quality and the quantity of shea butter that they need, and the condition in which you have to process it and export to the US. So by having this understanding, then we work backward to producers in Chad and facilitate the exportation of this commodity. But if you start in Chad, you know, whatever quantity you produce or quality you produce, most of the time, most often than not, you find it very difficult to get a market, to access the market. So by focusing on the market, by starting in the market, by addressing demand issues first, is the sure way of facilitating access by smallholders, to join the lucrative commodity or agricultural commodity market.
Thank you very much for this answer. And before we close out, I would like for you to give a call to action to the farmers who want to join the corridors already created and the ones that you're seeking to create. So in terms of corridors, I mean, I know that you developed the Eastern African corridor. You're currently wanting to develop the Eastern African corridor. You've had the West African corridor. So what is a call to action that you can give to those who would like to join, the ones that are already created and the ones in route?
Okay, so I'm still discussing with Josephat as to how we will work on the East African corridor, and the West Africa, the Central and West African corridors that we currently working on, is basically for fruits and vegetables and cash, so-called cash crop, cashew, as I just mentioned, coffee and cocoa and so on. So we are presently developing. We are at the last stage of identifying markets for fruits and vegetables. Actually, most of the semi-processed or processed fruit and vegetables, for Asian market and also for European market. Sorry, for US markets. So at this stage, I cannot give fine details because it's a business. We are still in discussion with our partners, and as soon as we conclude, then we'll have very concrete, clear-cut information that we have to work. Working with Josephat in order to identify potential farmers, and by then, at that point, we'll have to organize them in order to supply this market.
Okay, thank you very much for this presentation. Before we end, do you have one last message for those listening? And also, where can they find you if they would like to get in contact with you and continue the conversation?
I think the the key message I want to mention here is about the idea of commercialization of agriculture. So whether it's small scale or large scale, if you do not start off with the idea, with a clear picture of the business case of any commodity, then it will hardly address the problem of poverty or food shortages, or we cannot be competitive, we cannot be sustainable, sustainable supply, if we do not address it as a business. So the idea of a value chain the approach which we are using, the value chain approach which we are using, has helped us to actually understand and mobilize important stakeholders, business stakeholders, who could be distributors at the downstream, who can be processors, producers, and also facilitators, sometimes like the state actors and even non-state actors who are interested in agribusiness in one way or the other.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maurice Tanya. This was an amazing presentation. Just to summarize a little bit, so they are driven, and his company, Business Development Officer, he's the Business Development Officer at UPI, and their vision is to develop strategic alliances where African agribusiness is the catalyst for increasing U.S. trade relations in Africa that result in profit not only for investors, but also economic sustainable communities for the African partners. I would like to give the opportunity to our panel to respond. If you have any questions or comments for Mr. Maurice as well, this is your chance before we move on. Yes, Dr. Tata?
No. Yes. Yeah, I'm really excited when I listen to my brother there talk about product distributions and stuff. It actually tells us that there are also opportunities where other Africans have already done some work, some serious work. So if at the level of transformation we already can meet up with our standards, then we already have people who have done quite a lot of work in order to get these things into market. So I think that the initiative that my brother has just outlined here, very with much clarity, is it's an initiative that I would like to probably get to know much about. In as much as I work with the local communities and transform some of these food products, it would be a good initiative for me to, it would be a good idea for me to work with my brother so that they can also expand out or send out or spread out the products that are being produced to markets that we probably haven't identified yet. Since they already have a sky view of the market, they would easily be able to spot where the product will be marketable. So thank you very much, my brother, and I'll look for a way to get in touch with you.
Thank you so much. We're looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Awesome. Awesome. This is incredible. This is what we wanted to see, collaboration and contributions. Mr. Matthew Cruz, were you saying something?
I keep referring back to my age. I'm not understanding exactly what Maurice, I think it is providing. Are you in fact taking the place of the middleman who takes advantage of the person who produces the food in the field? And one of the problems is that as the time gets closer to the food not being edible, they come in and they buy at a lower price. So are you saying that your company replaces that part of the chain and gives a more equitable rate to the farmers? I'm a little confused exactly what you do.
Okay, thank you so much for the picture.
You don't have to
Yes.
try to answer.
Okay,
You don't
thank
have
you.
to try to answer.
Maybe just okay. I think I will come in. The fundamental aspect of our business is to address the issue of middlemen. Unfortunately, we do not see ourselves as middlemen. That is what has made our, unfortunately, most of African farmers very poor. I'll take the case of, let me just take an example of cocoa. I can give example maybe from, be it Ghana or Cameroon or Ivory Coast. It's the issue of middlemen that has caused farmers to be extremely poor, because they are totally cut off from the supply chain. So due to issue of middlemen, so we have an approach called open book system. The open book system is very is, I think, provides an opportunity for equitable participation of farmers. What I've been referring to as upstream actors. So with an open book system, it's a painstaking process of getting very large scale or very powerful processors or distributors in the West. You could maybe in the US or Canada or Europe, to participate in the value chain process. What does this mean? If you have when you open up the conversation to producers, to processors, because they have challenges, recurring challenges of quality and quantity all the time, because of issue of inconsistency in terms of quantity, in terms of quality. It's very easy to get a supplier, maybe a supplier in, let me say, in Cameroon or wherever in Africa, to maybe, if you need 50 containers, the first 2 containers are what you need. The first 2 maybe exactly what you need. But by the time you go to the second or third or fourth, it becomes something else. So when we come in, our role is to facilitate that linkage, such that there's a clear understanding of what processors need, and then processors who directly deal with distributors for the high end markets, could be maybe cocoa or coffee, there's the fragmentation that usually exists between producers and even the processors. So we try to make sure that we close this gap, what with proper market information. So it's a facilitation process. We do not see ourselves as middlemen, because the middlemen have a derogatory and a very negative a role that have been which has been characterized by just extortion. They take advantage of farmers who do not have a clue about what's happening in the market in terms of pricing. Maybe just to give a little example, that research shows that cocoa farmers, for instance, get approximately just a fraction of the value chain, say 6%, and then other distributors at the national level, they get maybe up to 12%. Then processors get around 30%, and then the retailers get close to 35 and above. So with this in mind, what we do in the cocoa sector is to make sure that we know the investment that happens at the upstream, at the downstream, to make that money, but we want to level the playing field a little bit. And you can level the playing field, you can level this ecosystem with information, because information actually empowers producers, and they can only get this empowerment when they work together. So there's a lot of work to organize, and when you organize into cooperatives and into associations, then it becomes much easier to argue. You can actually make a very business case to a processor that we will be consistent in terms of quality, in terms of quantity, and also one very critical factor in the value chain business is to be able to sign long-term contracts, because this is only through this long-term contract that allows even actors to be able to attract finance, which is also a critical thing for sustainable supply. So sorry for the long explanation, but the point I want to drive is that we are not middlemen. We know the problems the problems that our African farmers have been facing, because agriculture is highly treated as a business, and then there are a lot of capacity challenges, and the solution cannot come from the government that I know of. Governments have been focusing by and large on production, and so you cannot, if you cannot transform, you cannot add value, and then you cannot then you hardly address the issue of poverty. Yes, please. Maybe.
I apologize. I did not suggest that you were a middleman. What
Yeah.
Dr. Tata, I think it is, was saying, as I understand it, is that we're more concerned about the little guy in the village who's actually doing the work. And what I was really asking you is, does what you provide, understanding the collaborative nature of the power of numbers, we're talking about the farmer. Are you better than, as a farmer, am I going to do better dealing with you rather than dealing with a middleman? So I'm just trying to see, I know there's value. I'm just trying to figure out how it is for the individual farmer.
Yes.
Do you
No,
understand?
okay. No, but I think one the response I will give is that we do not want to substitute ourselves for the people in the village, for whoever in the village who is trying to make things happen, because we know the important role they play in the value chain. Again, if we have to move an inch in Africa in terms of poverty and sustainability or inclusiveness, we have to promote more people to be involved in agriculture, not less people. So I have to go back to the issue of open book. It sounds too good to be true, but it's just that in this platform it's difficult to go into details. Otherwise, I can really share you wonderful example of what an open book can do. When an open book is not, we try to reverse the vicious cycle of the zero sum game, that if you win I must lose, or if the farmers are winning then processors will lose. No, that's not, it cannot always be a zero sum game. So it is a new approach, it is quite new, this whole idea of open book, but we have seen the benefits. I'm not saying that there are no challenges. Of course, there are challenges, but there are more benefits to it. So when we valorize win-win for everybody, then even somebody in the village who is working, maybe working with closer to farmers, maybe collecting commodities or produce, then we find a way to integrate in the system. Let me just give you a practical example. If you make farmers to have just that knowledge that the kilo of, say, whether it's a cocoa or it's coffee or it's whatever commodity, if they know the price in the market, international market, just by knowing that price, it's a lot of very a lot of vital information that will prevent extortion. That's very, so it looks very simple, but it's something that's very important. So just by making farmers have a little understanding on some of these things, there's been this this disinformation or information asymmetry in a value chain, agricultural value chain, so which perhaps perpetrated by those who want to exploit. So we try to make sure that let's be open, and then we try to make sure that farmers understand that actors, whether they are processors or they are distributors, everybody wants to make a profit, and it does not mean that it should be at the expense of the farmer. So the open book system allows people to know that you are, it does I really should not, it should not be a problem if those who have invested in transforming a particular commodity to maybe to at the downstream, that they are making profit. No, but the problem that we want to solve, or that we are working to address, is that it shouldn't be at the expense of those who are producing. farmers and so on.
Thank you so much for that
Yes,
response, Mr.
yes,
Tanya.
yes.
Mr. Cruz, were you able to get your answer out of this? I hope so.
Well, I don't need a response. I'm not
Yes,
disrespecting what you're saying, but from
yes,
my viewpoint, knowing
mhm,
that a robber is robbing me, knowing what
yes,
he is taking from me, does not help
yes,
the fact that I'm still losing.
mhm,
So the open book situation is an understandable procedure.
yes,
However, it doesn't, if you don't take the middleman completely out of the process, you really haven't done anything for the farmer. And again, you don't have to respond. I appreciate
yes,
your
sure.
you're doing here, but it's something that I'd like to talk to you offline about.
Thank you so much for your comments
Uh,
and reactions. So I had an open question to the panel, and that involves the youth. We all know that Africa has one of the largest population of youth, 60% under the age of 25, and the number is still growing. Yet there is a high rate of unemployment and a very large need of manpower in the agricultural sector. So my question is, how would you involve the youth in agriculture, in agribusiness, in any way, shape, or form? How can you motivate them, or what means would you uh, undertake to be able to involve them in this business that is very crucial for Africa and for the development of the world?
Yeah, can I attempt
Can
something?
I answer that in about 10 seconds? I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Okay.
When the rap music came out, the young people romanticized the fact that they could either understand or perform rap. Old folk like me were saying it'll never last. So what I'm suggesting is that as the young people see this as a romantic endeavor within their families, within their society, within their country, they will catch on and they will do what we're asking them to do.
So the only problem is that agriculture in general is not it's not viewed as a glamorous business, right? It's not something that
That's
the
the
youth
point.
are excited to want to join in. So how could we go about making it more glamorous, more exciting, and motivate them to really take part in this?
Yeah, please,
By
let me
showing
just add, let me
Sorry,
just add to what
go ahead, Dr. Tata.
yeah, let me just add to what's been said. You see, one of the challenges that we're facing in Africa with the youth not participating in agriculture is because first, as you rightly stated, it's not popular. The media, we are not using our media the right way to direct our population to where we desire that our population should be. And also agriculture has not been organized in most of Africa to make it profitable. I think when we start having systems in place in the agricultural sector where agriculture is well organized, I think we're going to have more youths getting involved. You see, what is organized is attractive. When you dress properly, you get attractive. When any sector is organized, it gets attractive. The youth would want to belong to something that they can depend on, that they can spend their lives depending on, that they know that if they get themselves into this, they can render an account for what they've been doing after some time. So that is the reason why, like I indicated before, AfroBrains does not just partner with the farmers, but we also go as far as working with the youth of the community to start going into poultry. Because when we do our food processing, when we do our transformation, I must say, we have a lot of feed, a lot of feed for birds and for animals. So what we do is that we create groups of youths, and these youths have to take advantage of these available feed. And of course, we incubate eggs and have day-old chicks and distribute them amongst youths. and begin to develop that sense of responsibility amongst the youths, so that when they are able to grow these birds or animals and then render accounts to themselves, and we can get all these things and of course transform them and also pump into the market. So these are some of the very active steps that we can take to begin to engage the youths. That besides the fact that they may be hoping to do other things, agriculture and agriculture is something that they can do, and they can earn a living in as much as we organize it. You see, if the youths know that when they go to the farms and they farm and they harvest, they will have somewhere to go and get it transformed, and they will not sit and watch. It is very devastating for young people to go to the farm and spend a lot of energy and investment in the farms, and when they harvest, they have nowhere to get the products to. It's very devastating. But if at all there is a possibility to extend shelf lives of these food by transforming or preserving them, I think it improves, it gives more hope, it gives more opportunity for the youth to be able to make their efforts productive, for the youth to be able to realize the value that they've put into the agriculture. So these are some of the basic ways by which we can begin to make agriculture attractive. Our media also plays an important role. What does the media say about agriculture, about the youth going into agriculture? What videos do they watch on daily basis? So these are some of the things that we may begin to talk among ourselves and begin to encourage the young people and begin to organize ourselves, because it is in the organization that the reward can be anticipated. If a youth cannot anticipate or cannot sit down today and predict that if I'm working, if I'm doing X or Y thing, and predict that in the next 5 to 6 years, this is where I'll be, then the youth will have very little motivation to get engaged in some of these activities. And that's basically what I can say to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tata. Anybody else would like to respond to that? I see two people. Go right ahead. I think you are on mute.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have several ways that we can make. Can everybody hear me? Okay,
We can hear you.
Okay, I think we have several ways to make agriculture fashionable for the young people, and we must, first of all, we must look where the rain started beating us from, because everything I hear that everybody is saying, or young people are saying, I'm speaking on behalf of young people, because me, I'm also a young person practicing agriculture in Kenya, and one of the things that we need to check on as the young people is to check where the rain started beating us from. And that is just still on the aspect where I started from earlier when we were in the first session, is that we must look at the curriculum, at the education curriculum we have in Kenya currently and in the world, because you realize that if we have a curriculum that does not support agriculture, then it means the syllabus that we have, it's preparing people for white collar jobs. And I must acknowledge also that the government currently is doing something good by trying to divert to TVET or technical trainings where people can learn handwork jobs. But we haven't seen them giving agriculture an upper hand toward this, the support of young people. What happens when they are doing the budgeting? So we need to embrace that when we are doing the budgeting, let us focus on how we can do some allocation.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yeah. Let us focus on when we are doing allocation
Thank you so
of
much.
funds as
Yeah,
the
this is
government. Let's
Andrew
allocate some
Williams.
funds for
It
the
was
young people,
actually in
because
2017 when then Ambassador Eritana Chikunbori was appointed as the ambassador to the diaspora, that she reached out to me through my contact in Washington, D.C., at which time I had a chance to introduce her to Dewey Boyd, who's on the line right now. Her very question was the very one you're asking now: how to get the youth engaged with agriculture and economic development. And the answer is hip hop. Hip hop, not rap, but hip hop in its original form as higher inner power helping other people. But as you say, we have five corporations that own 95% of the world's media. What that's going to require is for us to use independent technologies and our own narratives to create the narrative to reach those people. I'm working right now, right here in Los Angeles, with the Universal Hip Hop Museum, for which I'm National Advisory Board member, and Generation Hip Hop, as well as Hip Hop for Justice through Silky D. Williams, who's a pioneer in West Coast hip hop, along with Alonzo Williams, who's known as Godfather of hip hop. And what we're working on in Bermuda, of all places, is what's called a hip hop reset. And the idea is to provide not just STEM the previous speaker said, show the end result you want to accomplish and work back from there. But that means that we have to engage our youth in their understanding that we're all connected around the world and we're not limited by these artificial borders that the Berlin Conference set up just a few decades ago. But in fact, it is our youth that's not the future, but the present. So the short answer is it's going to take a dedicated commitment over a long period of time to make the change. We're working with those people in the hip hop industry, including celebrities that all of you know, that are really working to provide what we call, as I said, STEAM education, not just science, technology, engineering, and math. But when you think of S, you have to think of, when you think of A, the A is for arts, yes, but also agriculture. It's also for aviation, right? We're in this fourth industrial revolution. So we actually, I think, have to engage our youth and get them committed through the medium that works best to actually provide a curriculum for them so that they can find ways to engage their skills to survive themselves and to have a positive impact on agriculture. There's a longer answer to that, but I'll land it there.
Thank you so much for your response. And that's basically what Mr. Matthew Cruz was mentioning at the beginning, and also Dr. Tata, basically using the media and in this case, hip hop. You mentioned Mr. Dewey Boyd in terms of helping to, implement such an endeavor. Mr. Dewey Boyd, did you want to respond to that, or? He doesn't seem to be here, but Mr. Paul Pumphrey, it looks like you would like to respond. Can you unmute yourself? We're having a hard time hearing you. 1 second, sir. Could you unmute yourself, please? We can't hear you.
In the meantime, if I may be so bold, I have heard no one here speak about the International Decade for People of African Descent. I've heard no one here speak about the African Union's agenda, first 10-year implementation plan of the African Union Agenda 2063. I haven't heard anyone speak about how we engage our youth with an understanding of what we as adults are understanding that is driving the world. So to me, it is critically important that any of these conversations take advantage of the fact that the whole world is focused on the Sustainable Development Goals. And again, it's our responsibility to tie our solutions to that as a comprehensive solution and not a one-off solution. Perhaps Mr. Lawrence can speak now.
We still cannot hear you.
We still cannot hear you.
Although I hear an echo now.
Although I hear an echo now.
And Mr. Rogers Oenga,
And Mr.
apologies
Rogers
for cutting you off earlier.
apologies for cutting you
Did you
off
want to
earlier.
finish your thought
It's okay.
before
Did
we
you
move
want to
on?
finish your thought before
Okay.
we move on?
Yeah, it's okay. I think one of the things that we need also to emphasize on, let me speak on the Kenya perspective. As we are appointing the Minister for Agriculture, that is general, we also need to have a farmers representative for the young people who represent the young people and speaks the interest of young people. Because I've seen a situation whereby things like youth funds and women enterprise Weather Fund, those are youth-led, those are supposed to support the youth directly. But you realize that the person appointed to oversee that one is not a youth, is an elderly person who is over past 35 years old. And you see that one alone really frustrated the young people when they are going to approach and to access this funding. Secondly, in the departmental heads, when we are doing this, particularly in the Ministry of Agriculture, let them incorporate the young people that can always encourage the young people to embrace agriculture. And through this one, we are going to be in a good position, because if we are going to have an office that is dominated by the middle age and the extended age people, the young people tend to fear from approaching them when they want to come up with ideas, because anytime you go there, maybe you find a middle-aged person and it tells you, oh, you know what, we don't have time now, we are busy, we have a meeting. Someone who understands the young people better and the youths as a whole. Secondly, in the policies, that are been placed in a relevant departments such as in agriculture, we need to relook into them again and see, do they favor the interest of the young people, particularly because these are some of the things that are making the young people not to embrace agriculture, because anytime they want to be part of it, they find that there's something that is hindering them from being part of that. So basically what we need to focus in much is to look onto the policies that are governing this very important department in this government and this in this world, and that's agriculture. Finally, as I wind up on the same, and this one goes to specific organization, let us come up and be specific on what we want to sponsor, like for example in the education sector. For example, we have known our problem now, it's young people not embracing agriculture. Let's brand ourselves and say that, okay, all the people that we are going to support in the education, we are supporting people in the education in the line of agriculture. And those people want to go to maybe college or university, they are going to study agriculture or they are going to practice farming there. So with these ones, will enable us to have more productive young people who are focused in agriculture sector than what we have before. I think these are some of the key areas that we need to check on from my perspective, from what I have viewed in the village setups. Because in the village setups, they understand two language, a doctor, a nurse, and a lawyer, a pilot, and that's what they understand. They don't understand that agriculture can also pay. So it's good for us to ask those who are supporting education to be very specific and say, okay, we are going to support agriculture. If you want to go to the college, we cannot support if you are going to do to study agriculture. So with that one, it's going to motivate people. It was just
Thank
a
you
suggestion.
so much, Mr. Rogers. I appreciate your response. Let's see if Mr. Pumphrey is back. I can hear that. We still cannot hear you, sir. Can anybody on the panel hear him?
No.
No. I'm not sure. Mr. Richard, I see that you want to respond. Mr. Nelson?
Yeah, I thought, it would be useful to just comment also that the way that commodity agriculture is basically designed is to operate on oil, and oil resources, synthetic fertilizers, and basically high capital and cost inputs. And, basically when it reaches its kind of economic, pinnacle, you have very few people engaged because of the mechanization, right? So this is by design, and it focuses on large scale. So of course, I'm not talking about a lot of the African commodities that are natural to Africa, whether it's cocoa and many other commodities that are grown and exchanged, but I'm talking about the principal, agricultural commodities for processed food. So I think what we have to do is realize that we need a different approach to creating real food. If we could focus on that, if we could have, for example, even at a campus, in a university or schools, where we locally feed, we grow real food, and we learn about the regenerative kind of food production. We use organic and natural inputs. We intensify the actual engagement of people in producing the food, and so you're creating a local exchange. This kind of curriculum could be incorporated into our, even into our grade schools, high schools. This could be, everyone eats, everyone in the community has to have good food. What about the health of our food? What about the nutritional quality of the food? This is what we're not being taught in our agricultural colleges, universities, and so on. So how do we compensate for that? I think it can be something of a grassroots, awakening, that we're not all by design to be consumers, right?
Well, Richard, we certainly appreciate that. And that's why in the next presentation, you'll have more of an opportunity to go into those details. But now that Dewey Boyd is back online, perhaps he could.
When you say how to engage youth, well, youth will be
actually
engaged as they learn.
Well,
and
actually,
learn new methods of information.
Yeah, I appreciate your answer. However, it was in the midst of Dewey Boyd was asked to reply to an answer. He was unable to get on the line, but he's back now. So I'm just asking if you. Oh. Thank you. Dewey Boyd, could you respond, please?
Yeah. Pose the question again for me,
the moderator,
Andrew, please.
Or the moderator to do that.
Mr. Dewey Boyd, thank you for being back, and thank you for your response, Mr. Nelson. We look forward to hearing more from you. Mr. Prince Andrews mentioned that the ambassador Arikana Chiramboy Kwao, was interested in helping the youth get involved in agriculture, and his response was introducing her to you and in finding techniques through hip hop and other ways to be able to introduce the youth to get involved and to be inspired and maybe want to get into that field of agriculture. So we wanted to know if you could elaborate a bit more on maybe what were some of the projects that you worked on, if you can, or maybe what are some things that you have implemented that have worked. Yes.
Okay. Well, in that respect, as it relates to Her Excellency, who hails from Ghana, I would say roughly about a year ago or so, and our outreach to youth, I believe I heard Ambassador Williams speak to hip hop. It was through that medium that we sought to, as the most effective way to reach the youth because of the music in and of itself. One, secondly, because of the power that hip hop has and the resources that they have, both politically and economically. We put together what was termed the International Hip Hop African Diaspora Family Reunion. And to that, we were able to reach out across the board to the hip hop moguls, P. Diddy, Dr. Dre, Akon, and others who had expressed the interest in wanting to seek ways of how to invest in Africa and so forth. So we used that platform at that time as the vehicle to reaching out to our youth who, as many of you know, hip hop and rap and high life, the world dances to our tune. So a year post that now, we've seen where entertainers such as Akon, Common, Ludacris, and others, because of Ghana's year of return, have, and particularly the actor Michael Hyde, have come to Ghana and basically helped to build their economy through the hip hop vehicle and so forth in that respect. Currently, we're using that same approach in DRC Congo through our National Chamber of Commerce, linking with the U.S. African American Chamber of Commerce, doing the same, reaching out to the Denzel Washingtons, the Oprah Winfreys, the Kathy Hugheses, and so forth, to give consideration to investing, particularly in agribusiness or agriculture, because that is the economic foundation of any country that seeks to develop itself. Without agriculture, without that foundation, what do you have? You have a nation that's producing things or exporting that can't feed itself. So that's our primary focus. And yes, hip hop and that venue has been very successful for us, and we're continuing to look to that sector through the entertainers and actors and so forth to give consideration to building schools, providing, investing in infrastructure development, investing in agriculture and so forth, as we say, and particularly in those rural areas where many of the people don't have access to such information and technologies to develop themselves or the resources to which that community has, and that's what we're doing at this time.
Thank you so much for your response. We appreciate that. Could you?
Well, there's just one follow up, if I could, to that. Generation Hip Hop, which is based in South Africa, it's founded by the chairperson Nadaba Mandela, who's the grandson of Nelson Mandela. They have 54 chapters throughout Africa and the world. It will take a very little investment to assist them in setting up what they consider to be a radio network among themselves that could, in fact, be tied to education. It could be tied to agriculture. It could be tied to accomplishing many of the objectives that we have here. So I guess what I'm asking all of us to do is not just think outside the box, but eliminate the box and work to support those projects that do work, and then build upon that leverage to accomplish the objectives that we want to.
Interesting. Thank you so much for these insights. Does anybody want to respond to that before we move on? So the global question that was proposed was, how do we engage the youth? How do we, get them motivated? And some of the insights that we've heard was, through the media, through hip hop, and a lot of initiatives have already been started. So anybody would like to continue in that conversation, Mr.
Maurice?
Mr. Maurice?
Yes, thank you. I mean, just to add my voice to the wonderful ideas that have been shared already. The question is, how do we involve the youth in agriculture? Maybe we could also be asking ourselves, in what aspect are youth participating in agriculture in Africa? So we have to. It's difficult to give a general answer because we have youth in rural areas who maybe 90% of them are, or if not 100%, are involved in agriculture. But the question is that, can they actually survive with the kind of agriculture they're practicing? It's subsistence agriculture. It is a way of life. They think that they are stuck in agriculture, but we need to look for ways to encourage youth who are in rural settings, in village settings, who are practicing agriculture as if they are forced to, as if they are stuck in agriculture, and then their lives cannot improve they cannot make a living from the kind of agriculture they're practicing. So how do we come in to address that kind of mindset? As I said earlier on in my discussion about value chain, so we can make agriculture attractive. People should be able to see agriculture as something that is not you are not trapped, because I see Africans, being an African and I've grown up in that same setting, I see people feel as though they are trapped in that particular way of life. Then we look at African urbanizations. We see the mounting number of young people who find themselves in urban areas, who cannot find a job, and then who at the same time feel trapped in urban settings. Wherever you go in Africa, I'm fortunate to have traveled across Africa, and it is the question, the problem is almost the same everywhere you go. Young people are absolutely idle. They don't know what to do because we don't have enough job to they don't have enough jobs. There are not enough jobs to for them to work in. At the same time, then they find it very difficult to go back to rural areas. So maybe a general response could be, how can we incentivize people who are in rural areas to move past subsistence agriculture and start thinking of agriculture as something that you can maybe do earn a decent life, producing. And we also know that many young people, especially those who are graduating, whether from secondary or higher level of education, they will not see agriculture as a noble profession. But it is up to us, or maybe, I don't know, policymakers or actors or non-state actors or state actors to encourage or incentivize this sector by facilitating, by bringing in transformation. I cannot give details now, but there are lots of statistics to support that when you start transforming, the number of youths involved in agriculture will increase, maybe even tenfold. So when you start moving beyond even transformation to marketing or distribution, young people get involved. But when you move down the ladder to just production, then you have fewer and fewer youths involved, and so on. So we should be able to disaggregate and say, in what aspect are young people most likely to participate in agriculture, and those who are currently participating, how can we make them feel comfortable that you can actually live a decent life, involved working in agriculture. Again, I know we'll be talking about agricultural tools. So if you find yourself just with a machete and a hoe, maybe somebody graduating from primary, say high school or university, will think that, it's not worth it, going back to use a machete or use a hoe, to hoe to till your farm. So there's a whole lot of this, it's really complex. Again, those who business people in the sector, what kind of jobs opportunity do they create, that can attract young people? So for me, I have more of questions, but I think that it is based on this question that we can, in attempt to answer them, we know how we can, improve on youth participation or involvement in agriculture.
Thank you so much for your response to Mr. Tanya. It was enlightening. Josephat gave me the light that we are closing up the session soon. And before we completely close, does anybody have any last comments, any call to action that they would like to give to the youth? And yes, Dr. Tata?
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. You see, like my brother just said very briefly, I'd like to emphasize on something. You see, whatever is designed sustainably, people can depend on. if an initiative is not designed in a way that can be sustainable, it'll be difficult for people to stake their lives on. If we want youth to get engaged in agriculture, we have to set agriculture in a way, in a systemic way, in a way that can be sustainable, in a way that when somebody gets into it, the person can stay there for 5, 10 years and know that there is a line of progress. You can move from one stage to the other. You can move from one stage to the other, or you can be profiting progressively and accumulating some wealth too. But if it's not predictable, if there is no sustainability in the systems that are established, if, for example, a young man is involved in subsistence agriculture, he just gets his cutlass and hoe, goes to the farm. Now, there is nothing that is going to give him the assurance that when he tills the soil and farms and harvests the food, he's going to harvest and he's going to sell and he's going to make some money and he can save that and then do the same thing the next season and add to what he has saved the previous year. You see, but when we have, for example, transformational units that have been set up, he knows that every year he's going to do his harvest, he will sell to this transformational unit, and this unit will also forward to those who probably will have to market. And there is a system in which he operates. It is the organization of any sector that makes youth to probably would desire to depend on. Just as my brother indicated earlier, that when transformation gets involved, a lot more youths are noticed to get into agriculture. It's very obvious because when transformation gets involved, there is a system that has been created. And as a result of that system that has been created, they know that the farming would result, the products from the farm will be transferred to the transformational unit. And then from the transformation unit, go for at least the farmer has completed his or her cycle. So it is the sustainability of the initiatives, the agricultural initiatives, that will make agriculture attractive. When youths can be able to get into agriculture and know that if they spend 5 years in agriculture, this is what they can come out with. If they spend 2 years or 10 years in agriculture, this is what they can come out with. That is when they can be able to get into it. But if it's as unpredictable as it is in most African communities, it's going to be a little difficult. So the establishment of food transformational units, which also goes as much as helping in increasing the shelf life of most food, which also goes to create other job opportunities just beyond the farming itself, is something that is going to not just encourage youth to come into agriculture, but expand the scope of the available jobs in agriculture. So that's just what I wanted to add to what my brother just said. Thank you very much.
Linda, unmute yourself.
I said thank you so much, Dr. Tata, for that response. And I would like to ask anybody else if they have a final message for the listeners, any calls to action.
Yes, please look at the chat. I'm unable to chat
Yes,
here, but I did put it in asteamvillage.org. They provide a virtual academy and a curriculum free for anyone in the world to be able to engage with education curriculum right now, today. All they need to do is have a phone or internet access. But everyone here is invited to register free as students, which will give you a free account so that then we can connect and have an action plan to follow up from this discussion and actually have outcomes that we can track.
So can you repeat what you said you put in the chat? What was it called?
I can read it out loud. It's asteamvillage.org is the organization. They have an online portal, and the link is virtual.asteamvillage.org.
Okay, we see it.
It's popping up on the screen now. So
thank you very
Mr.
much.
Wells is working with our hip hop community to provide a weekly reset on Fridays from 10 a.m. to 11:30 Pacific time so that we can actually come together as panelists and work on these projects. We're already working on the project, But the idea is to create this as a docu-reality series so that we can then further reach a wider audience through a broadcast network or even Netflix or even on our own channel. We have the Revelation Network, among others, so we can actually control our own narrative. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Boyd, I saw your hand was raised as well.
See, is my mic unmuted? Yeah, I
Yes.
just wanted to add much of the discussion in relation to youth involvement in agriculture and agribusiness. Uh, it would be we would be remiss if we overlooked the African Development Bank and its current initiative, particularly to reach out in providing financial resources, technical resources, and others to African youth to engage them in agribusiness on the continent right now. As Dr. Adesina has said, nobody can eat gas, nobody can eat oil, and so forth, but everybody eats. And with Africa's growing population, particularly majority youth now, it's going to be imperative that our youth must be engaged in agribusiness simply for the issue of food security for the continent. And we know if we give others the power to feed us, we also give them the power to starve us. And that must not be the case as it relates to Africa at this time.
Thank you so much for your response. And I saw another hand was raised before we close out. Mr. Cruz, let me unmute your mic.
Unmute.
Go ahead. It's unmuted. We can hear you. We can hear you, Mr. Cruz.
Muted yourself.
I keep going back and forth. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just wanted to add that there's an old saying regarding how we involve our youth that applies here, I believe. As people go, people will go. So we should not be so concerned as to whether they will follow along the path that we desire. We just have to keep staying on the path and they will come.
Thank you so much for that. And I saw another hand was raised. Mr. Oenga?
Among the things that we are looking at to make the agriculture fashionable for the young people, let me speak from the village setup that I have encountered over the recent days. And one of it is the culture and the doctrine. The reason as to why I found that tracts of hectares of land are lying dormant is because of culture and doctrine. You realize that in some of the cultures, a young person, he or she is not supposed to be given land, maybe to do farming, before he meets some certain criteria. And this one has contributed to young people being idle at home without working on the land. They can't even promote forestry by planting trees because the land has not been handed over to them. So this one has also really frustrated the young people from participating in agriculture. Secondly, in the rural setup, accessing the startup capital for farming is also a nightmare. So these are some of the areas that I think if we can find a way to encourage the young people or empower the young people through them, and also educate the community that it's long time ago that we need to abandon the culture and the doctrine and focus on. With this, will really promote agriculture within with the community. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for that. I think we are just about closing the panel. It was a pleasure to really have you all, tell us and explain to us all your insights on what your projects have been doing to improve the state of the Africans on the continent, but also in the diaspora, the projects that you've been working on, the initiatives that you have started and that you are continuing. And it was really an honor for me to be a part of this panel. The last thing that I would like to say, there's a quote from Kofi Annan, who is the former US Secretary General, and he said, "It is time to change the way we think. Farmers are not the cause of Africa's poverty. They are a potential, and they are the key to creating the future." So as he said, farmers and the youth are the key to the future of Africa, to the future of the world. And I think that this is a perfect way to end this panel. Thank you so much for having me here, Center for Africa Volunteers, and everybody else. I look forward to working more with you and learning more from you and continuing the conversation off platform, as well as in other networks. So before we end, I would like all the participants of this platform to put in their links to their websites, to their contacts, so that we can share with everybody else who is listening. And so please, you can do that right now as I'm speaking, and I will share it with our listeners.
While we're doing that, I'm unable to use my tablet, so I put it in the Facebook chat. But while we're doing that, I think Mr. Josephat Moses needs to take the initiative to explain to us how his ongoing project of 365 days of civic engagement in Africa to engage and empower the youth to not only to become more active with their civic engagement, but to hold accountable and even replace those people in power to be able to then have a transformative change. I think Mr. Josephat Moses needs to tell us about that as we close out. If he unmutes himself.
All right, thank you so much, Ambassador Henry Williams Jr. 365 days of civic engagement is a simple project that seeks to create an active, a civically active society within our communities. Number two, we are seeking to create an economically empowered citizenry amongst us. I would not wish to go into much details of the same because we are running for the hour. I think if later is done, then we can transition to the next session, which is the last session that is going to look at into setting the stage. No, not setting the stage. It is about modern day technology in agribusiness with an aim of increasing high yield and preventing post-harvest loss. What we are doing right now is just part of the 365 days of civic engagement. I think we'll have an opportunity to talk about the same. So at this point in time, I don't know if we are closing anybody out with a burning contribution in this session of creating linkages, opportunity for linkages and collaboration in the agribusiness sector. Now, I believe that I have most of your contacts, and those who I do not have their contacts, please you will share with me. I know I'll reach out to you through our various contacts, and then the mission is to get to work between people in the continent in Africa and people outside Africa to make agriculture productive, fashionable, amongst people. Meanwhile, with the aim of finishing poverty, creating jobs, and also putting money into people's pockets. So without much ado, this coming session is going to run as follows. It is about modern day technology in agribusiness that is increasing high yield and preventing post-harvest loss. In this session, we are going to have Mr. Dan Pavich, the inventor of symbiotic AGX product, who is going to be giving us a presentation. As well, we have Mr. Levy, who is also present with us from Blackwell Street, Arizona, who has a number of agribusiness innovations. The two of them will be doing a presentation. We have Mr. Denish from Kenya, who will be doing a presentation. We have Mr. Rogers Oenga from Kenya. We have Ms. Diane Moses from the United States, plus other guests who are present in this assembly or in this arena will be sharing the technology. As I keep on saying, we cannot use the 19th century or the 20th century technology to solve the 21st century's problems and challenges. So at this juncture, we have the moderator for this session is Madam Viola. She is the director. I think she's trying to get in and the studio is full. I don't know who to kick out or who to leave in or who will volunteer to leave for her sake.
I have another appointment, so I love you all. I'll see you later.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Thank you, bye. So we have Viola is trying to get in. Let me just alert her. Sorry about that. She will be, and at this point, in one hand, we want to have an equivalent of what 10 acres of land will produce. And we want to make agriculture fashionable, and the great Levy has the answer to that. So thank you so much. Our moderator is present. Our moderator is present in this arena, and our panelists are also present in this arena. So it will be my honor and pleasure to introduce to us Miss Viola Green, a very powerful lady, the daughter of the continent, who is going to take us through this. Now, maybe just to brief us about what is going to take place. Our powerful lady here, she's going to give the opportunity for people to do the presentation, those who should be doing the presentation. And in the panel, we have more people than you expected. So you know how to go on, and you're a professional in this, and I salute you. And I will take this opportunity just to welcome you. Kindly have the honor to introduce yourself, introduce the International Institute for Family Development, an institution that really everybody needs to interact with, especially with the mission of creating 1 million jobs. I said 1 million jobs in the continent, and working with the governments, especially the African governments, to design and to develop programs that respond to people's needs, not only programs that respond to the needs of the politicians and the ruling class. So have the pleasure to take the floor. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to be here and being with you guys. My name is Viola Green, and I am from the International Institute of Family Development. I'm the executive managing partner and principal of the organization, which is a for-profit entity. So glad to be here. Our sole job is to make the dream come true for African countries, and that dream is to realize their national development plans. And as my brother and comrade said, we have a campaign goal of bringing 1 million jobs, well, establishing, let me be really clear, establishing with and in partnership with continental Africans, 1 million jobs on the continent of Africa by 2030. And that establishment, we can do that through several sectors, but the chief sector, the main sector that will not only provide a way for wealth creation, feed our bellies, and to make sure that there's a bridge between the diaspora is through the sector of agriculture. So I am so happy to be here today and to help to moderate this panel. I understand that there's several presentations that will be happening, and we might be a little with many guests that have lots of things to say. So we might want to start with our panel presentations till about for 10 minutes instead of we've had it scheduled for 15 minutes each. So if we shave it down to about 10 minutes each, that will allow for everyone to have the opportune time for themselves to engage. And it will be a lively conversation. I will be here to make sure that we're able to get the most out of the talk today. So first up that we have, and I'm looking on our handy dandy gadget here, is that we are looking to have, I'm scrolling down here. We have Mr. Levy, and then we have Dan Pavich. Am I pronouncing the name correctly? And then we have Diane Morse, Dennis Okundi. Am I there? And Roger Onega. Is that who we have here? Ready to go up? Any particular order?
Yes.
Okay. And the yes came from?
Me, Levi Jones.
All right, Levi, you're up first. 10 minutes.
Hello, how is everyone doing?
We're doing great. Thank you. We can hear you.
Great.
Levi, what are you doing to change the world?
Okay, so the project that Black Wall Street, Arizona, and myself has been working on is with a farming innovation with a company called Healing the Earth. So what Healing the Earth created was a way to, is there any way to make that bigger? I'm sorry. There we go. So they came up with a way to grow barley fodder and other vegetables, chlorophyll-based plants, and right now they're working on self-pollinating plants, but they have a farming innovation that grows these plants at a higher volume, at a shorter period of time, and using less water, less electricity. So case in point for barley fodder, which is a high nutritious feed for cattle. So their whole plan and their whole goal is to cure the world, to heal the world, to feed the world. So the barley fodder grown indoors would supplant the need of farming 800 acres in a 2-acre building. So the concept is called production line farming. So if you can imagine, the full system is a 260-foot conveyor belt that is gravity fed, and every morning they're loading trays, and the only thing that are going in these trays are seeds that's sprayed with a kelp and treated for a reaction with the light. It's an organic compound, and also organic nutrients. There's no soil. I'm sorry.
That's great to hear that it's organic compound. Say a little bit more about the seed, because we really want to understand the seed.
So the seeds that we've sourced are non-GMO and organic. It's from a company here in the U.S. that we have a growing relationship with. The farming innovation has already had a relationship with. So we know those things are highly important, and everything that we're trying to do is to get a larger volume of food at a higher quality to the less fortunate, to our people, to, in essence, build jobs, build nutrition, build training with kids. I know in the last session there was a lot of talk about how to integrate the kids, and I believe, and I'm sorry I didn't mention it then, I believe you gotta incorporate it into the curriculum. I mean, math to some kids aren't fun. English or whatever language, literature is not fun to kids, but they are part of it because the grown-ups that have set the curriculum for them has made it important for them. So our goal is to incorporate kids at young age, work with the kids at all levels, get them a part of this, get them a part of the new technology, and be able to have them aware, because I'm not sure how it is in your community, but in our community, the farming business is kind of real cliquish. Like everyone knows it's a good industry to get into. It's a lot of money, a lot of profitable situations along with farming, but it's kind of they keep to themselves. So to get kids involved in it and get that interest up, they're missing it because they're just looking at it from afar. So we want to bring them into training with the cattle, the produce, the packaging. There's several different avenues and jobs that can be created off of this little small concept I have here. So this concept here is off of a hectare, just 1 hectare. So there is a small building because we want to keep it small, because obviously when you're dealing with farming innovation and technology, the pricing can get up there. So, and the farming innovation that we're dealing with, they have a full 30 conveyor system that will grow 30 different types of crops at the same time inside that 2-acre building. But this is just a smaller scope, just to produce the fodder feed and then whatever produce that we'll be selling to the local grocery stores. I'm sorry, go ahead.
There was you have about 2 minutes left, and I wanted to have you have a chance to really get into the details of it. 10 minutes goes quick, right? Because this is what you love to do, and so you're sharing a piece of your soul. So let's talk about what the startup of this is, and what the yield would be. Like, what do you think your resource and return on investment would be? What is your investment amount? Let's hear about some of the numbers and help it make sense.
All right, if I can, I don't have control of the screen. It's not letting me move the slide forward. Whoever that
you can talk it through. You know this. You can talk it through. You know this.
So okay, well, say for instance, microgreens. Microgreens is a push that's been happening here lately in the U.S. The fodder is a microgreen that could supplement for wheatgrass, etc. Highly nutritious protein. But fodder grass, the wheat grass, and the other sprouts type of vegetables that grow and that they sell in grocery stores here, they sell in the grocery stores for about $4.99. And that's like a little 3x3 little pack. So that little 3x3 pack selling for $4.99, we can produce that with obviously less water, less energy, less cost. So we can produce that pack for about 40 cents on a high end. So you imagine the markup from producing that pack in a regular situation, in a regular system, and the markup and the profit that's in a crop like that. And we've been looking at other crops like spinach and lettuce that all have similar number, because the system grows and uses the same amount of and water, etc., but is not really wasting anything. So the way they grow the produce, they have a growth recipe that's giving the exact amount of light it needs, no more, only using red and blue rays, the exact amount of water to where there's drips coming out of the drainage. So everything that goes in is 100% used and sanitized and cleaned with UV lights. It's secure for the purification as well as some of the contaminants, as well as food storage. So because the system produce on demand how much you would need, you system for your demand. So there's it's harvested that day and goes in the shelf that day. So it has longer shelf life.
So you have 20 seconds. 20 seconds. What is the final thing you want people to know about Black Wall Street and what you're doing?
So with Black Wall Street, our whole goal is to bring these answers, bring these innovations to our people, to our community, along with the Africa diaspora. We're working with several different entities in Africa, trying to bring nations out. And we really feel this is a solution that can not only change our nutrition and our health, it can give us an equitable position, because as they said, when you control your food, you control your food, you control your destiny, because like they can starve us. And this is a situation to solidify that and give us a leg up, because we'll have premium product better than high grade restaurants that our people will be able to barter, sell, and not only feed themselves with, but sell to the market in an entrepreneurship programs that our whole entity is based on.
That's fantastic. There's a question here for you on the screen. Lots of people are chiming in.
Yes.
It says, we need to preserve and bring back some of our seeds. Very well known. For example, I don't know how much the original maize seed is, and where would you find it on the continent? So question from you from Asteria. If you don't know, you would come back and you can think about that and talk a little bit more about that towards our wrap up.
So, but the only situation is we're kind of dealing with the seeds that we had and that we can source great here. So if anyone does have any of that information, we'd like to get those original seeds and see how we can make that react with the system to produce that. But I know maize is a taller plant. The system's capacity right now as they're building it is 4 feet tall.
That's fantastic. So with my brother Josephat, we'll probably be in touch with you, Mr. Levi, because I actually know a Black woman who has original seeds. So we'll come back to that. But I really want to thank you and for your presentation. Wonderful, on point, and target. We want to bring up our next presenter to the stage here, forefront. Would be nice to have. That would be Symbiosis Agriculture. Are you here? And that would be Mr. Dan Pavich. Is that you?
That's him, exactly.
Hi, Dan. It seems like you're moving around. You need to get someplace stable so that we can sit and have this conversation with you. And you're muted, as the world would have it. So let's unmute yourself.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Oh, marvelous. Good to hear you.
Sorry, Mike. We have lost power, and so I'm working mobily now and trying to
we understand about lost power. It happens all the time, but we can get through this. So you have about 10 minutes, Dan, to go through your presentation, and it goes pretty fast. So, yeah. So let's get started. Who are you, and what are you doing to change the world?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, so my name is Dan Pavich, and I work for founded a company called Symbiotic Ag Products, based in Indiana, USA. I'm going to pull up my presentation just so I have some reference so I don't overdo my time. We have created a biostimulant that is really what we consider second to none, and a lot of people don't know what a biostimulant is. So we go through some of that. We'll cover some of that today. There's a lot of science that goes into all this stuff. I'm not going to cover any of it today, I promise you. We're going to cover just a little bit of some key questions that I ask farmers. I mean, no joke. We have just some key questions that we ask farmers before we start working with them. I've been teaching regenerative ag for 17 going on 18 years now. I teach it to the U.S. farmer, and we try and find ways that are for the farmer that are cost effective, that ultimately yield higher quality soils, that ultimately yield more crop, right? That's what they're after. So let me just, I'm going to pull up my presentation. I just ran in the door here to somewhere where I have power.
It's fine, but you know this information. And before we lose you on your phone signal and service, let's get started. Let's start at a place of what is the bio that you're talking about. Let's just give maybe 10 seconds around that. And then you use a really big word, regenerative, right? And for some of our listening audience, they may know what that is. And for others, it may be like, what is that? So let's start from there and you can kind of launch in.
Absolutely. Okay, so biostimulant is a product that encourages plant growth in a different method than a fertilizer. A fertilizer is a direct nutrient into the plant. A biostimulant may stimulate bacterial growth, it may stimulate fungal growth, it may stimulate the plant to produce more sugars in the root system, which ultimately causes more growth in the plant through lots of different things. That's the brief on biostimulant. Regenerative agriculture is a function causing year over year the crops to become more healthy, the soils that they're grown in to become more healthy. And so that is the regenerative agricultural model. And in general, we want to have the plants sequestering more carbon than they usually would. And that looks like, how do we do that? So we do that by actually encouraging the plant to set more root matter than it does green matter. That's sequestering carbon. That is true sequestering of carbon. That is allowing the soil to breathe along, basically becoming the lungs of the earth. And so that is the way we do that.
Your chat is lighting up right now, and so your presentation, as you may have wanted it to go, may go a little bit different. So let's flow with a couple of these questions. A lot of our brothers and sisters on the continent right now are saying no GMO for Africa. And what's the stuff made of? And so though we may not want to go into the science of it, it sounds as if that there's some sort of genetic modification or genetic support happening to make this stuff work. So if you can spend maybe 20 seconds to help our listening audience understand that process.
So biostimulation has nothing to do with genetic modification. Genetic modification means that I'm going to pull genes out of a plant and reinsert it with what I think is the same code. That is not what we're talking about here. There is no genetic modification involved in biostimulation. Biostimulation involves taking what God has already done and making it a little bit better, right? So biostimulants typically don't use chemicals because what do they use? They use the sunlight. So we have 1,000 watts per square meter falling on Earth. That is mostly unused by plants. In general, I'm going to use U.S. numbers because that's where I live. In general, U.S. plants will photosynthesize at about 12 to 18% efficiency during their peak growing season. All we're doing is we're making that plant go from 12 to 18% to 60 to 70%, and we end up with 5 times the amount of sugars produced, not necessarily 5 times the yield, but we end up with much more yield as a result, just by allowing that plant to use the sunlight more efficiently. So that's what a biostimulant does. It may make the leaves a little thicker. It's not necessarily a chemical. But it does cause the leaves to stay open a little longer. Corn and maize will typically roll up into a little ball once they've shut down for the day. Once the sugar production shuts down, they curl up in a ball to try and make themselves not as visible to the sun. We will basically, what we want to do though is cause those leaves to stay open longer, either through thickness or through stiff, some other variable, to let them use the sunlight more efficiently and for a longer period of time. So that's what a biostimulant should do.
Okay.
A lot advertise that they will and they don't, and so that's where you have to test, right? There's a whole protocol we go through on how to test. Let me step back for farmers. Let me take it up a level. There are 3 questions that I ask farmers. These are the 3 most important questions you can have as a farmer. The first question is, how do you make money on your farm? Okay, what is it that you're growing that makes money? Do you know how to make money on your farm? The second thing is, are there specific plant metrics that pay better than others? So if you're growing plants for a living, do you get paid for quality or do you get paid for quantity? Do you get paid for, if you're growing fruit, do you get paid for a firm, smaller fruit or do you get paid for tonnage, lots and lots of fruit? that maybe go in to make sauce or some kind of canning operation. The last question is probably the most important and the toughest to answer for most farmers, and that is, where in the plant's life can you tweak and tune those metrics, right? You know your plants well enough to go in and tweak and adjust those plants to make those metrics better, the ones you get paid for, right? If you get paid for a firm, hard cherry, but say you only get paid for 8, you say you can grow 8 tons of firm, hard cherries, you may make more money than growing 20 tons per acre of larger, softer cherries, because the shelf life may be better. The people that are buying it may say, I want those more. Okay, so they pay more. So those are the kinds of things that we look at when we start talking about how to make money with farms and what things you should be considering as a farmer.
You have 1 more minute before we need to launch, right? It goes quick.
Absolutely, I know it does. So there's seven macro factors. I'm going to stir up a whole bunch of questions here because I'm going to be back on in 20 minutes. 7 macro factors that we consider that as part of the actual farm. One is the soil physical structure. One is, what is the soil mineral balance? What's the soil doing? What kind of microbial populations do you have in the soil? What is the health of the plant? What is your tank mix? What species of plant are you growing, and what's the stage of development it's in? And then what climate are you in, right? Once we figure those things out, we can start to look at things a little more specifically. So of those 7 major factors, of the macro factors, the pre-existing plant health condition is often never looked at. Okay, so and that's so the one thing I always tell people is this, and if you remember nothing else, remember this. We think that we have to grow healthy. We think that healthy soil makes healthy plants, and that's true, but it's only part true. The truth is, you cannot have healthy soil without plants, right? So you need to take whatever plants are there and you need to make them into whatever you can make them into, because they will create the soil that you need. Okay, and if we didn't have plants on this earth, we'd be living on 2 inches of dissolved rock. So if we figure out a way to stimulate the plants and cause them to make more soil, it makes everything easier on an ongoing basis. Okay, so that the more you do this, the fewer inputs you require, the greater the crop response, and the greater the input, the less the inputs, the more output you get with the little bit of inputs you do use. Okay, that's my minute. I know it is.
All right, kids, that is your minute, and there's more. There's tons of questions that keep coming in, and as we go to this larger panel discussion around profit maximization, I'll fold in these other questions that keep coming across the screen from my brothers and sisters who are very concerned around their health, who are very concerned around the work that's already done on the ground in the continent, and want to figure out ways to for them to be realized and to be a part of this work, because part of it is having more people come in to do what is already being done doesn't allow for opportunity for them to grow and develop in a business sense. So I really want to thank both of our guest panelists. Are there any others that and I think, Dan, it's you. I think it's your phone that's making noise. So mute yourself. Perfect. Yes, silence. Thanks for muting. So if there's other panelists that I didn't recognize that need their time before we move on to the discussion, please announce yourself so that I don't mess up, and we can have you make your presentation. Was there anyone else?
Yes, sure.
Okay, who's the yes, sure?
Dennis.
Dennis. Hi,
Yeah.
Dennis. Thanks for
Hi,
coming. Who are you, and what are you doing to change the world?
Sure. My name is Dennis Mkangi. I'm actually from Mombasa, Kenya. And maybe if you can allow me to share my screen shortly to show what you do in Mombasa.
I'm not controlling that. Someone else is controlling that. But because I know you know your stuff, if that isn't possible,
sure.
with it.
Perfect. So basically what you do in Mombasa, we have a startup known as Kuza Freezer. And what you do, we are trying to help small-scale farmers to reduce post-harvest losses. So in Mombasa, we've been interacting with small-scale fishermen for quite some time, and we have been able to understand their pain points. So in Mombasa, small-scale fishermen mostly in off-grid areas are making high post-harvest fish losses due to lack of affordable and accessible cold storage facilities. So we also have fishermen who are also lacking cooling on transit for their fish harvest. So what Kuza Freezer does, we are trying to come up with a pay-as-you-go solar-powered freezer that is providing affordable ice chilling services to these small-scale fishermen and also farmers who are actually selling maybe milk and also fresh vegetables who need cooling needs. So currently, we are trying to reach out to small-scale farmers with cooling needs and also fishermen who need cooling on transit for their fishing boats.
Tell a little bit about where do you get your cooling boxes and storage boxes from, my brother?
Sure. So we are in partnership with some of the businesses in Mombasa selling solar-powered cooler boxes. So what you do basically, we buy solar panels and do the integration between the solar panels and the cooler boxes, and we take these products and integrate to the customers. Those are the small-scale.
Before then, where do they get their products from?
Sorry.
Where do they get their products from?
For them, most of them they import. They do imports from abroad, but some are also locally manufactured.
Okay.
Sure.
Go ahead.
So yeah, so what we have actually an easy to use payment process that makes the pay-as-you-go process easier, and we have been able to make this payment gadget to use soil language, which is easy and simple to be understood by the local people. So what we do, we provide this product as a service whereby the small-scale fishermen pay a 20% deposit, followed by a monthly installment for 17 months. So this is a model which is really affordable to small-scale fishermen, and the concept here is to help these small-scale farmers reduce post-harvest fish losses by getting access to the cooling services. So by using the cold chains and making them accessible to these small-scale fishermen and farmers, we help them number one, reduce losses, and also being able to make their businesses sustainable and also maintain better livelihoods. So we've been able to partner with the beach management units in Mombasa, over 5 beach management in Mombasa, who are linking us to small-scale fishermen who are really in dire need of cooling services. So we've been able to train over 230 fishermen who are actually, most of them are using our product. Some of them are still in the pilot phase with us. And we're really glad because from the feedback we're getting from them is that the products, the cooling services is really making impact by helping them reduce post-harvest losses. So I think that's briefly what we do in Kuza Freezer. So
that's fantastic. You know,
sure.
I think that we have so much in common here because the International Institute, we do the same, but we're adding a bit more. The International Institute works with the diaspora directly. So all of our products are sourced and developed by Black people, Black hands. And so part of that is offering the cold storage technology, building off-grid power supply with enough power supply from that off-grid technology to supply the electricity for a small village, right? So the generators can be gasoline or diesel backup, but most importantly, they run for 3 days on their own solar powered. So it runs directly from the solar power for 35 hours that is fed. It has an automatic switch to alternate between the energy source. So if you didn't want to run off of your solar power battery, you could switch over. The other beautiful thing about our product is that we're looking to not just to make it and sell it. We're looking to create jobs and build an industry around it. We're looking to build our own solar manufacturing plant, right? Have our own cold storage development manufacture plant on the continent. And there's no other place to better start this than in Kenya. Post-harvest loss is one of the greatest ways that we see around the continent that we're losing not only food resources, but we could really feed ourselves and not be dependent on aid coming in, on food aid from wonderful programs like the World Food Program and others. But we're in a position that we can do something about that. So connecting with the diaspora can make that happen. Some of our features that matter for energy sources is that we have 50 to 60 hertz models with onboard displays that can be developed, again, by creating jobs and by training local people in order to do this work, to be their own production folks, so that we can take those production folks, those youth that need the jobs and need the skills in building trades, and they could be deployed throughout the continent in order to establish cold storage mechanisms throughout. I think the other beautiful opportunity about our devices is that they provide water, fresh water that is filtrated several times through a filter service, and provides ice, both blocked and chipped for drinking and blocked if you are looking to maintain fish. One of the beautiful components about our design is that you can walk in and store your onion at one temperature, walk a few feet over, store your tomato at a different temperature, and then store your meat at another. So cold storage is the way to go. It's something that often here in the industrialized places that I've traveled, right? I live in the United States of America. So cold storage is something that manufacturing companies use all the time. They use it in NASA. We have our own team of engineers at the International Institute that is looking to partner and make this work right on the ground with folks. So if there's companies on the ground in Kenya that have foam and are making foam, that are making other tools and services, it is a natural fit to blend together, to bring this as an African solution, as a people of color African solution. So we no longer have to source from those who are getting their products from elsewhere, from foreigners, but we can be the solution that we absolutely need. So would love to talk more about that with the project, with the work that you're doing, because it is something that that can be real, that can be on the ground, and our costs are much less than the costs that you would find. In addition to that, I would say that we have a heart place value system, that a percentage of all of our profit goes back into the local community so that it can uplift itself. I mean, just seeing the places where we are able to provide energy for communities and it's able to stay makes a significant difference in the livelihood of people. So no longer by flashlight will we study, no longer will we have to have, you would have to plug things in, your electricity goes out. It provides a real hope and opportunity. So I just appreciate you, brother, for coming on and sharing that piece. And I just had to really share back with you and build this connection and network to say that there's a lot of things that's possible when we work together.
Sure. Thank you so much for sharing. I'm really grateful for the input, and it's my pleasure to be able to carry on this conversation and try and see how we can collaborate and bring these solutions to the people who need it. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Is there someone else that is up to have a conversation, a small presentation about what they're doing to change the world? I hear noise, and so I'm assuming someone's coming to the microphone to introduce themselves.
Hi.
Okay,
thank you very much.
Hi, who are you and what are you doing to change the world?
Can I proceed?
Please.
Great. So my name is Vincent Akoko from Kenya, Nairobi, Kenya, that is, and currently the administrator of Center for Africa Volunteers. So basically, Center for Africa Volunteers, and I believe the introduction already been done by Josephat. I'm just giving my input. is a group of ladies and gentlemen in Kenya and or also in other African countries who've come together and who've chosen to be part of the solution rather than part of the problem, or rather those who sit down to complain about the challenges that we are facing as Africans, but have opted to pose as the solution that Africans need. So we concentrate so much when it comes to sensitization, because one thing is for sure, that the majority of the problems we are suffering, or rather the challenges that we as Africans are suffering from, are induced by ignorance. And therefore, it's very important, and like they always said, that knowledge is power. We have volunteered our services to make sure that our people are well educated and informed of the things that we have to do. For instance, I'm just going to talk about two things. Number one is in regards to agriculture, which I believe one of the speaker highlighted very well. I even had Dennis talk about what it does at the coast to help the farmers, which is also in line with agriculture. And secondly, I'm going to just talk, or rather touch something small about democracy. First and foremost, I think it's important, as part and parcel of what we do in sensitization, we work with various CBOs, that is community-based organization, and NGOs, just to try to impart some skills and knowledge and information that when it comes to agriculture, our biggest problem as Africans sometimes is a lack of information. And what I mean by that is that most farmers in Africa doesn't get value of their products. And this is always caused by the presence of brokers, and secondly, lack of value addition in our products. So when you talk about brokers, these are people who capitalize on the hard work being done by the farmers, and they pose as the middlemen, buy the goods at the prices that cannot even sustain the farmers, and then sell the goods, or rather import them outside the country at exaggerated prices. So you realize that the farmers who do the actual work will continue to remain in the same state of economic, state financial position without anything to make the move from one step to another. But there are some few people who benefit from the same. So some of our leaders, which in this case, for the purpose of this conversation, I will call misleaders, have always taken advantage of that situation. And the more the farmers remain ignorant, the more they take the smile to the bank. So I think it's a time has come that those of us who are privileged to have the information should be kind enough to share with others, or in this case, farmers, so that they can know that, yes, they have the ability to value add in their product, so that when they do the export, they export products that are ready for consumption. You don't just be told that you Africans make sure that, you do avocados, and then once they're ripe, we're going to take them to other countries. We need to start having the conversation that how can we do value addition on our avocados? How can we do value addition on our potatoes? How can we do value addition on our coffee? I think those are very critical conversations that we need to have, and in many occasions we don't have it quite often as we should. Secondly, in regards to democracy, just for the interest of time, I think it's time that we appreciate that democracy can never be given, it must be fought for. And even if it exists, it must be maintained through internal vigilance. So it is important that our people know that the change that we are looking for in our governments, in our, that democratic space that we want must always be earned. We must fight for it. We must, pose as, as a solutions to what is not working, rather than just being, professionals who are, or when it comes to lamentations and sorrows. So we are really working very closely with other CBOs to make sure that our people know what is expected of them. Our people should know that the most important political office is that office of a citizen. And therefore, once they know about their rights, they know what's expected of them, then like, I guess it's Martin Luther, I can't remember the name of the person who once said that what looks before us like a Tower of Babel will soon be converted into a Power of Babel. So that is my contribution for now. Thank you so much for listening.
Oh, that's so wonderful. Thank you so much. You had the screen light up with lots of people with comments to say. I think one of the comments that came up is saying that our leaders are sleeping. I think it's convoluted. That conversation is complex because not only the legacy of colonialism has, shackled within our mind, but our world monetary system and how it interacts creates a place where in which capitalism is number one and key, and therefore there will be losers in the end of this. And so in order for the world to operate within itself, it needs to continue as it is. And so with the work that CAV is doing, Center for African Volunteers is really leading the way in order to create an even playing field, in order to create not only jobs but wealth, to engage as citizens with its power, in order to bring Africa to its rightful, dignified place of sovereignty. So I am so happy to be a part of this conversation today with all of you. I think we do have some time for a panel discussion, and I believe that panel discussion is around profit maximization and post-harvest loss. And up for that conversation would be Dan, Diane, Dennis, and Roger. Are we all here?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
So to start off the conversation, hi everybody.
Hello.
Hi. So to start off that conversation, help me understand, help our listening audience understand what is necessary in order to engage with and create an equal playing field with Africans on the continent to maximize agriculture in a way that makes good business sense and builds wealth. Let's start with that question first. And Diane, are you here? Yeah, go right ahead. And someone has to go on mute because your phone is causing lots of disturbance.
Must be
perfect. Yeah, it's yours. Diane, you're up. Go ahead. Let's hear from you. And you're muted, Diane, as the world would have it, right? You have to unmute yourself.
Okay, are we ready? Can you hear me?
Yes.
I was thinking Dan Pavich would answer that question better than I with the agricultural input and changes with our product. So I would like Dan to answer that first. Then I'll give a little bit of what A&M Bio Global does afterwards.
Okay, sounds fair.
We can,
You're
can
on
you
the
hear me?
spot, Dan.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Absolutely.
Okay. So as far as increasing, repeat the question just so I make sure I answer it.
So,
right question.
one, if you could put your phone in a stable place because it's making a lot of scratching noise and then people can't hear you well.
Okay.
So the question is around profit maximization, right? How do we do that in a way that is an equal partnership to continental Africans on the ground and to make good business sense for them?
So, yeah, that's a great question. And so there's a couple variables that go into that. The first one is, are you growing crops that people want? If you're growing crops that people want, you'll find a way to sell those, right? If everybody in your region is growing lemons, we ran across this in the Philippines. If everybody in a region or on an island is growing lemons, then you can't really trade with other people next door because they've got lemons too. And then you're competing with the same fruit. So can you plant something different that is unique to your area? That's one way to maximize profits. Obviously, the best ways are the traditional ways we look at are, can you reduce your input costs or can you get more yield? Those are the two ways to make money in agriculture. And so either you get more tonnage, test weight, better metrics, or you just do it for less money than it takes your neighbor or the competition in general, the competing countries, whatever it turns out to be, whatever the neighbor is. You just have to either do it for less money or you need to do it and make more of it, or you need to make better or something that people really want. you have just a couple variables that you work with that you want to try and maximize and tune in on when it comes to making profit and making yourself have a yield advantage. That's what we call it in corn and soybeans. We call it a yield advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Can you create what others can't? Okay. If it's hemp, we always talk about, can you get more essential oils? You can have a big plant, but if you don't have essential oils, wasted your time, right? If you have big plants, big maize plants, but you have no fruit on it, then you've wasted your time. So those are the kinds of variables we look at. And so that goes into some of the science if we were going to do that. And that's, we like to measure. We like to measure and we like to respond. So if your soil is bad, we like to measure the soil. We adjust the soil. If the plants are bad, we measure the plants. And then we adjust the plants. Okay. And we try and do it on the most cost-effective way. But if you don't measure, you have no idea what's going on. You have no idea what may be wrong with the plants and how to fix it if you don't have a way of detecting the changes, detecting the problem. So does that...
That sounds great. And I think the follow-up to that, you're answering the questions very well, is how are you folding in continental Africans who are already doing this work on the continent, right? Africans have been growing and doing food, right? Agriculture, since the beginning of time, right? And we're some of the lead people of the spice and trade route coming out of the continent, out of Asia, out of North Africa, etc. So how are we, when we're talking about this and you're thinking about your company, what are your plans and what are your steps? One, to bring women into the conversation, and then two, to bring continental Africans so that this really maximizes to make good business sense for them, right? So I think the other thing when we're thinking about that question is to keep in mind some of the practicality of intertrade. Intertrade, we're still working with roads, transportation, and all of the like. So let's hear back from that, and then we'll move on to Diane to come on in.
This answer is going to actually lead into Diane's answer too, which is we have produced something that Diane will probably go into more detail on. We've produced a manufacturing process called the Redeemer. The Redeemer is a portable unit that will manufacture our Symbiosis AGX. It manufactures it in other countries. We had to do this because shipping liquids over the globe is not practical. There's a lot of scientific reasons we would look at manufacturing in Kenya or in Africa. This would empower Africans to make their own product, to have control of that. We would guide them on the inputs. We would basically put my brain into a computer box to manufacture it the way it needs to be manufactured, exactly the way it needs to be. And then I could monitor it from where I'm sitting. I can monitor the production of this unit to make sure everything's going like it should. Okay. This will empower the people to actually have control of the product that they produce. It'll empower entrepreneurs to create product and go sell product that will be ultimately building better soils in Africa. Will be stimulating, producing higher yields. It's the classic more for less scenario, but it'll be produced locally rather than produced here in Indiana, in the U.S. That's always been our dream, to diversify our production like that.
Perfect.
And so Diane should be a good lead.
Diane, you want to lead in and come in on this conversation?
Sure. Okay. So you can hear me, correct?
Yes.
Well, I'd like to give my little presentation first, and we'll get into that Redeemer unit because it's the end of the presentation. First, I'm with A&M BioGlobal, a distributor of organic earth-shattering biostimulant. I would first like to thank Josephat Moses for allowing me this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to present Symbiosis AGX to the world. A&M BioGlobal's participation in this economic stimulus forum is threefold. First and foremost, we are helping heal the earth by using our organic biostimulant, Symbiosis AGX, not only to heal and cultivate the earth and crops, but in doing so, it will heal our health and the health of the animals we eat. Very important. The biggest benefit is not needing chemicals. That's a large savings from intake costs, as you all know. Our earth has never needed them, and AGX will help heal the earth on impact from using Symbiosis AGX. We perform a bricks test right in front of the farmer. Like, for instance, a tomato should be a 12, and if we test it and it's a 6, that clearly means it's at half its potential, not only in the size, the flavor, and the nutritional value, but the yields. We believe, coupled with increasing the nutritional yields and education, A&M BioGlobal's involvement will help feed the world, close the gap of poverty worldwide, which is exactly why international trade becomes very important to A&M BioGlobal. Secondly, A&M BioGlobal is working closely with Josephat Moses with the Center for Africa Volunteers and Roger Zoanga of Pillars Care Foundation. Hopefully every country from there on. Hopefully together we could start utilizing the fertile land not used throughout Africa, creating jobs, creating organic crops, and now, not later. Currently, I'm working closely with Roger Zoanga, and he will be getting more product here in the next week or so. We are not only implementing organic farming, but in doing so, we will be helping create jobs, hope, and the ability and the desire to help each other. Another gigantic milestone. We all should help each other. And what a world it would be, right? Thirdly, and I'm almost done, I am one of the founders of the Bakersfield Family Island with Matthew Cruz. We are helping close the gap of poverty by helping veterans and homeless find housing and jobs. We not only grant family members a 4-year college degree to its members, but we also lend members to start their own business. We are helping them bring their dreams to reality worldwide. So let's work together, save the earth.
Say more about that, Diane, because let's hear more about that. Often we hear about jobs, and jobs means that somebody else owns the industry and I employ somebody. And there's no wealth building from a job, right? Ford Manufacturing Company, Volkswagen Manufacturing Company. I'm just giving an example, and then I want you to come in. They own the industry.
All right.
And then they give somebody else a job. And that's great. And we do need jobs. How are we helping to build African wealth? And how are we doing that in collaboration with Africans, teaching them the skills and tools that you're coming in with some technology into their place, right, into their continent, into their country? How is this going to be rooted deeply and live within the people so that they can really grow with it and make it their own and build wealth? Back to you.
All right. Well, I would like Matthew Cruz to answer that question.
Yes. One of the, you hit it on the head. Jobs go when you go.
That's right.
Say when you go. We are not only trying to attract the people who are here, but lay the groundwork where when they're gone, their children and their families continue the legacy of what they represented while they were here. What we have done, and we started in 2005, and I'll be quick. We came to Kenya. We went to Sega, Kenya, and up near the Ugandan border. I've been there 2 or 3 times. I've forgotten how many times. And we began to lend money to women using the Grameen banking system started by Dr. Muhammad Yunus in Bangladesh in 1976 and officially chartered by the government in 1983. We use that system. We have in country a company, an NGO, who is called Pull Up from Poverty Kenya. What we are doing is if a person has a business plan that sustains their ability to repay, we have the privilege of being able to make sure that they can afford what they're asking for. As an example, talking about phone, we can handle that problem. but we will handle it through people who will own the business. What we are doing is we are making sure that if a person, as an example, education is part of what we do, but if a person comes and says, I want to have a tractor to plow these farms that are around me, we buy the tractor, they pay us back, and we don't do, although there are no credit checks in Africa that I know I'm aware of. In America, if you have bad credit, you can't get into capital. So we do this, no credit check, no contract, and 99.7% of the people who we have loaned money to has paid it back. I invite you to look at a short YouTube video that was made in Kenya in 2006 entitled Pull Up from Poverty. And you will see our story as it began there. And we promised the people then, Eric Ungish is president of that particular segment of our business in Kenya, that we would come back, tell your story, and find a way where you can have your wealth in your country and not depend on anyone except your family.
Absolutely. I am so glad and so pleased that you took the time to come to the microphone, because your audience is saying, hey, listen, you could be fired, you could be laid off, and then the job goes when you go. And so by you taking the time to really go into this space of talking about wealth creation, because as you know, often Africa produces a lot of raw goods go out of the continent, and it is sold back to us in the form of canned tomato, in the form of orange juice, and we're buying our own products that is already gone to places. So taking the time to make it make sense to folks, it is valuable. And so people can really buy onto this to see that this is not something coming from the outside to save Africa or to develop, but really in partnership in order to not do business as usual. So that's really key and critical to have that conversation. I do want to move into the space around infrastructure, post-harvest loss, about how to move our goods, products, and services. Diane, you made a really good comment that I really want to lift up, and I'm offering other people to come in on. It said, feed the world. A lot of our audience members talked about, first, can we feed Africa first? Can we feed our own people first? And then we can think about feeding the world. So let's come back and let's have that conversation around post-harvest loss and infrastructure. Please come to the table and let's hear some more thoughts and comments. Introduce yourself as you open yourself up to the microphone.
Yeah. One quick thing. We also have a housing program where we can build a house in the village and loan the person the money to pay for the house, and make it so that even if they only remember we were talking about the person who made 50 cents a day, chipping rocks, he can afford a house through our system. It might be a 60-year plan, but if all he has is 50 cents, hey, we take a quarter, you have a house. So there's no reason, absolutely no reason for anyone to be poor using the family system as God intended for it to be in the first place.
Fantastic. Thank you for that. That really lifted my spirit, and I know that really impacted the audience, because having an opportunity to be able to be a homeowner in a place and be able to have dominion over your own is one of the things that all humans look forward to. So the conversation on the table we have yet to have is more around the commodity exchange, right? How do we create fairness and an open market so that farmers can absolutely receive their fair earnings, and more around post-harvest loss and infrastructure development. So who's up next at the table? Introduce yourself and tell me what you're doing to change the world. I see your finger.
Yes, unmute yourself.
You might
We
want
gotta
to
mute
mute
ourselves.
You're muted, darling. I can't hear your voice.
Yeah, is it cool now? Yeah.
Oh, it's a
Yeah,
beautiful voice. Thank you.
I'm a call David. Yeah, in fact, my frustration lies on what you just mentioned, and the previous brother also mentioned the same thing, and that is the fact that why is it that we have to plant feed so-called West before we feed ourselves? That was what I was going to say, because more
Excuse
than
me, brother. If you don't feed the West, you kill me. So make room. I need to come home so you can feed me. No, go ahead. I just joke.
yeah, you see, because most of the just for a typical example, back in Ghana, what I'm hearing is that cassava is very, very hard to buy. Cassava is very expensive. Meanwhile, we have a lot of farmers now into cassava plantation, and guess what they're doing with? They're using it to do alcohol, like beer, Guinness, and what have you. And those who really need the cassava to make some kind of a dish that they themselves and the family can eat, cannot get that. So that means they are going for commercial basis for the exchange rate or the current, the foreign currency, but not to feed our people. Why is it that we have to feed others first before looking inward? We are just saying that it is important that we have to feed ourselves first. When the surplus remains, then we look at elsewhere to feed those who are outside the continent. Because we cannot say that we're going to feed the foreign, those outside the continent first, and then, in fact, the goods go to them, they will package it, repackage it, and send it back to us with some kind of additives and what have you. And we eat and we get an illness. When we get an illness, what happens? They manufacture the medicine and give it to us. So then our money that we sweat to get from the farming, we use it to buy medicine to look after ourselves. So where are we then going? That means that is why we go circle.
Absolutely. If I was next to you right now, I would come and hug you. But since we're far apart, you have to wait for that hug to come. I think the conversation that you're bridging upon, right, is this commodity exchange. This is what I'm hearing, my brother. Commodity exchange, infrastructure. So with AFCA, which is the African Free Trade Agreement that's coming on board, we can get something from Ghana to Europe within 7 hours or less. Try getting something from Ghana to its neighbor next door in Nigeria. You might wait 30 days. So there's opportunity or more. There's opportunity with the diaspora, with continental Africans, with friends of Africa, true friends of Africa, to come together and figure out our infrastructure, figure out our shipping, figure out our mode of transportation so that we can take full advantage of this. I think the other thing that I'll bring up is that we have to believe in each other. And one of our audience members said that a few minutes ago, and I wrote it down in my notebook, that we must have faith in each other. You must believe that my product is just as good and I have good intentions for you, versus you buying the foreigner's product because it is cheaper and you know that it will break in a certain amount of time. So we have to deal with infrastructure, a fair commodity exchange rate so that we're able to have enough income in our pockets to make wise and valuable choices instead of buying something that's cheap for the moment and buying something that's quality of value that is Black owned, Black sourced. So sourcing Black and buying Black is hugely important. So let's think about the solutions we can bring forward to take advantage of being able to get that cassava from wherever it is growing to Ghana and other places. When the pandemic struck, I had PPE in Zimbabwe, making 50,000 liters of hand sanitizers, bleach, soaps, and detergents. We couldn't move it across the continent to help our people. Because once you take IMF loan, then the FDA requirement, a foreign entity told you that it had to be certified by another foreign body. even though it's certified by an African scientist in their own country. So we don't even vet our own stuff, right? We have to believe that our own products and services and the people that are doing this work really matter and have the skill and knowledge to do what is necessary, right? So there's no way that I, as a Black woman, would want to harm my own people because I produce you onto this planet. So I think we really have to really start to get into this mind space of how do we become solution focused around our problems and really take critical thought on who we're inviting into the table to provide solutions to our problems, and making sure that there's a mechanism in which that we're building wealth and generating and solving our infrastructure, our energy, and all the other problems that continuously keep Africa without being in a strong place that it needs to be. So my fellow panelists, let's have the conversation. Brother, come on in. I see you. My elder, please come to the table. I have to have you in. You're muted, sir.
You're right about me being an elder. I'm 85 years old.
God bless
you. Yeah, but he has. I must say something that I hope will not offend anybody. I was on an international board that did not allow white people to be members, and I had to resign. Here at the Bakersfield Family Island, in fact, in my little book that I wrote about my ancestors finding that they came from Kenya, I learned early on that in order for us to be successful and do what Diane said, we have three things that we do not try to convince other people of, and that is their religion, their race, and their politics. So I'm not offended at all, because I used to be the same way, because we all came from the dirt. And in this book, there's a chapter that's entitled 40th Cousins. So when you figure it out, I might be wrong with the 40th, it might be 90th, but I propose to you that we are all related to each other.
I believe that. And that is true.
I know you do. I know you do, and I'm going to be finished in just a second. What we cannot do is we cannot be guilty of the pot calling the kettle black. So when we talk about Black Lives Matter as a case in point, yes, they do, but all lives matter.
It is true. All lives do matter. The house that is on fire right now happens to be the Black home. And it would not make sense to go to and spray the house with water that's not on fire and neglect the house over here that is on fire. So my sentiment is very clearly, whether Black, white, Asian, orange, purple, or green, people come with intentions to do business in a business arena. And we have to be really clear on whoever is coming to do business, whether they look like us, they dress like us, or sound like us, that they have our truest intentions in mind, and they're people that you can truly partner with. Not everybody you can partner with, no matter who they are.
Black or white.
Yeah, like me and him.
Green or purple. It doesn't matter. If they don't hold your values in place, then doing business doesn't make sense, because they will take advantage of you.
Yeah, I don't know if you realize it or not, but Diane and I are sitting in the same office.
Can you imagine that? I couldn't see that.
Oh, now you do.
Yes, you do.
Anyway, thank you so much.
He's an angel.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate your comments. So let's talk a little bit about infrastructure and post-harvest loss. We do have some folks at the table who are doing some more stuff. What are your thoughts around, especially Africa, building in Africa and infrastructure, and making sure that we can take advantage and monetize and build from this post-harvest loss opportunity that we have with us?
I tend to do this, but I just want to make one quick comment because it is going to happen in 2021. We have budgeted to have a redeemer machine in Magori that costs about $2 to $2.5 million, however Dan puts it. We're going
What's
to
the
have
redeemer machine?
Dan. Dan can tell.
I'm here.
Okay. What's the redeemer machine?
Dan.
Well, let me tell you what
I think he's out of power. That could be a thing. Oh, you're here.
Oh, there he is.
What's the redeemer?
The Redeemer unit is a high-tech, all fully functional machine that will produce Symbiosis AGX, among other things. It produces clean water additionally as a byproduct. And it is designed to replicate my product lines, not just Symbiosis AGX, but any product line we come up with in another country, right? Wherever we place it. And that's the infrastructure. That is a key piece of infrastructure to be able to mobily manufacture on a high-tech basis and be able to monitor the quality control remotely, so that I can see that things are being done appropriately. These are critical things for infrastructure. Any other?
I think your team's coming back on board to make the pitch around your redeemer machine.
Right. I'll mute then.
Diane, are you coming back on?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. The really important thing here with the Redeemer unit is giving different countries the capability of creating this Symbiosis AGX on their own, saving astronomical savings astronomical in shipping alone. But the second thing that's very important is, say you have a hurricane or an earthquake and you have, God forbid, dead bodies, feces, anything in the water, and the people can't drink, right? Well, we have a reverse osmosis machine on it, and we can also tailor make a desalination reverse osmosis machine on it. We also have capability of putting a soil testing equipment on it, as well as any of the possibilities of minerals or nutrients that are lacking in your soil when we do a soil test. So this Redeemer unit is going to change farming as soon as they get one in their on their farm or in their community or their village. And not only that, it's portable. So
that's good to know.
You can have one part of Africa using it, and you can put it on the truck and ship it across 300 miles, 1,000 miles, plop it down, plug it in, and all you need is fish, water, and electricity.
Well, that's really good to know. That is portable, good information. I want to bring our two brothers here back on. Our first brother, and I'm forgetting his name, he was creating seeds and building lettuce and other things inside of I'm old. I just want you guys to know that I'm really old, and so my memory leaves me. Black Wall Street. I am old. If I told you how old I was, you wouldn't believe me.
Me too.
Black Wall Street. I want to bring you back to the. Yes, sir.
Yes.
You're my elder, so I have to let you speak. Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
That's you, Matthew.
I'm sorry. What?
She said I must let my elder speak.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I was just having a little levity. My oldest daughter is 67 years old. So when you talk age, that's what you get. There's always somebody.
She has me beat by a few.
I'm sorry?
She has me beat by a few, just a few.
Okay, not a problem. Anyway.
Well, you look 30.
Oh, we don't worry about that. We just want to make sure my heart is pure. Black Wall Street, come on to the stage. I heard from you once. I don't want to lose you in this conversation. I really want to help you hear about, the commodity exchange. Our brother here from Ghana had talked about getting that cassava, moving that cassava. We had another brother talk about making sure that we have a market that makes sense for people, that's fair. What are some of your thoughts around this infrastructure and what's needed in order to create profitability for folks?
It's actually interesting that he mentioned Sava. We've been hearing that there has been issues with that, and that is something that we've been looking at closely, of being able to get the growth recipe to produce that in the system as well. So a lot of the things that have been mentioned here, as far as the food storage, the building, training, the curriculum, I mean, we've taken into account a lot of these things and have implemented that into our program, from the at-risk the recidivism projects from all of the incarcerated people here in the U.S. that's coming out, the people, the veterans, the whole underutilized and disadvantaged, like the female. Our president, who addressed the panel earlier, Magajia Aminata Koita, she has a full curriculum that she's trying to educate and work with the women of the abused, the sex trade, or any of the disadvantages that are. The whole project is meant to uplift the whole community and put the dollars in our community hand to go out and be productive members of society and enriching their own community, buying stuff from their own projects. As far as the food storage situation, the innovation that we're dealing with, you grow per the demand. So if you have 2,500 cows to feed, the system will grow an exact specification of food for that 2,500 cows. If you're trying to supply the need to feed 200 kids, and the system is growing tomatoes or lettuce or any other the produce to go along with that, you give that demand, and it's met without any waste, without any without losing your harvest, because you're growing and the system provides daily. I think that's the part that I missed. So that 800 acres that a full system will grow for the feed to feed the cattle, it produces that daily, and they're fed daily, between a mix of the highly nutritious barley fodder and regular traditional ground farmed hay. So these things are counteracting the water issue, the desertification issues. It's a way to grow more with less, and to have the food to feed not only ours, but still have enough to enter into that market. But obviously taking care of ourselves and our nutrients first, because if we're not taking care of ourselves and we're giving someone else a better product than giving ourselves, what are we really doing?
Nice comments. Josephat, are you still here? And I want to come back to our panel. Are there, and I know we're close to wrapping up, so hearing from everybody, what are some final thoughts, some closing words? Did you learn something from your fellow panel members? I see somebody in red. Oh my, I feel like I've missed somebody in the world, and I feel bad. So, hi, how are you? I think I've missed you. I haven't heard you speak.
Yeah.
You're muted. You must unmute yourself.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, fine. I think I had some internet breakdown, but I'm back now. My name is Roger Soenga. Come from Pillars Care Foundation. Pillars Care Foundation is that is working with young people and women at large in Kenya and Migori County. And we are much focused on agriculture. We have a number of value chain that we are dealing in, and that is bananas.
potatoes, local poultry stock beekeeping, fresh produce, and the milk. Those are the value chain that we are much focused in. We are much committed working with the youth groups and women groups, and currently we are working around 850 groups. That translates that we have a network of over 5,000 young farmers and women that we are working with in Migori County. I must say that we have employed AGX in Migori. It's only that we never got the opportunity to play the video and clips that we have recorded in our model farm, that where we use the AGX to show the world how the AGX is working, because our people, particularly in Africa, when they hear us,
I'm sure we'll be able to play it on Center for Africa's website. You know, when you host so many people, sometimes there's tech glitches, and in order to reduce those glitches, it makes really good sense to just give the conversation directly, and then all other clips or PowerPoints can be stored that way. So rest assured, it will be taken care of. Please continue, sir.
Yeah, so I must say that with the use of AGX in our farms in Kenya, this one is going to boost our production by at least 15% from what we normally use. And initially we were focused on this value chain because of the climate change, the soil, the farming of the same crop on the soil. So we focused on this value chain because people are diverting away from them, because a number of farmers were just focused on one thing, and that's the notion we were trying to take away from them. So basically, we are working hand in hand with the Empire Global together with the Bakersfield, Eastland, to ensure that we have the product in Kenya and also in Africa. It's working. I have tried it. It's working. And our farmers in Migori County keeps on coming to view the farm, the model farm, and people are really in need of the product. So these are some of the things as young people we need to embrace as one way of promoting agriculture. Thank you.
Fantastic. So I know that we're coming to a close pretty soon, but I do see your hand, Diane. And I wanted for us to take a moment. I think we spent a lot of time talking about what we can do as our own selves, right? Our own entities, what we can do, what we hope to do in the continent, and showcasing what's being done. Have any of you around the table found synergy together? That you've met something or somebody new, and you found a way, you're thinking about making a connection in order to explore broadening what you're doing. Brother who raised his hand, please share. Come on, step up to the conversation.
Well, I'm not a brother.
I know you're not, Diane.
Yeah. What I'm, in fact, there's one particular thing that I would like to say, which I wanted to say earlier and I couldn't. What that is that, if possible, my idea is that we would like to put together some kind of legislation, if you like, within ourselves, not outside it, within ourselves, talking about a paperwork, some kind of an agreement that we can sign when it comes to investing in each other. You know what I'm saying? Is that, for example, one brother doing some machinery to be able to enhance the agriculture. If I want to, or I have an interest in investing in him or partner with him, I should be able to have some documentation done to state that my investment will not go to waste. We don't have to, because this is one of the things that I see that it has gone long way and it has destroyed us, because the trust is not there. I would like to invest in someone would like to invest in me, but that one does not trust me. That what about if the money comes and then we start fighting, we start arguing, we start saying this and that. Yeah. So that has become some kind of a stumbling block in between all of us that why should I invest? At the end of it, you see, so my suggestion is to put up some legislation that bind all of us, some kind of a documentation that says when we come to an agreement of setting up a business or supporting each other or putting one-to-one together to make two to expand our business, talking about, in this case, agricultural business, we should be able to abide by the rule. In respect of whether the person is there or not, we have to abide by the rule, and nobody have to go beyond other person or behind other one to do something that is not in argument. If that happens, then we will never go forward, and we cannot do anything good because everyone fear tomorrow. What's happened? What if? What that? What this? This is what's slowing us because of uncertainty, untrusting, and so many things that has happened in the past that the baggage is going on and on and on. Many people don't. So that is one thing that I would like to put across. If we can put up some kind of legislation or some kind of a documentation to iron that.
Absolutely. So I'm not going to ask everybody to go on mute before we start our closeout and bring Josephat to the forefront, because it allows for a smooth conversation, and this is being recorded and will be rebroadcasted. So we want this to be in a place. I see your hand and I saw you, Diane. We want this to be able to be as noise-free as possible. I will give you a thought that I have. All of the work that the International Institute is doing, we're doing that through CAF, through Josephat, through the Center for African Volunteers, because there are our leaders, there are our people in Kenya. So the terms of reference, the agreement, the MOU that's necessary in order for us to do business, we do that through them because we trust them. And they're our network. They're the people that brought all of us together today. They're the people that I would encourage you, as you're moving and you're thinking about moving through Kenya and or Southern or Eastern Africa, that you highly consider this strong, capable network in order to be your main implementing partner and your person, your go-to person, in order to vet the relationships that you're moving through. Trust is hugely important. It is not by accident that we do not trust ourselves, right? And so in order to make sure that we're building trust and building community, we have to stay in communication with each other. It has to be transparent. And I believe in Cav. I believe in Josephat. He is an honorable man. He has a strong team with him. And so from today, if you found that there's people that you would like to connect with through this chat, and I know that I have, that I will be doing that through Josephat. We have an opportunity through the International Institute in order to provide cold storage units that could be made on the ground in Kenya through Kenyan products and resources in order to create jobs in the continent that build and an industry, most importantly, that builds wealth. We're able to provide water that is filtrated several times, right, to a pH level of 10. We all know that when you have water that is filtrated several times into a high pH level, that impacts the body, and that starts. We know that impacts cancer rates, right? It reduces your alkalinity. And we're able to do this in a way that makes financial sense, right? To be able to build that out, and not only for post-harvest loss, but for the fishery, and we're able to produce ice. There are other people here around the table who are engaging in similar work with post-harvest loss, and they would be our natural partners, not competition. Natural partners, not competition, because we're all in this together. And for me, doing this work together is to making sure that Africa is put on a place that it could take care of itself. So with that, I want to bring Joseph to wrap us up, to bring him into this conversation. I am so grateful to have had a chance to come in here. I know, Diane, you want to come in, you'll come in right now. And then our young brother in the red shirt, you'll come in, and then Josephat will round us out for this conversation and wrap us up. Diane, please.
Okay, real quick, we didn't touch base on the animals. I'm just going to say real quick, Symbiosis Age X can do for animals. Fellow rancher, If I told you we could decrease your intake costs by 50% and increase your live birth rates by, say, just 5%, it's really 50, 60, 70%, but we just say 5%. For instance, cattle, 1 out of 3 cattle will live. Live births, 2 die, 1 lives. We could reverse that. And how is because the Symbiosis AGX, once it's applied, the very first mineral to return to the surface is manganese. The very first thing to dive when a fire, flood, or freeze comes, or a chemical, the very first mineral to dive is manganese. Manganese is the mineral of life. Soil needs it, crops need it, we need it, animals need it. We have stillbirths. Cows have stillbirths. It's called dystocia in cattle. And we could really take that number down significantly. We've seen 100% live birth rates go from 50% to 100%. That's number 1. Number 2, I just want to show you one picture. I'm going to put it up to the screen. This is Matthew's backyard. Mind you, this is a collard green tree. There were 5 of them in his backyard, and he decided to just spray 1. And it grew from 3 feet high to 8 feet high in 40 days. Look at the difference. These are, hey, what happened? These here are the little ones. Do you see it? Wait, which way am I going? Yeah. See how little they are? They were 3 feet high. There were 5 of them. He sprayed one on the right. The one next to it got the overflow. It grew to 5 feet high. The other one grew to 8 feet high in 40 days. So when we talk about increasing yields, we're not kidding. And when we talk about increasing live birth rates, we're not kidding. And when we talk about healing the earth, which in turn heals us, we're not kidding. It's powerful. And I thank you for your time, everyone. I like that.
And we had one more, but I believe, Roger, you left? Your internet service left? Yeah. Over to you, Josephat.
Thank you, and thank you so much, my good sister, Sister Viola. I would say a sister who was taken from the continent 400 years ago. I'm glad that we are connected again. And to everybody who has been on this panel, I love you so much. Having said that, let me allude to something. Dr. Tara, yesterday when we were in a conversation, he said that he is pro-Africa, but he is not against anybody. I would wish to say this. Hate doesn't bring love. And where there is a seed of hate, there is no progress, but only the spirit of revenge, which is the fruit of darkness. It darkens the heart, it darkens the mind. Technology is great when it works for us. Brother Wrights, the inventors of aeroplane, when they told their father in the first instance that they wanted to make a flying object that could fly people, the father, being a clergy, said that you are blasphemous. It's only God who can make a flying object. As he was rejected then, so shall we reject anything new that is purposed to improve our lives today. And I'm right that I've seen a lot of negative comments, which is right. With negativity, every time that I've been criticized, I always overcome and my life improves and gets better. And so is it to everybody. Let me also allude to a fact that when family planning was brought to Africa, it was rejected, and it was rejected mightily. Today, everybody is doing family planning using scientific proven methods to date. And so, brothers and sisters, as Ojore Olube McGoey in her book Coming to Birth did mention, she said, and I quote, "From the society, let us pick what is good and reject what is bad. We cannot reject what is presented as a thought before testing it. And we can never exist and do business across the world when we reject a given or segregate a given section of the population world over." I say we must know, one philosopher said, that a life that has not been investigated is not worth living. I don't know, I'm not quoting it right.
That is Socrates.
That is Socrates. A life.
Yes.
I'm forgetting the exact word.
That is not
the exact word.
The life that is not examined is not
Yes,
worth living.
a life that is not examined is not worth living. So in everything we have to examine everything that is presented to us. But we got not to be quick to reject when we are not offering any other solution. I'm talking about collaboration. And the theme of this conference is moving from aid to trade. In the chat somewhere, I saw somebody saying that NGOs is the greatest disaster of Africa, which I agree with to a given extent. He who gives you is a proverb. Let me also put a proverb in my mother tongue that ngamapidi tokwe sumeru hineno titibile. I'll struggle to translate that.
You have to translate for me.
Yes.
Wait. You know they took my language. Wait.
No, the proverb says, if I can quote it right, that he who feeds you will destroy your mother's basket. Let me use that word, your mother's pot. Then you end up blaming your mother for not keeping her pot in the right place.
Okay.
And so we are shifting the minds of our people that we are moving from just merely receiving aid to getting into trade. In Center for Africa Volunteers, and underline the word volunteers, one of our core values is actually our philosophy is taking personal responsibility. And if I can quote it right, our theory of change is premised on a belief that if people are educated, sensitized, and motivated to take personal responsibility, then all the challenges we are experiencing shall be solved. As a people, we must accept to take personal responsibility. Now, at the time of founding Center for Africa Volunteers, and allow me just to address this as it is, at the time of founding Center for Africa Volunteers, we asked ourselves, if in the continent here, and especially here in Kenya, I've worked with over 6,000 volunteers, actually over 10,000 volunteers from the time we started. If you ask somebody to take responsibility in volunteering and solving our problems, as we are saying here, that African solutions for African problems, ask somebody to volunteer and give their time to sort out these problems. 60% of the people will reject taking personal responsibility. And therefore, that forms the gist of this. I don't want to speak much, but I want to conclude by saying this. The purpose of this conference is for partnership, connection, and doing business together. And what I believe in after today, moving on from tomorrow, with all these connections that we have here and these opportunities that we have here, we are going to start doing business together. This summit right now is being live broadcasted in 3 vernacular radio stations across Kenya. As you are speaking, you are reaching thousands, hundreds of thousands of people. And this is a commitment that we are making to ourselves and to our people. We are going to uplift ourselves from the dungeons of poverty that has plagued Africa from the very inception of independence in all African countries. And it is us to take this responsibility through our friends. Somewhere, somebody said that we might not be strong enough when fighting in this battle, but God in heaven is going to raise our friends and they are going to fight on our behalf. God is one and is God for all humanity. If he doesn't live in heaven, then he lives inside me or he lives somewhere in the atmosphere. It doesn't matter your definition of your God. I believe that he is one. Just as blood, all our blood, we all have red blood. We are going to work as a people. We are going to work together. The enemies of progress will be defeated as we are moving in this journey, regardless of your color, regardless of your language, regardless of where you are coming from or the part of the world you belong to. I don't care about that. What I care right now, and for the purpose of organizing this conference, is to work together to uplift every human being. I'm concluding by saying, somebody said that sometimes the way to win a war is not necessarily to fight an enemy, but to extend love to them and give them a reason to believe in your idea and win them on to yourself. That my elder
Very
is here.
good.
That my elder is here. I think I will not accept to close this function without that I will be cast. In our culture, I will be cast. So the person who will officially close for us the conference is the elder, our grandfather, our father in the house, Mr. Honorable Matthew Cruz. But I saw our administrator's hand up. Perhaps I will give him 1 second or less than 1 minute to say a word before we welcome our father to close for us. But before I do that, my sister Viola is going to take the liberty to say the last word as he welcomes our father to close this for us. So we have Akoko Vincent. Kindly share with us your thoughts. We bounce it back to Viola to say a final closing remarks as we take it back to our father.
Thank you so much, Josephat.
Wait. Someone else was going to go first.
Oh, yes. Permit me to go first, Elder. First and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, let me join the conversation even just before we wind up to share with you just some few points that I've noted throughout the conversation. First and foremost, let me join Josephat in just saying that the essence of a conference such as this is for us to get different ideas and in appreciation of the fact that diversity in ideas is not a threat but a strength. So I want to just underline the fact that an idea in itself should not be judged by its correctness, but by its ability to change people's perspective of seeing things. And I think I've personally learned a lot of ideas, which is very important, in my view, is the essence of this meeting. Now, let me talk something small about Africa. A great continent indeed, with a great potential. However, in the eyes of what I call Afro-optimists, they will refer to Africa as a scar in the conscience of humanity. But I strongly believe that those of us who joined this conversation, talking about from aid to trade, are Afro-optimists. I strongly believe that I'm also an Afro-optimist, but of a guarded type, because I strongly believe that things don't just happen; they have to be made to happen. I strongly believe that success in our agricultural produce is never on the menu. We have to own the restaurant. Somebody has to take, that has to run the race, has to pass that baton to another person, and it's not a marathon race. It is a relay. So it's very important that each and every one of us to ask themselves, and just in the words of John F. Kennedy, know what we are willing to do for Africa, not what Africa is going to do for us. And I think by the virtue of the fact that all of us are joining this conference, we've already made that decision. And I've always mentioned, rather taken note of the fact that we, all of us, have something to do. In every community, there's something to be done. In every nation, there are wounds to be healed. And in every heart, there's that willingness and ability for somebody to do something. We have got very great names that if I were to mention Nelson Mandela, Desmond Tutu, these are people who are not known because of the designer suits they were putting on. These are people who are not known because of the number of bungalows they were owning. Nothing wrong with that. But they are known and their name will go down in the history books because of how they positively impacted in the life of other people. And I want to strongly believe that that is exactly the most critical question that we need to be asking ourselves. What is it that we are doing to better the life of other people in our various jurisdictions and with specific interest to Africa? Let me wind up by saying this. Some of these things that we are discussing right now are not instant coffee type. Some of them some of these changes are generational. What I mean by generational is that there's somebody who will plant the seed, there's somebody who will water the seedling, there's somebody who will prune the seed, and then there's somebody who will, who will benefit from the fruit. So maybe we're just at the stage of pruning the seedling. Maybe we're just at the stage of watering the seedling. So I want, just for the purpose of managing expectation, let us appreciate the fact that there will be some ups and downs. It's not something that is going to happen immediately. We have to be persistent. We have to, speak with our mouth what we believe in our heart. We must, just like Martin Luther, point the direction from the mountaintop. Martin Luther did not live to see the changes that he fought for. He did not. But remember, he pointed the direction. Let us be the Rosa Parks, that great woman who refused to stand up for what.
Sorry.
It seems like
I think he got cut off.
Technology had an issue with that, and I'm sure that he'll probably tune back in shortly. Josephat, you're on mute. I think Vincent is coming back to the panel.
Yeah, please, Vincent, just conclude it in 2 seconds. We are coming to a close.
Yes. Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, Vincent, go right ahead.
Oh, yes. Hello. Okay. Yeah. So I want to wind up by saying that I am happy and I'm glad that we have had this conversation. I'm happy that each and every one of us have shared from the heart, and I want to strongly believe that now what is remaining before us is now the implementation stage. That is what is important. We may want to talk all that we want, we may want to take all the number of hours that we want, but the most critical stage that is awaiting us ahead is the implementation stage. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Fantastic.
Yes, Sister Viola. Let's say a word, then you bounce it back to our elder to close for us.
Absolutely. So first, I want to thank Center for African Volunteers for having me here. I am getting notification right now that I need to be in a call with Nigeria Development Investment Summit. So I am on my way there. First, I want to just let everybody know, thank you for coming to this, all of our audience members that are tuning in. When we think about what's right with Africa, you are what is right with Africa. Thank you for being here, for our audience and your participation. Thank you for each panelist. I'm offering a partnership opportunity for any of those who are interested in making your products to market, contact Josephat. We have a ability to, via my website, to showcase your product. Someone asked, what am I drinking? I'm drinking tea. It is not fine Kenyan tea. I would love to get fine Kenyan tea, so if you're looking to get your product placed, I'm hurting here in America. If you guys would like to get your products placed, I run a show every Sunday called The Africa We Deserve. It's 30 minutes, 3 questions, 30 minutes, and a chance to change the world. If you're looking to have your clothing or your textile or any of your stuff to be showcased, I wear stuff, I broadcast it. We have an open market to do that. And that is a partnership because we are moving beyond aid. All of this goes through Josephat for Center of African Volunteers. I look forward to continuing the conversation with my newfound partners and colleagues that are doing the work. So that's all of you panelists here to be in contact through Josephat, to reach out to me, and we will continue to build the Africa that we deserve. I love you all, and I need to move away and to my next, if you would forgive me. Back to our elder to close us out.
Yes, thank you very much. I am a crier, so I warn you that I might break down at any moment. My life has changed in many ways in the 5 years that I've been around. But I can say this honestly, that I've never met 2 young men who has had such a preponderous effect on my life than Josephat and Rogers.
My son.
Yeah, we call them our children. Back to what we have done. Vincent mentioned the process, and he left one part off about one person plants, another waters, but it is God who gives the increase. When I came to Kenya in 2006, they asked me, why are you doing this? And my answer was simple: I can't help myself. So as we develop these processes, we must do so with, and I'm glad he talked about, what happens when success comes into your yard. Satan comes with it, and he divides, he tries to conquer. And I have a story that if we ever meet, I'll tell you about how Jesus and why Jesus never got married. Now, it's a funny This is for you men. This is free. My wife thinks I am absolutely insane. She is the most beautiful woman I have ever met. And I've talked to Rogers and I've talked to Josephat about this. But back to the main thing that we're here for. Never in the annals of history has anything like this happened. And I was concerned. I was concerned that, Josephat will tell you, as late as 3 o'clock in the morning American time, we were not sure that this was going to happen. But it did. And the reason that it did is the power that is in us is greater than the power that is in the world. So when people want to divide us, we must remember this time, this day, how wonderful a feeling it is when people, men and women, come together in love. We tell people here at the island, there's only 2 things that are free. One is toilet paper, and the other one is love. The toilet paper, we can put a price on. But the only way to pay for love, is to love. So as we develop this, God has already placed his hands upon us as vessels who are on earth to replenish the earth and to repair the hearts of a broken spirit. So we're here. I am overcome. I feel like I can fly in the air because of what y'all are doing. So let us not forget. And I tell people this all the time. I tell my wife, don't forget the day that we met. Sometimes when she's upset with me, I pull out the little poem of the times we met. So let's cherish this. You young brothers, man, y'all are great. You ladies, you're great. And someone said on the screen, you need to have more women. Let me tell you something. When I went to Kenya in 2006, all the guys that I saw was on the corner on a motorcycle. And when they would come home in the evening, they would beat their wife around because there wasn't any food cooked. So I didn't loan any money to men. I lent money to women. And when people get into this thing about women and men, I tell them, I love women. You know why I love women so much? Because my mama was a woman. So we need to, oh, it's true. We need to have more. And we have asked Josephat and Rogers to find one more lady like y'all. And I hope that as we continue together, that you would not be offended if I would end my little say with a prayer. I was not told that I couldn't pray, and I wasn't told that I shouldn't pray. But my spirit says we need to bind ourselves in what Vincent was talking about earlier and remember this great day that we have been blessed with to be together at a time when the world, the whole world, is wondering, but we know where we're going. So I thank you. I thank you for your participation. Through Jehoshaphat, you can locate us. We are always here. So if you don't mind, if there are no objections, Jehoshaphat, I would like to say a short prayer. Father God, we just thank you for this privilege and this opportunity to share ourselves with each other. We pray that as we continue to develop the ways and means in which we can show you to the world, not that we're trying to convince anybody that you are real, because we know that you are, and we ask that you continue to bless us, bless each and every person, each husband, each wife, each family, as we continue in this great struggle to show your love to the whole world. I thank you for it, and we ask that you bless us in Jesus' name. Amen.
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 That's it for me.
Right. It's so adorable.
Josephat, thank you for having us. We really appreciate. I really appreciate it. This was definitely a lovely situation.
So, I ate one handful and 5 cups of coffee since 3 a.m. It's 11, isn't it? Are we done? Is everybody?